This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1078, still favored for half a lifetime. Liar. Hearing Chin Sun's words, Su Luolu's face fell, and tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. Xia Ning glared at Chin Sun. Why do you talk like that? Su Luoluo heard Xia Ning speak for her, felt more wronged, and tears flowed. She held Xia Ning's arm tightly, and whispered, Sister Xia Ning, don't blame Mr. Chin. It's my own fault. She looked at Chin Sun and said loudly, Let's go! I don't believe that if I leave Yuzi Film and Television Company, I will starve to death. I am a college graduate after all. I can take the civil service exam at worst. If I fail, I will go to work for a Fortune 500 company. Or I will work as a telephone salesperson for a shell company. If I still can't get a job, I will go to a factory to screw screws. Or I will go to deliver food? Can I starve to death? She became more and more anxious as she spoke. And her momentum became stronger and stronger. The more Chin Sun listened, the weirder his expression became. Is this kid so extreme? I didn't do anything, but she blew herself up? And it was a nuclear-level explosion. Chin Sun laughed angrily, and said, Why don't you become a delivery girl? Su Luoluo said angrily. I just said I will be a delivery girl. I can ride an electric bike. Chin Sun ignored this and asked, Su Luoluo, why do you want to resign? Su Luoluo snorted coldly with a lot of backbone. If you don't want me here, I will find another place to stay. Xia Ning saw that this kid had lost her mind, pulled her hand, and sat on the sofa, and asked softly, Lolo, is it because of Zhao Xiaohan? Su Luoluo lowered her head, said nothing, looking aggrieved. Su Luoluo nodded. Chin Sun smiled. Does she put so much pressure on you? Su Luoluo looked up at Chin Sun, thinking of Zhao Xiaohan's performance today, had to admit, said, She is very capable at work. I used to think I was pretty good, but after meeting her today, I really think I'm terrible. I can't compare. She paused, and said again, Besides, my core competitiveness is flattery. But I can't compare to hers. She is a natural flatterer. Chin Sun said with a smile. Who said your core competitiveness is flattery? Su Luoluo was stunned. Chin Sun continued. In fact, you have an advantage, which you may not have discovered yourself. And that is your core competitiveness. That is something she can never compare to you. Su Luoluo's heart ignited with hope. And she asked cautiously, Boss Chin, do I have any other excellent qualities? Chin Sun smiled, seeing that she looked nervous and expectant, and said, You have no ambition. Your most core competitiveness is that you don't strive for progress. Just go with the flow, and be content with what you have. Su Luoluo's face turned ugly, and she felt that Chin Sun was mocking her. Chin Sun said with a smile, I am lazy by nature, and was born to slack off. I don't like too high-intensity work, and I don't like too much work pressure, so I need an assistant who is also content with getting by. We both sink together, and fall together, and no one has any psychological burden. If Zhao Xiaohan is my assistant, she is in a state of battle every day, and she magnifies my laziness like a magic mirror, which will make me feel guilty. Su Luoluo was stunned. What Mr. Chin said was nonsense. But it seemed to make some sense. He was a person who skipped classes every day at Jingcheng University. So he needed someone like me to accompany him. This is probably what they call birds of a feather flock together. Su Luoluo felt much better. Seeing that Su Luoluo looked much better, Xia Ning comforted him. Zhao Xiaohan is my work assistant. And you are Chin Sun's life assistant. You two have different responsibilities. And there is even little overlap. Why do you think she can replace you? She patted Su Luoluo's shoulder and said, Okay, you hurry up and book the tickets. Su Luoluo stretched out 3 fingers with some trepidation, 2 of them straight, 1 bent and hooked, said, 3. Xia Ning smiled. Of course. Su Luoluo said in her heart. Yeah. And said loudly to show that she always considers the company. Then I will book 2 first-class tickets and 1 economy class today. In the past, she always booked air tickets and hotels with the same specifications as Chin Sun, flying first class and staying in a 5-star hotel. Now, surviving the disaster made her think more. She felt that she seemed to be unable to distinguish between the big and small kings before. And she didn't pay much attention to such details. If she lowered the level of her business trip, she could save a lot of money for the company. To become a gold medal assistant, start by sitting in economy class. Chin Sun was shocked. You booked economy class? Su Luoluo heard his dissatisfaction, pursed her lips, and said weakly, Then I booked a high-speed rail ticket? Qin Sun shook his head. High-speed rail tickets are more expensive than economy class air tickets. Su Luoluo's heart sank. But he changed his mind and thought. Although he'd lost the favor of the past, at least his job was saved. It's like cattle and horses, that's how it should be. She gritted her teeth. Then take the green train. Boss Qin, you can't downgrade anymore. I can't ride a shared electric bike. Qin Sun slapped his forehead and fell on the sofa. He really didn't understand the sensitive and fragile nerves of women, and said, You are Ningning and me's life assistant. You should be with us at all times except when we go to the toilet, take a shower, and sleep. Take care of our daily life at any time. Did you book economy class? Economy class and first class have different waiting areas for boarding, different boarding times, and different disembarking times. What, you want us to get off the plane and wait for you to come slowly? Are you the assistant or are we the assistants? Su Luoluo was a little sad, and responded, Don't dare. Qin Sun snorted coldly. Why don't you book 3 first-class seats? Su Luoluo was stunned, and almost couldn't help laughing like a pig. She quickly bit her lip, kept a serious expression, and took out her mobile phone to book tickets on the ticket booking software. After a few minutes of operation, she booked the tickets and sent a screenshot of the flight information to Qin Sun. Is this okay? Qin Sun didn't even look at it. Yes. Su Luoluo was overjoyed, and felt that she was trusted infinitely. She saw Qin Sun took out his mobile phone to play games, and immediately started the game and said, Boss Qin, let's start a game. I'm a SIXS support thief. Qin Sun glanced at her, hesitated, said, I will play jungle. Su Luoluo. It doesn't matter. My core competitiveness is not striving for progress, so it's okay if I'm a bit bad. Just know how to praise people. Next, the style of the painting became a bit strange. Boss Qin, you're so good, you actually started from the other side's red. You have an idea. Boss Qin, you're amazing. You actually pretended to gank the middle lane to collect 2 waves of soldiers. Your acting skills are superb, others can't see it at all. Boss Qin, you're good. You counter jungle. You were caught by 3 people before you were killed, and you killed half of them. Boss Qin, you're invincible. We actually played for 19 minutes before losing. Qin Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said helplessly, Su, I still like your rebellious look just now. Stop praising me, I'm scared. 1 p.m. Qin Sun and his group rushed to the airport and headed straight to Beijing. 1:30 p.m. Song Ying, dressed brightly and beautifully, carrying bags of gifts, happily came to Uzi Film and Television Company. She walked around and finally caught Qiao Lele in the practice room. When she learned from Qiao Lele that Qin Sun and his group had already flown to Beijing, the smile on her face disappeared without a trace, and she threw the gift in her hand to the ground. Men are not good. You've been favored for half your life. You said you'd write an album for me. You're lying. You only lied to the girl's feelings, but not her body. Disgusting, really disgusting. Chapter 1079, I didn't say anything bad just now. Did I? In the training room. Seeing Su Luoluo was hysterical, she kicked the gift boxes on the ground with her feet. The packaging of those gifts was very high-end. She quickly reached out to stop him and said, Song Ying, don't do that. Master Qin and the others left in a hurry. There must be something urgent. Song Ying was dissatisfied. Urgent? Is Sister Xia Ning in a hurry to get an abortion? So anxious that you didn't even want to see me? Only the second day after returning to Haicheng, you went to catch a plane in the middle of the day. Are you not afraid of a plane crash? As she spoke, her eyes were already red. He must be regretting his promise to write an album for me, regretting his promise to give me the leading role in the movie. So he is trying to avoid me on purpose. Su Luoluo was speechless. Song Ying had been looking forward to meeting Qin Sun. These days, she would come to Uzi Film and Television Company early every day, just like clocking in for work, and stay until the end of the day. From time to time, she would sneak into the practice room to assert her sovereignty with other trainees. Although Qiao Lele is the first artist signed by Uzi Film and Television Company in the contract, I, Xiaoying Gongzai, am the first artist of Uzi Film and Television Company in terms of honor. I was made famous by Brother Qin Sun last summer vacation, and I am the big sister of the company. Brother Qin Sun appointed me. Today she came up empty-handed, and it is understandable that she is sad. Qiao Lele squatted down and began to pick up the gift boxes on the ground. Song Ying crossed her arms, her face flushed with anger, and she kept complaining. Sister Lele, I think brother Chin Sun is. Bullshit. He is not a good brother. Chin Sun must have regretted it. One of his songs can make one person famous. And one album of 10 songs can make 10 people famous. If he gives them all to me, he must think it is not worth it. He can use these songs to make all the trainees in the company famous. He thinks it is not worth it. He is so stingy. As she said that, she looked down at a small red box on the ground, walked up to it, and kicked it away, cursing. I thought it was a terrible thing that Sister Xiaoning was pointed at with a gun in Country J. I took great pains to steal my stepmother's amulet and wanted to give it to Sister Xiaoning. In the end, they ran away. She put her hands on her hips and laughed like a mentally retarded person. Ha ha ha. Give it to hell. They don't deserve it. Xiao Lele glanced at the small red box that was kicked away, and thought about changing the subject to ease the tense atmosphere, and asked, Song Ying, did you not come this morning because you went to steal the amulet? Song Ying replied, No. I replaced this amulet with a fake one from my stepmother's safe. I didn't come this morning because my stepmother found out that my dad was hooking up with a young internet celebrity, and they had a fight at home. Xiao Lele was startled, looked up, and asked, So you were the one who persuaded them to stop fighting? Song Ying shook her head. No, I was the one who fanned the flames. They quarreled more and more fiercely, and finally my dad and my stepmother had a fight. Xiao Lele. So explosive. It turns out that the relationship between the mother and daughter will not be good. She actually learned to kill with a borrowed knife. She is so sinister. It is totally different from her youthful, lively and beautiful image. Xiao Lele asked, Don't you like your stepmother? Song Ying replied, No, I like her very much. Although she has a bad temper, she dares not do anything to me. On the contrary, she is kind of filial to me. Xiao Lele. Why did I feel that chatting with her was not so tiring before? A mother is very filial to her daughter? Is this human language? Xiao Lele said helplessly. Then why do you want your father to beat her? Song Ying smiled proudly and said, My dad doesn't beat her. So how can I help her? I helped her fight today. So she can't blame me when she finds out that I stole her 5 million yuan Buddha amulet. Xiao Lele trembled all over, put down the gift boxes in her hand, stood up and walked quickly to a distance to pick up the small box. She opened it carefully and saw that the crystal clear Buddha amulet was not damaged at all. She closed the box again and held it tightly in her hand. She blamed, Song Ying, you are too impulsive. How can you kick such an expensive thing? Song Ying was furious, walked forward to grab the box, took out the Buddha amulet and threw it on the ground, cursing, I'll feed this Buddha amulet to the dogs. Even if I smash it, I won't give it to them. They are so stingy. I want to be stingy too. Xiao Lele held the box tightly with both hands, placed it on her soft belly, and bent like a shrimp to protect this precious gift. Song Ying tickled Xiao Lele. Give it back to me. Sister Lele. Give it back to me. This is mine. I'm going to smash it and take pictures to show them, so that they know I have a temper too. Xiao Lele was unwilling to do so, and squatted on the ground to protect it tightly. Song Ying started to get violent, hitting Xiao Lele lightly with her pink fist. Give it back to me. You are Chin Sun's running dog. Disgusting. Why don't you just be a human being? Why do you have to be a dog? Xiao Lele frowned, but didn't say anything, still bending over to protect the small box. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. That? Song Ying, Boss Chin wants me to give you something. Song Ying was so angry that the voice came out before she could even turn her head. No. I won't take his things anymore. I'm going to break up with him. Break up for the whole summer. Zhao Xiaohan stood at the door, stunned, not understanding what was going on. She just heard a commotion here. Guessed that Song Ying was here. But when she came in, she saw Song Ying beating Xiao Lele, and there were gift boxes scattered on the ground. She picked up the file bag in her hand and took a look, thinking that this was the first task Chin gave her, and that a top-secret task must not be missed. She walked quickly towards Song Ying. Song Ying looked at her file bag. His face changed, and he said nervously, Is this the album that was favored for half a lifetime? Zhao Xiaohan shook her head. No. This is Original God. Before she finished speaking, Song Ying clenched her fists and raised her head and shouted, Fuck. What Original God? Original criticism. Zhao Xiaohan was so scared that she dared not step forward, and took a step back, and said, "The name of this album is not Half-Life Favored, but Original God." Hearing the word album, Song Ying's pupils dilated, and her mouth opened into an O. She was stunned for a second, and screamed and pounced on it like a beast, and snatched the file bag. "Give it to you." Song Ying carefully unzipped the zipper, and gently took out a stack of sheet music. Reading them one by one, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her face became redder and redder. She has been learning music since the 5th grade of elementary school. She has a good musical attainment, and can tell at once that these songs are extraordinary. Although she can't understand the lyrics of the 3 Japanese songs. This song is very good. Good songs don't have to be picky about lyrics. After reading these 10 songs, Song Ying raised her head. Her eyes were already filled with tears, and she was shaking with excitement. "Brother Qin Sun, how can I be so worthy? This is more than being favored for half a lifetime. This is simply being favored for reincarnation for generations." She sniffed, moved beyond control, and suddenly saw Xiao Lele staring at her in amazement. Her heart trembled. "It's over. Did I scold you a little too harshly just now? Will Xiao Lele complain?" Song Ying chuckled, put the sheet music carefully into the file bag, jumped to Xiao Lele, took her arm, said, Sister Lele, I didn't say anything bad just now. Did I?" Xiao Lele hesitated for a moment, said, "You did." Song Ying, ? Chapter 1080. After all, she is just a child. How bad can she be? Song Ying frowned, hid the file bag behind her, stared at Xiao Lele, who looked honest, and said, "I tell you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want." There was a hint of warning in her tone. Xiao Lele was not afraid of her. Just now, she scolded and beat him, and he was already angry. Now that he found a chance to fight back, how could he let her go? Xiao Lele held the small box in his palm and said, "You just said that Master Qin is a stingy person. You said that this amulet would be fed to the dog, even if it was smashed, you would not give it to him. And you said that you also have a bad temper, and you even sent him the picture of the broken amulet to disgust him." Song Ying was stunned for a moment, and suddenly snatched the small box. She squatted down and sat cross-legged on the ground, opened the box, took out her mobile phone, took a picture of the amulet, and sent it to Qin Sun via WeChat. She showed a gentle smile on her face, cleared her throat, and spoke in a low voice. "Brother Qin Sun, this is my gift to you. Thank you for writing the album for me. But after I received the album, I regretted it. I don't think this 5 million worth of garbage is worthy of you. My dad has a painting by Wen Zhengming. Wait for my dad to pass away. I will give it to you after I inherit the estate." She paused, and her voice was full of laughter. "Brother, do I have a good temper?" Xiao Lele was speechless. Since she met Qin Sun, she has met many shameless people. Zhao Xiaohan was stunned. She was a liberal arts student, and had some understanding of Wen Zhengming. Wen Zhengming, one of the 4 talents in Wuzhong, was a master of both calligraphy and painting. A painting of his usually cost 50 million or more, and it was not available just because you wanted to buy it. This Song Ying wanted to give it away. If her father heard this, he would probably be so angry that he would die on the spot, and she would inherit her father's wealth immediately. But then again, who dares to say that Qin Sun's album is not worth $500 million? You know, there are many people who make 100 million from a song, and Qin Sun is a hit maker. Song Ying sat on the ground, looking up at Xiao Lele, and snorted arrogantly, as if to say, "Let's see how you can still sue me." Xiao Lele saw that she was thicker than a city wall, and was somewhat impressed. She sat down and looked into her eyes, and continued, "You just said that you won't call Master Qin brother anymore." Song Ying smiled and said, "Then I will call him Dad." Xiao Lele, "What about Sister Xiaoning?" Song Ying smiled. "Of course. She is my good mother." Xiao Lele always thought that Song Ying was a lively and cute girl who could make her cry with a punch. But she didn't expect that she was a piece of meat. This aroused her competitive spirit. Xiao Lele's voice was a little louder. "You just called the album title Original God written by Master Qin the original comment." Song Ying held the file bag in one hand, covered her mouth with the other hand, and stared with a pair of round eyes. "Sister Lele, how can a girl like you say such words? Oh, shameless." Xiao Lele. She was blamed, and became even angrier, and shouted, "You just called me Master Qin's running dog." Song Ying asked back, "Aren't you?" Xiao Lele. Song Ying hit back, "Don't you want to be a dog?" Xiao Lei. Song Ying's question was very rude, but she had no answer. Although the word running dog was a bit unpleasant, who wouldn't be happy to hold a thick and strong thigh? Xiao Lei thought for a while, and repeated the most vicious word Song Ying said just now. You just said. You also said. Her tone became low. You said Sister Xia Ning was in such a hurry to catch the plane because she wanted to get an abortion. You said they were not afraid of a plane crash in the middle of the day? As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Xiaohan exclaimed, looking at Song Ying in surprise. This was a shameless slander and vicious curse. If Mr. Qin heard it, I'm afraid he would take the album back. Right? Song Ying heard the noise, looked up at Xiao Xiaohan. Her face became ugly. She was about to cry. She saw Xiao Xiaohan's eyes fell on the file bag, quickly stuffed it under her buttocks, and sat hard, for fear that she would be snatched away by her. Song Ying bowed to Xiao Xiaohan and Xiao Lei with both hands, and said, Please, please don't report me. She choked with tears as they flowed from her eyes. I lost my mother when I was a child. And my father is not a reliable person. My abnormal family background has made me psychologically dark and abnormal. And I will say hurtful words when I am angry. Don't report me. Otherwise She had tears all over her face. And she was sniffling. Xiao Xiaohan was moved, feeling a little sorry for her. Xiao Lei didn't expect Song Ying to cry so easily, and suddenly felt that she was a little too aggressive. After all, she is still a child who has not experienced much of the world. She was just talking nonsense. How bad could she be? What if she jumped off the building because of my teasing? Then how big would my sin be? Xiao Lei was just trying to comfort her. But Song Ying's tone was sad, her voice was choked, she bowed with both hands, and said the most cruel words in the most cowardly manner. Otherwise, I will pay a killer to drive a dump truck to run you two over. Please, please, don't tell anyone. Xiao Lei. Xiao Xiaohan. Seeing that the two of them were stunned, Song Ying wiped her tears, stood up, and picked up all 8 gift boxes. She gave Xiao Lei and Xiao Xiaohan 4 each. Please, please. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Not a sign of respect. I'm already pitiful enough. And I absolutely cannot lose the favor of Brother Qin Sun. Xiao Xiaohan picked up the gifts and saw that there were perfumes, handbags, belts, necklaces, all of which were big brands. These 4 items may cost hundreds of thousands in total. She was embarrassed to accept this expensive gift, but saw Song Ying raising her eyebrows wildly, with an expression that said if you don't accept the toast, you will have to drink a penalty. Xiao Xiaohan smiled bitterly. I didn't hear anything just now. Song Ying smiled. She turned to look at Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei's face was uncertain, looking at the gift, then at Song Ying, and finally sighed. I didn't study much, and my memory has never been very good. If you don't remember what happened yesterday today, you will forget what happened today tomorrow. Song Ying patted the gift in Xiao Lei's hand. It's okay to forget other things, but don't forget who gave you this gift. Hee. Xiao Lei. No hee. At the same time, an airplane was flying in the blue sky, leaving a long tail cloud. It was a sunny day, and the sky was clear. There was no sign of a crash. Chapter 1081 I'm going to die. Have we flown over the war zone? In the first-class cabin, Qin Sun put on slippers, put on an eye mask, covered himself with a thin blanket, and laid down in the seat to sleep. Xia Ning was sitting in the adjacent seat, half lying on the seat reading a magazine, which actually had a lot of gossip about Qin Sun. The story that Qin Sun and Yilan had to tell. The story that Qin Sun and Black Bear had to tell. The background that Qin Sun's girlfriend had to tell. True and false, a mess. She read with great interest. Su Luolua's seat was behind Qin Sun's. She frowned slightly, and counted the items in the first-class cabin with a serious face. Pajamas, slippers, earplugs, disposable gloves, snacks. I didn't take them away before. But from today on, I am a gold medal assistant. I will pack all these things and take them away. I will get every penny for the company's development. I am awesome. Suddenly, the plane was violently shaken. Qin Sun was awakened, opened his eyes, and heard exclamations from all around. After a while, a female voice sounded on the radio. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is experiencing strong turbulence. Take your seat immediately, fasten your seat belt, or squat and tighten the luggage lever under your seat. The restroom is out of service. Passengers who are using the restroom should hold the handrails. Cabin service has been suspended. Thank you. Qin Sun sat up, looked at Xia Ning, and found that Xia Ning was also looking at him. He smiled, and she smiled too. Neither of them was afraid at all. After a while, the plane stabilized. Qin Sun smiled softly. That's it? As soon as he finished speaking, the plane shook violently again, which lasted for more than 10 seconds. Qin Sun looked embarrassed. There were exclamations in the cabin. What's wrong? What's the situation? Is the plane broken? Did it hit a bird? Qin Sun didn't take a plane very often, but he knew that this situation was not normal when he heard the exclamations around him. He asked Xia Ning, "You have been taking planes since you were a child. Have you ever encountered such a situation?" Xia Ning thought about it carefully and said, "It happened once. It's okay." Hearing this, Qin Sun felt relieved. Since the experienced pilot said it was okay, then it must be okay. He had read in a popular science article that trains are the safest means of transportation in the world, and the probability of accidents is extremely low. However, the one with a lower accident rate than trains is airplanes. The probability of airplane accidents is about 1/7 of that of train accidents. No one would worry about derailment when riding a train. So why would they worry about it when riding a plane? Qin Sun had just felt relieved when he felt the plane shaking violently. This time, it lasted for a full minute. No matter how well educated the people in the first class were, they were usually more pretentious and didn't like to say hack all the time and say things that were not in line with the status of upper-class people. But now the plane was bumping continuously, which angered them. They let out their nature and said all kinds of ugly words. Fuck you. Can you fly a plane? Aw? Can you fly? My dog flies better than this. I'm going to die. Are we flying over the war zone? The captain is going to take us to the United States? You're flying a fucking fighter jet. Is someone hijacking the plane? Complain. I must complain. There were 3 stewardesses in the first-class cabin, and they were so busy at this time, apologizing to everyone everywhere, and promising that the plane would land smoothly. However, the passengers did not listen at all. Instead, they pointed their guns at the stewardess, venting their dissatisfaction. You said it would be a smooth landing. So it will be a smooth landing? It's only been a few minutes. How many times has it shaken? Is your captain having epilepsy? Is there a parachute on the plane? Give me one. I want one. 2. While they were arguing, the plane began to shake again. Everyone exclaimed, and some timid girls started crying. Su Luoluo had been on a plane several times, but had never felt such violent turbulence. She was a little scared, holding the chair with both hands, thinking, no way. Today, I am so happy that I am sad. Is the plane going to crash? No way. Qin Sun felt the turbulence of the plane, turned his head to the window, and saw a vast sea of clouds. The plane crashed? If there is a parachute, it may trigger the ability of the extreme devil and go skydiving at a super high altitude. But what about Ningning? What about classmate Su? Qin Sun took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and saw that she looked calm. So he couldn't help but smile. He felt that he had lost his composure, not as good as a woman. Qin Sun asked, Ningning, when was the last time you encountered such a bumpy ride? Xia Ning said with a smile. Before Oak Marketing Company officially opened for business, I went to the United States to relax, and encountered such a situation once. It's okay. At that time, I also felt that the bumps were a bit scary. But later, I almost didn't come back from an adventure in the jungle of the United States, and I felt that this was nothing. As she said this, she saw that Qin Sun's face became very ugly, as if he was dead, or something. Xia Ning's heart skipped a beat, and she thought of something. Her voice trembled as she asked knowingly, What's wrong with you? Qin Sun asked with a tight throat. Who is the legal representative of Hamu Company? Xia Ning's pupils contracted violently. Qin Sun had told her before that the bosses of his first and second internship companies had accidents one after another. They either went to jail or were hit by a car. And she also encountered one of the most dangerous moments of her life in the United States when Qin Sun joined Oak Company. In addition, a while ago, in J Country, she was pointed at the back of the head with a gun. If you are not strong enough, you really can't be Qin Sun's boss? This kind of nonsense seems to constantly prove the power of fate. Xia Ning breathed quickly, looking at the nervous Qin Sun, and said, It's me. Qin Sun punched the chair hard, making a bang sound. At the beginning, Xiao Ning was fully authorized to change the legal person of Emotianxia Company, and he was devoted to slacking off at Jingcheng University. I actually neglected to let Niu Xiaojun, who is extremely tough, be the legal person. Xiao Ning took it for granted? Qin Sun saw that Xiao Ning was a little flustered, and felt that he had lost his composure just now. As a mature man, he should be calm and not lose his composure. He smiled and said, "It's okay. After we get off the plane, we will go to change the legal person." He made a joke. "I am destined to work for Niu Xiaojun in this life." Xiao Ning smiled bitterly, hesitated, and said slowly, "I checked my email this morning. The final payment for some outsourcing work that Hamiu Company received last month will be received today." She raised her hand and looked at her watch. "It will be in the account at about this time." As soon as the words fell, the plane was shaken violently again, even more violently than before. The airport was filled with curses and crying. Xiao Ning's face turned pale. Qin Sun's expression became serious, smiled at Xiao Ning, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Xiao Ning smiled and was about to say, "I'm not afraid," but saw Qin Sun close his eyes, with a solemn look on his face. Qin Sun closed his eyes and quickly called up the system panel. Slacking points, 815080000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. Chapter 1082. I think this is going to take us to Hades. In the cabin, the curses of fuck, Beyond, Geneva, and the crying of "I'm scared. Are you going to die? I don't want to die," are intertwined. It was a mess. Qin Sun closed his eyes and looked at the system panel in his mind. Slacking points, 815080000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. More than 800 million slacking points, most of which were earned by slacking at Jingcheng University. Since then, he has hardly spent any time slacking off, because any ability he has now is enough to make him live a comfortable life. And he has begun to slack off on collecting slacking points. But today, when he encountered this supernatural fateful event, he found that he still had to rely on the system in the end, and let them compete against each other. Now that he has less than 1 billion slacking points, he can't draw the super prize, and can only try his luck to see if he can draw any magical items. Qin Sun's eyes fell on the lucky wheel in the upper right corner. Suddenly, the small turntable flew out and turned into a turntable as big as a Ferris wheel. Qin Sun's mind moved, and he spent 10 million slacking points to try his hand. The lucky turntable spun wildly, and soon, a stream of light flew out, and a treasure chest popped out. The box exploded, and a toilet pad floated out. A yellow toilet pad with a two-dimensional cartoon character pattern printed on it. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Name, Magic Toilet Pad. Quality, good. Function, makes defecation smooth. Say goodbye to the trouble of constipation. How to use, sit on it. Pull it open. Note, after getting such a good thing, are you sure you don't want to wear it around your neck and show it off on the street? Qin Sun felt sick. Shit! 10 million lazy fish value is 1/10 of 100 million lazy fish value. The previous 100 million won 250 IQ talisman and original god respectively. Which one is not a good thing? What the hell is this magical toilet seat? How magical is it? The problem that can be solved by a bottle of enema is made fancy. Qin Sun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and thought, consumed 100 million lazy fish value to draw a lottery. After a while, the stream of light disappeared, and a coffin popped out of the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Name, Feng Shui Coffin. Quality, high quality. Function, it can make the coffin user's descendants prosperous for 3 generations. How to use, lie in it, stand it up, bury it in the ground. Note, if the ancestors are buried upright, the descendants will definitely be prosperous. Qin Sun cursed in his heart. Unlucky. It's damn unlucky. The plane is in danger of crashing now, and a coffin exploded for me. What does this mean? Qin Sun took a look at the slacking value. Slacking value, 705080000. 100 million is missing, and nothing that can solve the crisis has been drawn. He was uneasy, constantly adjusting his breathing, preparing to draw again. Suddenly, the plane shook violently. Qin Sun felt the vibration, opened his eyes, and took a look out the window. It was sunny and windy outside the window, but the flight path of the plane was a little strange, with sharp turns up and down. just like a fighter jet. The passengers in the cabin felt dizzy as if they were on a roller coaster. Xia Ning held the chair tightly with both hands and felt like vomiting. Su Luolu's face turned pale, gritted his teeth, and closed his eyes. All around, the cursing became less and less, and turned into wailing. Ah! 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 I don't want to die. I just got married. I don't want to die. Why am I so unlucky? I just finished the college entrance examination and came out for a graduation trip. Why am I going to die? Steward, give me a parachute. Give me a parachute. Where is the parachute? Where is the parachute? I want to parachute. Help! Help! Who can save us? Qin Sun heard parachute, and his heart sank. He knew that passenger planes would not be equipped with parachutes for crew members and passengers, because parachutes would increase the weight of the plane, reducing the carrying capacity, and in fact, few people can successfully parachute when the plane is flying at high speed. It would be useless to equip them. There is also a nonsense saying that, if the plane crashes, it would be easier for the airline to collect the bodies if the passengers died together. If all the passengers parachuted, some would fall into the mountains, some would fall into the sea, one here and one there, which would greatly increase the cost of collecting the bodies. Qin Sun heard the cries around him, and felt a little guilty. It was because of his negligence that he implicated a group of innocent people. He turned to look at Xia Ning, and found that Xia Ning was also looking at her. The look was deep and affectionate, giving people a feeling of reluctance to see her one less time. Qin Sun smiled bitterly and whispered, "It will be fine. I will take you back." Xia Ning smiled and was about to say something, but saw Qin Sun close his eyes, and couldn't help but look puzzled. Is he praying? Praying for the power of God? Qin Sun closed his eyes. Looking at the remaining 700 million slacking points, he made up his mind, and directly spent 500 million slacking points to draw the prize. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Name, Godhead Halo. Quality, Special. Function, avoid evil and bring good luck. How to use, the host pretends to be a monk, the monk, missionary, etc. Pray for blessings, consecrate, and then the aura of avoiding evil and bringing good luck can be triggered. Note, maintaining the aura requires a huge amount of slacking points. Spend it sparingly, poor bastard. Qin Sun opened his eyes, and was a little shocked. Finally, the supernatural power has arrived. Seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster? The halo of a charlatan. Seems like there is a way? Qin Sun thought about it, and decided not to draw the lottery anymore. If he didn't draw anything useful after using up all his slacking points, he wouldn't be able to trigger the halo of a charlatan. He unbuckled his seat belt, and stood up in the bumpy cabin. His body couldn't help but shake slightly. Seeing this, Xia Ning exclaimed, "Qin Sun, what are you going to do? This is very dangerous. Sit down quickly." She looked up at Qin Sun with mixed feelings, thinking he wanted to walk to her seat and die with her together. But, I really don't want to die. Qin Sun smiled at Xia Ning, and staggered slowly to the aisle. This attracted everyone's attention. The stewardesses shouted in panic, "Sir, please return to your seat immediately. It's dangerous. Please don't joke about your own safety. Go back." As soon as the words fell, other passengers cursed. "Who is joking about our safety? Can you survive by sitting in your seat? You'll still die in a more beautiful way. Damn it, make an emergency landing. Still riding the roller coaster here. Ah, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." The stewardesses were speechless. They also had tears on their faces, but they were still fulfilling their duties. One of the stewardesses said, "Please trust our captain. He is a retired Air Force officer. He can handle any emergency, and he will definitely bring us back safely." As soon as the words fell, they were ridiculed by the crowd. "You are worthy of being a fighter pilot. You fly a passenger plane like a fighter. Bring us back safely? I think he is going to take us to hell." Chapter 1083. This is all right. The reincarnation of Tathagata? In the cabin, a man pounded on the seat and yelled, "Can you tell me what went wrong with the plane? So I know if I can be saved. Do you want to write a suicide note now?" The cabin fell silent. Everyone stared at the stewardess. The three stewardesses looked at each other, and one of the older ones said, "We don't know either." The man yelled, "Don't know? Does not know mean we are all dead?" The stewardess shook her head with tears. The man saw her big tears, confirmed his guess, and lay weakly on the seat, hysterically, not denying his admitting. We are going to die soon. And you didn't inform us to avoid panic. Wasting our time writing a will. This is indifference and disrespect for life. The stewardess waved her hands frantically, saying anxiously, "No, it's not like that. The plane was unstable because of an unknown malfunction. The crew is now conducting an emergency investigation." As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. In the first-class cabin, more than a dozen people looked ashen. There was indeed a malfunction. And we still don't know the cause? Doesn't that mean that we won't know how we died? The man heard this almost certain death answer, and was unhappy again, shouting, "You are still lying. You are still lying. Look, I will tear your mouth apart." He unbuckled his seat belt and stood up, wanting to walk towards the stewardess, but was immediately thrown to the ground by a turbulence. He rolled several times. "Oh, fuck." The man fell with blood all over his mouth, lying on the ground. Looking up and seeing Chin Sun, he was stunned. Why didn't he fall? Chin Sun stood in the aisle and looked around. Seeing the passengers crying, shouting, crying and laughing, there were all kinds of expressions. At the other end of the plane, the chaotic sound from the economy class also came over. Chin Sun took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "All donors, look at this poor monk." This shout was very loud. More than a dozen passengers in the cabin looked at Chin Sun, and 5 or 6 of them cursed. "Fuck you, what are you yelling about? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What donor? What poor monk? Are you a monk? Are you the savior? If you were the savior, I would not only look at you, I would kneel before you." Everyone stared at Chin Sun, gradually realizing that he was Chin Sun, and some people cursed even more harshly. "Fuck. It's Chin Sun. A big star. Is your mother dead? What time is it now? Are you still trying to attract attention? Do people in the entertainment industry love to take advantage of the trend? Why don't you just die?" A passenger seat was close to Chin Sun. He stretched out his hand and punched Chin Sun's waist hard. Seeing Chin Sun lower his head and look at him calmly, he suddenly froze. He was not afraid, but a little relieved. Chin Sun's eyes just flashed a trace of compassionate tenderness, which made his heart tremble a little. Warm and caring, Chin Sun stood firmly on the aisle floor, clasped his hands together, and smiled like an old monk. He said with a smile, "Dear donors, it is a blessing, not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Let me super, save you all." His voice was low and magnetic, with a sense of zen. In an instant, the cabin was quiet. Everyone looked at him, all confused. Is this the man who is rumored to be standing on the traffic G-spot? At this time, he still wants to make trouble to attract attention? Su Luolua was a little embarrassed, which greatly reduced the fear of death. Xia Ning stared at Chin Sun blankly. What was he going to do? Was it because he felt that it was really his fault that the plane crashed, and he felt guilty, so he just gave everyone a job before he died? To entertain everyone? To let everyone die in laughter? A girl looked up at Chin Sun and cursed. Did you mean to save us just now? Ah? Did you break the plane? Chin Sun was not annoyed. He put his hands together and looked at the girl with a compassionate smile. Girl, don't worry. You will definitely live to be 80 years old. The girl patted the seat and shouted, 80 years old? I don't want one day more. And I don't want one day less. If you can't live to be 80 years old, you will compensate me? Chin Sun smiled slightly. I pay. After saying that, he sat cross-legged in the surprised eyes of everyone and said loudly, Airplane, the sea of suffering is endless. Turn back now. Let me consecrate you. There was a burst of ridicule, mockery, and abuse around. Fuck you. Are you pretending to be an old monk here? Everyone is going to die. And you are still here doing something. You will go to hell. Xia Ning, ? This guy must be crazy. The plane was bumpy. Chin Sun sat cross-legged in the aisle as steady as a rock, and closed his eyes with a smile. A deep, peaceful, compassionate, dignified song flowed from his mouth. Namo Jana Daryaya. Namo Arya Jana. Sagala Balajana. Uhara. Jaya. Dudagadaya. Alhadi. The cabin was quiet again, and everyone stared at Chin Sun in amazement. Xia Ning's scalp tingled. Sanskrit? Great Compassion Mantra? Xia Ning had some knowledge of Buddhist scriptures, and knew that the Great Compassion Mantra was a special method preached by Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva for the compassion and salvation of all living beings. It can eliminate obstacles, eliminate difficulties and solve problems, accomplish good deeds, and stay away from fear. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun in shock. When did Qin Sun secretly compose a song with the Great Compassion Mantra? I have heard many singers compose the Great Compassion Mantra, but none of them seem to have the Buddha nature of this guy. It sounds quite comfortable. The other passengers were not happy, and felt that it was unlucky. They looked at Qin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, and cursed. Stop singing! Stop singing! Are you really here to pray for our salvation? Unlucky! It's really unlucky. If you sing again, I will spit in your mouth. If you sing again, I will kick you to death. Suddenly, the girl who wanted to live to 80 years old picked up a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and poured it on Qin Sun. Shut up. Xia Ning raised his eyebrows, stared at the woman who splashed water, pointed at her and said coldly, You splash again? The woman turned away angrily. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, feeling very distressed. A madman can't be bullied like this, right? Qin Sun was drenched in water, sliding down his cheeks, flowing down his neck to his clothes, but he was not affected at all. Qin Sun was in a mess, but his expression was solemn, more like a big Buddha. The plane was even more bumpy, and the passengers were wailing. Qin Sun continued to chant as the plane was shaking. Wa de ili mili gd. Zwaharama banaya soha. Nam jana dalaya. Nam alaya jiana. Sa de la bail jiana. 1 minute later, the plane was not shaking so violently, and gradually, with Qin Sun singing, it gradually became stable. In the cabin, everyone stopped shouting. They turned their heads to look at Qin Sun sitting in the aisle, and in a trance, everyone felt dizzy. It seemed that there was a flash of Buddha's light above his head. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. No way. This is all right? The reincarnation of Tathagata? Chapter 1080. For this old donor, I have something to ask for you. In the cabin, Qin Sun sat cross-legged in the aisle, closed his eyes, singing the Great Compassion Mantra. Seeing his solemn expression, listening to the compassionate music, for words came to everyone's mind, Dharma solemnity. Everyone's breathing gradually slowed down, heartbeats slowed down, and their hearts became as calm as the lake. Their eyes changed when they looked at Qin Sun, with confusion, with relief, with fear. Is it true or false? Is it true or false? Coincidence? This is too ridiculous. Qin Sun has superpowers? Xia Ning's palms were sweating, and his heart was shocked. Does he have amazing talent in theology? Is he really the reincarnation of Wenkuxing? Is this guy really blessed by heaven? Is he a figure like Emperor Guangwu of Han? Lu Xiao? Su Luoluo already worshipped Qin Sun and regarded him as a god. She was not too shocked. She put her hands together and kept bowing to Qin Sun. She was like a lucky cat. She kept repeating in her heart, Please bless us with peace. Please bless us with wealth. Please bless us with health. Well, please bless us with wealth again. Make more wealth. Make a lot of wealth. The plane accelerated and flew steadily for several minutes. Everyone felt more at ease. A stewardess stood up, bowed, and apologized to the passengers. I'm sorry, I've frightened you all. The plane is flying smoothly now. We will arrive in Shanghai safely soon. Please take a rest. She bowed again. I'm sorry again. The stewardess walked slowly behind Qin Sun, bowed, and said softly, Mr. Qin, it's dangerous to sit here. Please go back to your seat. Okay. Hearing this, Qin Sun called up the system panel, checking the slacking value. Slacking points. 188,000,000. What the hell? Originally I had 810 million slacking points. Just now I drew 3 prizes, and spent 610 million slacking points in total, so there should be 200 million slacking points left. Just by chanting for a while, I spent more than 12 million. Too expensive. Too expensive. More expensive than my life. I dare not chant again. Qin Sun opened his eyes, put his hands together, and chanted. Sin, sin. He stood up, walked to his seat under the complicated gazes of the crowd, passed by Xia Ning, and pinched her face secretly. Qin Sun sat back in his seat. The plane flew smoothly for more than 10 minutes. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that the longing they had for Qin Sun just now was a little ridiculous. In the cabin, people gradually started talking and laughing. Suddenly, the plane roared, and there was a violent turbulence. A stewardess was standing next to a seat and fell to the ground with a cry of ouch. Her head hit the passenger seat, and she had a nosebleed. Chin Sun's body shook violently, and although he was fastened with a seat belt, he was almost thrown out, and he quickly reached out to support himself on the chair. In the cabin, there was a cry of surprise. "Ah! It started again! It started again! What's going on? Didn't we agree on this? Liar! Liar!" In panic, everyone turned to look at Chin Sun, as if they were looking at a savior. "Chin Sun, help me! Pray again! Please! Buddha, save me! I can give you money! I can even give you my body!" Chin Sun's expression became serious. He gritted his teeth, unbuckled his seat belt, and walked to the aisle in the bumpy plane. He sat down cross-legged, put his hands together, said loudly, "Who are you? Let me fight you." He closed his eyes, and began to sing the great compassion mantra. Namo Janadara Yaya. Namo Aryaya Jana. Sagala Bail Jana. Uhara. Jaya. The fishing value was consumed rapidly. It took less than 30 seconds to sing, and the plane became stable again. There were bursts of exclamations in the cabin. Even if it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. The eyes of everyone looking at Chin Sun changed completely, becoming as pious as believers, fearful, and terrified. They praised like believers. There are Buddhas in heaven, and there are Buddhas on earth. Living Buddha, living Buddha. Chin Sun. No, Master Chin, please forgive my rude abuse just now. Please bless us to arrive safely. My words to you just now were a bit vulgar, please forgive me. Master. Master, I shouldn't have poured water on you just now, I am guilty, I repent. The fallen stewardess sat up, wiped the blood from her nose, and looked at Chin Sun with a confused face. She saw several passengers unbuckle their seat belts and sat cross-legged beside their seats, facing Chin Sun with their hands clasped together and eyes closed. The stewardess immediately warned, "That lady, Auntie, and Grandpa, please sit down and fasten your seat belts. It's dangerous for you." An old lady with gray hair opened her eyes, glanced at the stewardess, and said, "The Buddha on earth has dedicated himself. Don't stop me from worshipping the Buddha. You just disrespected the living Buddha, asked him to leave his altar, and there has been a bloody disaster. Do you want us to disrespect the living Buddha as well?" The stewardess was speechless. As service staff, they must respect the religious beliefs of passengers. This old lady should be a fanatical Buddhist believer. Now that she has witnessed the coming of a miracle, who dares to stop her from worshipping Buddha? However, where is the altar in this aisle? The old lady closed her eyes, put her hands together, and silently muttered something, with a pious look on her face. If there were not so many people present, he would have wanted to kowtow to Chin Sun. The dozen passengers in the first-class cabin saw the old lady being so pious, and then looked at Chin Sun, who looked so solemn, and they felt itchy in their hearts. Is this a coincidence, or is it really the Buddha's manifestation? Will praying to Buddha bless me to make a fortune? Will praying to Buddha bless me to find a girlfriend? Will praying to Buddha bless me to live to be 100 years old? Gradually, one by one, two by three, the passengers unbuckled their seat belts and sat down at the table in chairs, facing Chin Sun with their hands clasped together and their eyes closed. After a while, half of the passengers faced Chin Sun. The cabin was very quiet, with only Chin Sun's Sanskrit singing. Suddenly, a sneer sounded, seemingly mocking. Some passengers sitting on the seats had strange smiles on their faces, shaking their heads, and also felt that the scene was a little funny. A middle-aged man had just unbuckled his seat belt and quietly put it back. Xia Ning frowned slightly, and felt that the sneer sounded familiar. Although it was only a short sound, it seemed as if she had heard it somewhere before. She turned her head to look. The first-class seats were more private, and she couldn't see everyone's face. Chin Sun heard the sneer, but his face didn't change, and he continued to sing. The old lady opened her eyes, with a furious look on her face, turned around and didn't find who it was. She lowered her voice and said angrily, "Don't be disrespectful to the living Buddha." In the cabin, there was silence, only the roar of the plane and the faint noise coming from the economy class. The plane rushed steadily towards the airport. After singing the great compassion mantra, Chin Sun closed his eyes, put his hands together, and called up the system panel. Slacking points, 168000000. Another 20 million slacking points lost? It's over. How many minutes can I pretend to be a charlatan? Before my slacking points are used up, Can the plane find an airport to land? Suddenly Qin Sun had an idea. Pretending to be a charlatan can trigger the charlatan's aura to avoid danger and bring good luck. Then if I pretend to be more like a charlatan, will I consume less slacking points? Or get some equipment? Thinking of this, Qin Sun was ready to try his luck. He opened his eyes and looked at the pious old lady and said, "This old donor, I have a favor to ask for." Chapter 1085. Who dares to say that Buddha doesn't like to dance? The old lady suddenly opened her eyes, looking flattered, and prostrated herself on the ground, looking up at Qin Sun and said, "Living Buddha, you say?" Qin Sun was slightly startled when he saw her like this. "Why do I feel like a cult pope? Now I ask this old lady to accompany me. Pa, I ask the old lady's daughter to sleep with me. She won't hesitate. No wonder there are so many people in the world who sleep with other people's wives under the banner of blessing others." Qin Sun put his hands together, looked at the old lady with a smile, said, "Amitabha. Old lady, do you have a daughter?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he wanted to punch himself, for his tongue was so obscene. In the cabin, everyone opened their eyes, looking straight at Qin Sun, not understanding why he suddenly asked this. Wanting someone's daughter to be sacrificed. What kind of tantric Buddhism did this guy practice? Xia Ning tilted his head and looked at Qin Sun. His right hand was already clenched into a fist, said in his heart with hatred, "Based on my understanding of this guy, it must be a slip of the tongue." But why would it be a slip of the tongue? He must be thinking about someone else's daughter. Lewd monk. The old lady prostrated herself on the ground, raised her head, looked embarrassed, learned the language from the TV series to show respect, and said, "Living Buddha, I don't have a daughter." Qin Sun nodded slightly, said in a gentle voice, "Amitabha." The old lady explained, "I have never married in my life, and I am still alone, with no children." Qin Sun smiled. "Good. Good." The old lady, good? What's good about this? Qin Sun said. "Old lady, I want to borrow your things for a while." The old lady never married, mainly because of her personality. When she heard this, she panicked and looked left and right. She saw that everyone was looking at her. She blushed all of a sudden. "Living Buddha. You? Just say it. I'll give it my all." Qin Sun saw her blushing and understood what she was thinking. His face began to get hot, and he turned to look at Xia Ning. As expected, Xia Ning was trying to hold back her laughter. "Damn it! No wonder you can't get married. You might have had a peach blossom madness. You have wild thoughts after hearing a few words from a man. How can a young man in his early 20s take away the virginity of a 70-year-old woman like you?" Qin Sun said with a smile on his face. "My benefactor, I would like to borrow your rosary. With the blessing of the magic weapon, my power will increase greatly. And I can keep everyone safe." Everyone looked at the old lady, and no one thought there was anything wrong with Qin Sun's words. For a devout Buddhist believer, it is very reasonable to carry rosary beads with him at all times. The old lady said with an embarrassed look, "Living Buddha. I don't have rosary beads." Qin Sun was stunned. "Damn! So you, an old woman, just believed in Buddhism after seeing my miracle?" Looking at the old people in their 70s and 80s. They are actually new Buddhists? The old lady felt that she had done something wrong. And she didn't dare to look at everyone's eyes, let alone look at Qin Sun. And she crawled on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Qin Sun sighed. "Forget it." Suddenly, the plane started to shake again. Someone shouted, "Living Buddha, hurry up and chant. Hurry up and chant. I'll build a temple for you when we get back. Please, Living Buddha. Save my life." Qin Sun made a single-arm big loop with his right hand and held it in front of his chest and shouted, "Evil beast, stop being so arrogant." After a few seconds, the plane was not so bumpy. Everyone was shocked. Just when Qin Sun was about to close his eyes, he saw a string of prayer beads flying from the sky, and he quickly reached out to catch it. He looked around and didn't see who had lost it, so he said loudly, "Thank you, benefactor. When the plane lands smoothly, I will consecrate it for you for free." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a familiar female voice. "Do you want a wooden fish?" Qin Sun looked up and saw a person standing up in the corner of the cabin. It was Qin Fanshu. Qin Fanshu smiled. "Master, do you want a wooden fish? I still have a hai qing." Qin Sun knew that the hai qing was the clothes that nuns wore when chanting sutras, receiving guests, and discussing matters, etc. He guessed that Qin Fanshu, the bastard, Must have gone somewhere to be a cosplayer again. This woman never follows the beaten path. She either cosplays as a zombie or a nun, and next time she will probably cosplay as a eunuch. Xia Ning looked at Qin Fanshu in surprise, and understood who had sneered just now. Met her again? Why do I always meet her? Is she a ghost? Did Qin Sun just say that he would consecrate her? The old lady straightened up, and said to Qin Fanshu in a hurry. You have a wooden fish. Why don't you offer it to the living Buddha? This is the honor of your life. Qin Fanshu wanted to say something back, but seeing that almost everyone was looking at her, she knew that if she didn't give it, she might be beaten up. She took out her phone, clicked a few times, and clicked on a wooden fish app. This was a niche software she downloaded from the internet for cosplaying as a nun and electronic wooden fish, which can make a knock-knock sound by just tapping the interface with your fingers. Qin Fanshu walked over, stuck the phone in Qin Sun's hand, and said with a smile, amid the surprised eyes of everyone. Master, tap gently. My phone is running low. Qin Sun picked it up and looked at it blankly. It still had 34% of power, and it had just used up 66%. That's a 6. Knocking the electronic wooden fish, reciting the Cyber Sutra, doing the Internet Dharma. Suddenly, the plane was bumpy, and everyone exclaimed. Without waiting for the passengers to urge him, Qin Sun closed his eyes. His face was calm and profound. His right hand gently fell on his chest, and his fingers flexibly moved the Buddhist beads. As he moved, the Buddhist beads emitted a burst of colorful light, and it turned out to be a string of electronic Buddhist beads. Qin Sun's left middle finger rhythmically tapped the phone, making a wooden fish sound. He was chanting something, still in Sanskrit, but it was not as compassionate as the Great Compassion mantra just now, but rather dynamic. He was singing the music from Black Myth Wukong. Ami Le Duo. Sit on Pabai. Ami Le Duo. Bai Ka Lan Di. Ami Le Duo. Bai Ka Lan Duo. Everyone saw Qin Sun picking the glowing Buddhist beads and tapping the phone, and they thought it was weird listening to the song at this time. They were even more amused. This song is both traditional solemnity and modern rhythm and melody. And Qin Sun's voice has a hint of electronic music. It doesn't feel out of place in a disco. Is this really the wonderful sound of Buddhism? Qin Sun sang for a while, and the plane gradually stopped shaking. So everyone stopped caring. Who cares what scripture it is? As long as the Buddha likes it. It is a good scripture. Who dares to say that the Buddha doesn't like to dance? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, listened for a while, and changed his face. Isn't this the mantra of rebirth? The mantra of rebirth is used to save the souls of the dead. Qin Sun sang the song, quietly called up the system panel, and found that the consumption rate of the slacking value was indeed slower than before. However, it was still very fast. Hopefully, I can hold on until the plane lands. In the cabin, it was quiet. Only Xia Ning, Su Luoluo, Qin Fanshu, and 2 other passengers were sitting on the seats, and the other 11 passengers were sitting next to the chairs. They closed their eyes, put their hands together, and worshipped Qin Sun. Su Luoluo also had a tangled look on her face. She touched her seat belt again and again, and looked at Xia Ning quietly. She wanted to kneel down and worship, but she was a little embarrassed. After a while, a voice from the intercom sounded, waking everyone up. They looked at the intercom in the hand of an older flight attendant. It was a soft female voice. Sister Zhang, can you come to the economy class? The passengers are very excited now. They said that the plane might be bumpy again at any time, and everyone will die today. They want to beat us, and a few hooligans want to grab my breasts, and said that before they die, they want me to break their virginity. Can you come? Please. There are hundreds of passengers in the economy class. If a riot occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. Qin Sun opened his eyes and said in a gentle voice, Buddha loves the world, and also loves the dead. Let me go and save these rapists. Chapter 1086. If you don't understand Mahayana Buddhism, then I know a little bit about boxing. In the economy class, the seats are packed in rows and rows. On both sides of the aisle, there are 3 seats in each row, and people are almost sitting next to each other. It's even more uncomfortable than the green train. The air is filled with the sour smell of vomit. Most of the 200 passengers sat weakly in their seats, but there were also dozens of people standing up, waving their fists and shouting, Rubbish company. Rubbish plane. Rubbish pilot. Take human life lightly. You must give us an explanation. Fuck your mother. Pay me. In the aisle, there were 3 unconscious men lying. They were the security personnel on the plane. Just now, I came out to stop the chaos, but was beaten by more than a dozen people and thrown to the ground. At this time, 7 or 8 men gathered at the entrance of the business class at the front of the economy class. They surrounded the 3 stewardesses, cursed them with some ugly words, and even pushed them. Stewardess, what's so great? Just now, I wanted to add you prestige, but you pretended that the company regulations didn't allow it. Are you a first-class passenger? You took the initiative to add it. Damn it. Wait until I finish dealing with you. I will kill all the way to the business car, and then to the first class, and beat up all the men, women, also strip naked and beat them up. The 3 stewardesses hugged each other and cried. On the seats, a group of people were silent. They had just seen this group of thugs attacking the security personnel, and they knew they were not easy to mess with, so they could only watch from the sidelines. The 7 or 8 young men became more and more presumptuous, and their curses became more and more unpleasant, and their hands touched places they shouldn't touch. The stewardesses cried even louder. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and said loudly, "That's enough. What's the point of you making things difficult for the little girl?" Someone took the lead, and others immediately followed. Yes, sit down quietly. It's easier for you to get into trouble if you move around like this. The temporary chaos is not a reason for you to break the law. You must abide by the law on the plane. You are still very young, and there is still a long way to go in the future. Don't walk on the road of crime. The young man with fiery red hair, who was the leader of the group of thugs, turned around and cursed loudly. You want to show off? You want to be a hero and save the beauty? Come here. Maybe you can get something for showing off. As he said that, he pushed a fat stewardess hard on the chest, staring with a pair of red eyes, angrily. Now here, no one can show off more than me. Fuck. The people in the seats were furious. A woman shouted. If you do this, you will be held legally responsible after you get off the plane? The red-haired man laughed. Legal responsibility? I want to take this legal responsibility. If we can land safely, I will turn myself in. His voice suddenly rose, filled with anger. Have you checked your conscience? The plane was like a roller coaster several times. Can we really get off the plane alive? Unless the fucking Buddha shows up. The cabin was quiet, and bursts of suppressed crying could be heard. After several violent turbulences just now, most people thought that there was no hope of survival. Despair easily breathed sinful flowers. The red hair stood up. Suddenly, a Sanskrit song floated. The dynamic electronic music was filled with a solemn feeling. Namo Amitabhaya. Dotagateya. Dodiyata. Amitabhavi. 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 The sound was not loud, but it had strong penetrating power, and it was clearly transmitted to the ears of the 200 people. The majesty in the voice made their hearts tighten, and they looked nervously at the source of the sound, behind a curtain separating the economy class and the business class. The sound gradually became clearer, and suddenly, the curtain was lifted. Chin Sun held his mobile phone in his left hand and tapped the electronic wooden fish, and plucked the glowing electronic Buddhist beads with his right hand. He suddenly appeared with a compassionate face. A large group of people followed him. Chin Sun walked through the first-class cabin, the business car, and came to the economy class. In addition to Xian Ning, Su Luoluo, and Qin Fangshu, he also attracted a wave of believers and spectators. More than 200 people in the economy class stretched their necks like geese to look at Chin Sun. Seeing his funny appearance, they were stunned. After a short silence, a burst of exclamations rang out. Buddha? Buddha? Here comes? Fuck. Where did this wild monk come from? The mobile phone is used as a wooden fish, and the Buddhist beads can also glow. You are playing tricks on children. What do you mean? We are going to die. So you found a wild monk who has not even shaved his head to save us? I don't want to die. Chin Sun stopped singing, and in the dim light, he saw that almost everyone in the crowded economy class was looking at him. 1 meter in front of him, 3 stewardesses were squatting in a corner, hugging each other, surrounded by 7 or 8 young men. The 7 or 8 young men stared at him in amazement, and after a moment of surprise, their expressions turned angry. Isn't this Chin Sun? Are you sick? You still want to make trouble at this time? You're so great about being a big star? Get lost. Before Chin Sun could say anything, an old lady squeezed out from behind him, with one hand on her waist, and the other pointing at the 7 or 8 young men, cursing with her teeth bared. Don't be disrespectful to the living Buddha. You will be punished by God if you do this. The plane can fly smoothly now thanks to the living Buddha's blessing. You insult the living Buddha with such vulgar language, you will go to hell where your tongue will be pulled out. In the cabin, everyone's eyes were focused on Chin Sun, with an expression as if he had eaten a fly. At this time, this big star still doesn't forget to make trouble? Still deceiving the old lady? After a while, the red-haired man couldn't hold it back and laughed. Living Buddha? What living Buddha? I saw a charlatan. Where are there gods and Buddhas in the world? Old woman, do you know that many Buddha statues on the market are refired from broken toilets? He also cast a spell to bless the plane to fly smoothly. Old woman, be careful that your minimum living allowance will be defrauded by this person. One of the young men was so bold that he didn't worry about the old lady falling and blackmailing people. He pushed her and cursed. Old lady, Chin Sun gave you the bird eggs. Why are you speaking for him like this? Chin Sun saw the old lady staggering and about to fall, reached out to help her, put his hands together, and chanted a Buddha's name. Amitabha. The Buddha said, the world is so beautiful, why are you so irritable? Dear donors, please calm down. Red Hair stepped forward, walked in front of Chin Sun, reached out to grab his collar, and cursed. Calm down? Calm down your mother. The plane has been bumpy 7 or 8 times in just half an hour. How do you want us to calm down? How to calm down, all you tell me. As he said that, he grabbed Chin Sun's collar with both hands, pulled it up hard, and the collar almost covered Chin Sun's chin. Seeing this, Xiao Ning shook his head and sighed. Doesn't this person read Chin Sun's gossip? He defeated Kato Oki in the octagonal cage, and killed 2 people in the forest of J Country. Who gave him the courage to grab Chin Sun's collar? Chin Sun's body did not move at all. He put the phone in his pocket, swung his right hand, and the rosary was wrapped around his hand. He showed a compassionate smile on his face, and said, I beg you to calm down again. If you don't understand Mahayana Buddhism, then I also know a little bit of boxing. Chapter 1087 Living Buddha, sit on me. Chin Sun smiled, scanned his eyes over the young men, and began to count. 3. The young men were startled, having a bad feeling. One of them remembered Chin Sun's terrifying skills and hot temper, turned around and ran back, quickly returned to his seat, fastened his seat belt tightly. Chin Sun's voice was neither hurried nor slow. 2. After this, another young man turned around and ran back. Chin Sun paused for a moment and grinned. 1. He looked at the red-haired man who was still grabbing his collar, and said, Don't panic. Benefactor, I will help you untie your knot and calm you down. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped the red-haired man in the face with his backhand. Amitabha. It's a sin. It's a sin. The red-haired man felt dizzy, and had stars in his eyes. It felt like he was hit on the head by an electric car, and his brain felt like it was going to turn yellow. He let go of his hand, stumbled back, raised his hand, and pointed at Chin Sun's nose, and cursed. You wait. After saying that, he fell backwards, and fell into the arms of the young men behind him. The young men stared at Chin Sun and cursed. How dare you hit someone? Why do you hit someone? You are breaking the law. Do you know that? You are too cruel. Aren't you? Is there still law? When Chin Sun heard that this group of thugs actually said that they broke the law, he smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Don't be angry, don't be angry, anger gives room to the devil. He clasped his hands together. I will make you calm down. After saying that, he strode forward, slapped them with his left hand, and shouted, Sin! He pressed his right hand into his pocket, and shouted, Good. Chin Sun was like Avalokitesvara with 1,000 hands, slapping them with a slap. Amitabha. Buddha has mercy. Good. Good. In a flash of lightning, Chin Sun's palm left a residual shadow, and the 5 or 6 young men were slapped. They were dizzy, staggered, and sat on the ground, leaning to the ground with their bodies tilted, and after taking a few deep breaths, they were motionless. The cabin was dead silent. The 2 young men who had just escaped from the rioting gang and returned to their seats, shrank their necks, hid behind the chairs, fearing that Chin Sun would find them and beat them up. What the hell was this slap? Shaolin Temple Iron Sand Palm? After one slap, a big guy fell down without a sound? When we used to fight with a wrench, it didn't have this effect. Right? The other hundreds of passengers saw that Chin Sun stopped the riot with one move, and they felt relieved. Looking at the unconscious thugs, they smiled. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. Who said on the internet that Chin Sun only knew how to steal girls' thongs to make tea? It's a rumor. Pure slander. He is obviously a great monk. Behind Qin Sun, the old lady looked at his back, her eyes blazing with light, and her admiration for him reached its peak. A light slap knocked such a big man to the ground. If this is not profound Buddhism, then what is it? Living Buddha. Real living Buddha. Xia Ning looked at the young man lying on the ground, a little worried. This guy didn't hold back. Is this to calm people down, or to make them feel miserable? Qin Fengshu stood at the back of the crowd, standing on tiptoe, looking at the back of Qin Sun's head, revealing a look of contempt. What a violent maniac! Qin Sun saw that everyone was looking at him, and with his right hand, he threw away the rosary and began to play, and a burst of colorful light flashed. Amitabha. Suddenly, a suppressed cry came. Qin Sun looked down and saw 3 stewardesses standing up with each other, bowing to him in thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving us. I was so scared just now. Luckily you showed up. This group of people is really terrible. They want to do bad things while the chaos is going on. One of the chubby stewardesses said with sobs. If you hadn't shown up in time, this group of thugs would definitely take me. Qin Sun. He knew that there were all kinds of strange stewardesses in foreign countries, short, fat, thin, and even senior girls in their 50s. However, domestic flight attendants are still a popular job, and they can usually recruit young and beautiful girls. How did this fat guy get in? The fat flight attendant walked to the red-haired man, kicked him hard on the butt, and cursed. I told you not to touch my breasts. I told you not to touch my breasts. Qin Sun was stunned, and sighed secretly. It's a sin. Suddenly, he felt that the red-haired man was not unforgivable. The poor child must have thought he was dead. So he was so hungry that he touched as many as he could. Qin Sun suddenly saw 3 uniformed male staff members lying more than 10 meters away. He guessed that they were security guards or something like that, and had just been knocked down by the thugs. He looked down at the aisle, and saw that the way ahead was blocked by 5 or 6 unconscious young men. He took a deep breath and jumped over. There was a burst of exclamations from all around. Fuck. How far? Something. Qin Sun walked steadily towards the 3 staff members. The old lady saw Qin Sun jump high, jumping 3 or 4 meters, but landing gently, and she felt that she had seen a miracle. She hurried to catch up, stepping on the chests, stomachs, faces of the young men, following Qin Sun all the way. Staying close to the living Buddha for a while longer, you can always get some benefits. Prolonged life, nourishing yin and kidney. Xia Ning and others were surprised to see the old lady, and then looked at the people blocking the aisle. They gave up the idea of following. In the cabin, the eyes of the 200 people followed Qin Sun's steps, not knowing what medicine he was selling in the gourd. Qin Sun walked to the 3 unconscious people and squatted down, reached out to feel their pulse, confirmed that they were not seriously injured, and pressed a few acupuncture points on each of them. He had a solemn face, with one hand raised in front of his chest, reciting incoherently like chanting a sutra. Happy goat, pretty goat, lazy goat, boiling goat, slow goat, soft red wolf, gray wolf. After a while, the 3 people's limbs moved slightly. The old lady squatted on the side, her face flushed with excitement, put her hands together at Qin Sun, and kept talking. Living Dharma blessing. Buddha Dharma is boundless. Buddha Dharma is boundless. The 3 security guards woke up leisurely, supported themselves on the floor and sat up, and dazedly saw a person squatting in front of them holding a glowing rosary. The man's face flickered under the colorful light, like a ghost face. The 3 people were terrified. Ah? I have reached the Naiha Bridge? I'm dead? No. Qin Sun smiled slightly, and put his hands together. Amitabha. Don't panic. You are still alive. The 200 passengers in the cabin saw the scene. Their faces became extremely exciting, and they couldn't believe their eyes. There was a buzz of discussion in the cabin. He touched 3 people a few times, and healed them by reciting a scripture? It's a bit like the witch doctor in the TV series. Does the world really have supernatural phenomena? Does the country really have a secret department dedicated to studying special abilities? Qin Sun stood up, looked around, nodded frequently, and gave the passengers a reassuring smile. A female voice sounded from the radio. Dear passengers, please pay attention. The plane is currently flying smoothly, and is expected to land at the destination in the next half an hour. In the meantime, please keep your seat belts fastened and stay in your seat. If you have any special needs or need help, Please feel free to let our crew know. There was a burst of cheers, applause, and cheers in the cabin. Great. We're almost there. Finally, we're here. We're saved. Mom, I'm not dead. Amidst the jubilation, everyone suddenly felt the plane shaking again, getting more and more violent. And it felt like a roller coaster. Everyone looked at Chin Sun and shouted, "Save me! Help! Living Buddha! Save me! May the gods bless you!" Chin Sun took the lead, looked down, and prepared to find a clean place in the aisle to sit cross-legged. But all he saw was vomit, water stains, and blood stains. Seeing this, the old lady suddenly pounced on the ground, crawling on the ground, with her shriveled buttocks slightly raised. She turned her head to look at Chin Sun and said with a pious face, "Living Buddha, sit on me." Chin Sun, ? Chapter 1088 Master, you have golden light to protect you, but our lives are also lives. Chin Sun looked at the old lady's slightly raised shriveled buttocks, with a confused face. This old lady is not afraid that I will sit on her to death. What's more frightening is, if I sit down, she suddenly turns over and faces up. Wouldn't I be fooled by her? Chin Sun saw the expectation in the old lady's eyes, and waved his right hand, and the Buddhist beads rustled. "Old donor, there is no need. You can chant sutras while standing. Watch me stand and send you to the west." As soon as the voice fell, there was a cry of surprise around. "Hey, send us to the west? You can't say that. It's unlucky, Master. This is to send us to the destination, not the west. It seems to be about the same." Amid the noise, the plane suddenly shook violently, making a buzzing sound. They shouted even louder. "Ah, we are really going to the west. I'm only 58 years old, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Living Buddha, you should perform a ritual. Hurry up and perform a ritual. Wait until the plane lands, I'll give you money for incense." Xia Ning and others who gathered at the junction of the economy and business classes were unstable, and their bodies staggered from side to side, and many of them fell directly to the ground. Su Luoluo rolled on the ground, hugging Xia Ning's legs. Xia Ning fell backwards, and felt a softness on her back. She turned her head, and saw that Qin Fa Shu was holding her with his chest. The two looked at each other. Xia Ning looked embarrassed. Qin Fa Shu smiled. "You're welcome." Xia Ning, ? There was another violent turbulence. They screamed and fell to the ground at the same time, and fell on Su Luoluo. Su Luoluo cried, "Wow! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The group of young people who were knocked unconscious by Chin Sun slid far away in the aisle. The old lady was lying on the ground, her body spinning uncontrollably, her head tucked under the seat. Chin Sun stood steadily in the aisle, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and tried to hit the electronic wooden fish. But when he saw that the screen was locked, he threw it to the ground in anger. Not far away, Qin Fa Shu, who was stacking the monks, shouted, "This is my cell phone." Chin Sun was startled, and kicked the cell phone under the seat with his toes. He held his left hand upright in front of his chest, and played the Buddhist beads with his right hand. With a burst of dazzling light, a solemn song sounded. Namo Amidba, Dodagata, Dodiyata, Amidba, 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 Siddhamava. 30 seconds later, the plane gradually stabilized. The cabin became quiet, with only the roar. More than 200 people looked at Chin Sun, who was singing dynamic Buddhist music in the aisle, with astonishment on their faces. This is really possible? Oh my God, this is too ridiculous. Can he consecrate the plane? After a while, someone put his hands together and bowed to Chin Sun. Gradually, more and more people performed Buddhist rituals towards him, chanting Amidba repeatedly in their mouths, hoping to bless the plane to fly smoothly in the next half an hour. The stewardess named Sister Zhang got up from the ground and shouted at the passengers, who were struggling to get up in the aisle. "First class and business class passengers, please return to your seats, and fasten your seat belts while the plane is temporarily stable. Too many people gathering together will affect the balance of the plane, and it is very dangerous to be away from your seat when the plane lands. Please return to your seat immediately. The plane will land safely." Hearing this, many people stood up and looked at Chin Sun reluctantly, and quickly returned to their seats. After a while, except for a few flight attendants, there were only Xia Ning, Su Luoluo, and Qin Fa Shu left. Xia Ning held the door frame of the economy class entrance and looked at Chin Sun quietly. The flight attendant knew that Xia Ning was the living Buddha's girlfriend, and did not dare to act rashly. She could only look at her with pleading eyes. Su Luoluo looked at Xia Ning and pursed her lips tightly, not daring to say anything. Qin Fangshu grabbed Xia Ning's hand and pulled back. Xia Ning, you won't die if you look at me less. But if you keep looking at me here, you might really die. Xia Ning was startled, broke free from her hand, and walked back to the first-class cabin with an expressionless face. Su Luoluo quickly followed, turning back to glare at Qin Fangshu. I'm watching. You can't cheat on Mr. Qin. Scumbag. The stewardesses returned to their seats, and fastened their seat belts. The 3 security guards worked together to drag the unconscious young man on the ground, one by one, back to the empty seats, and fasten them with seat belts. Finally, only the old lady was left in the aisle, kneeling at Qin Sun's feet, with her hands clasped together, mumbling something in her mouth. A security guard stepped forward, put his hand gently on her shoulder, and persuaded her. Old lady, the plane is about to land. It's dangerous for you to do this. You need to go back to your seat. The old lady opened her eyes. Her face was fierce. She shook her shoulders impatiently, and said in a low voice, Take your hands away. She looked up at Qin Sun. Her face became peaceful. Even if I die today, if I can die at the feet of the living Buddha, I can be reborn into a good family in my next life. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with tears, and her voice became soft and sticky, like an 80-year-old girl. Maybe I can get married and have children in my next life. Amitabha, my Buddha. The 3 security guards looked at each other. If any passenger had an accident when the plane landed, they would be held responsible. But now the old lady clearly looked like she would never want to be separated from the living Buddha, and even had a slight intention of marrying the living Buddha. They dragged the old lady away by force, and she might have died of anger on the spot. The 3 security guards exchanged glances, and silently returned to the workroom, sat in their seats, and fastened their seat belts. Qin Sun finished singing the rebirth mantra once, and just took a breath to rest. He heard a noise in his ears. Living Buddha, please continue chanting. Master, don't dare to stop. Don't dare to stop. It's less than half an hour before landing. The lives of hundreds of people on the whole plane depend on you. Please hold on a little longer. Please. Qin Sun was helpless, but not annoyed at all. After all, these people suffered an undeserved disaster because of him. Amitabha. He didn't want to continue singing. Put his hands together, and recited the Buddhist verses aloud. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. All appearances are false. I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. Put down the butcher knife, and become a Buddha right now. One flower is a world. One leaf is a Bodhi. The body is a Bodhi tree. The mind is like a mirror. There is nothing originally. How can dust stain it? After reciting a few sentences, Qin Sun finished reciting the Buddhist verses he remembered, and fell into silence again, seeing the people around him clasping their hands and looking at him nervously. Qin Sun said with a stiff face, Tao gave birth to 1. 1 gave birth to 2. 3 gave birth to all things. As soon as the words fell, a shout came from the crowd. Master, that's from Taoism. Will it be useless for you to suddenly betray the sect? Master, you have to be more honest. Master, you have golden light to protect your body. But our lives are also lives. Chapter 1089. Are you scared and confused? What kind of monk can consecrate an airplane? Hearing everyone's dissatisfaction, Qin Sun was silent for a moment, and shouted, Amitabha. He raised his right hand, and hung the rosary on his index finger, and turned it in circles, like a spirited young man turning his girlfriend's suspenders. Daughter, you are obsessed with appearances. Water has no fixed shape, things have no fixed rules, and Buddha has no appearance. As long as you are devoted to Buddha, the crying of a child is also the Buddha's words. Qin Sun thought of it and spoke some lines from Genshin Impact loudly. Is he an assassin from his homeland? Or someone who wants to disturb the water of Qingce? I admire the form of living beings. Pure water can transform into various forms of forests and wilds. I will use this water to punish you. If you don't understand the value of water, you naturally don't understand the horror of water. But as long as the rivers flow and the rain and dew never stop, the water will not disappear. In the cabin, the 200 people were stunned. What is this? Assassin? Punishment? Horror? What are these words? Why does this living Buddha look more and more like a demon monk? Don't do anything weird. Qin Sun ignored the puzzled looks of the crowd, and was determined to advertise Genshin Impact. He knew that this surveillance video would definitely be posted online. The plane crashed, and the gimmick of a demon monk performing a ritual would definitely attract the public's attention. It would definitely trigger a frenzy of hundreds of millions, or even billions of views on the internet. How could such a prime time for advertising be missed? Jin Sun turned the Buddhist beads in his right hand, and slowly paced in the aisle. The old lady knelt and followed him like a game pet. My name is Fuchsia. Which means, life is fleeting, and everything should be abandoned. The past cannot be changed, and the future cannot be predicted. So I cherish the present moment. Determination, courage, love, hatred, will all deteriorate and distort in the long river of time. I am your past. I am the unchanging law of all things. I am the eternal guardian. And I am the living Buddha who promises my subjects a dream soon. Go and pursue. Even if it is only a moment of light. We at least have this moment. The 200 passengers were confused. But the plane was still stable. So they didn't dare to say anything more. The old lady followed Jin Sun's footsteps like a teddy bear, silently remembering what he said in her heart, thinking about going back to recite it every day, cultivating her body and mind. Time passed by. The plane was slightly bumpy. Someone looked out the window and found that the plane had broken through the clouds and could already see the ground. He shouted in surprise. Look outside. We can see the city. We're almost at the airport. We're saved. The cabin was boiling. Everyone cheered. Jin Sun was as stable as a mountain, still muttering, May the wind god bless you. Magic City Airport. The huge airport was quiet at this time. The passengers had already been evacuated urgently. Except for some necessary staff, most of the staff were also evacuated. When the plane first experienced abnormal turbulence, the crew contacted the airport ground control center and explained the situation. The airline leader was scared to the ground. Everyone knows the horror of air crashes, but who would have thought that such a probability of less than 1 in 10,000 would fall on their heads? The probability of a plane crash is lower than that of a star whoring with a male prostitute. The airport leader kept communicating with the crew, and quickly reported the situation to the upper levels, alarming the head office, alarming the general manager, and alarming the city leaders. They rushed to the airport, nearby without stopping. A plane that was shaking for unknown reasons was about to land at the airport. Who knew if it could land smoothly? What if they were stupidly guarding the airport to direct the rescue, and ended up getting hit on the head by the plane? The airport was on a wasteland nearly 2 kilometers away. Dozens of cars, dozens of police cars, dozens of fire trucks, dozens of ambulances, parked in a huge crowd. The cars were full of people, and they all looked up at the sky. Among these people, there are not only city leaders, airline leaders, but also reporters who came here after hearing the news. The security personnel of the airline drove away the reporters many times. But they were just like flies smelling rotten meat. And they could not be driven away. Some reporters even wanted to sneak into the airport to grab the first-hand news. On the fire truck, the firefighters looked up at the sky, gradually revealing a small black dot. And their expressions became more and more nervous. If the plane cannot land smoothly, it will be a huge disaster. And the current manpower may not be enough for rescue. In the ambulance, the medical staff was in a weird mood. What are we supposed to do? Just pretend? The plane crashed to the ground. Not to mention a complete corpse. It would be good enough to collect the pieces of meat and piece together a complete person. Rescue? But it seems that calling a hearse is not appropriate. A leader was sitting in an official car. He looked through the window at the reporters outside and saw them pointing their cameras at the sky. He let out a deep breath. That's all. All passengers at the airport were driven away within an hour. And all flights were cancelled. The noise was so loud that it could not be covered up. I just hope the plane can land safely. Buddha bless you. Airport Ground Control Center. A team of city officials, airline leaders, and staff were communicating with the crew in a tense manner. A plane crash is a big deal. Hundreds of lives were lost at once. And hundreds of families were broken. Compensation, apology, stock market decline. Any of these consequences are unbearable. The official departments will also be in trouble. And many people will be dismissed, and their future will be ruined. The airport leader was talking to the crew on the plane through wireless communication. What's the situation over there? A man's voice came from the microphone. The flight is in good condition, and is flying according to the route. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But they were still nervous. The news they received was that the plane was shaking for unknown reasons in waves. It would be bad if the turbulence occurred when approaching the airport. The airport leader asked. What is the mood of the passengers on the plane now? The crew member replied. There was a riot before. A group of thugs attacked the security personnel and tried to humiliate the flight attendants. But now the crisis has been resolved, and the passengers are very stable. Hearing this, they shook their heads helplessly. But they could understand it. Human nature is evil. When they feel that they are doomed, some people will release the beast in their hearts and do things that they would like to do but dare not do. And those young and beautiful stewardesses often become the targets of bullying. The leader asked, Is the crisis resolved? Did the thugs regain their sanity after seeing the plane stabilize? The crew hesitated before answering. No. I didn't see the specific situation with my own eyes, but according to the news from the flight attendant, it was a monk who moved the thugs. Now he is chanting to calm the crowd. They said, the master was consecrating the plane, so the plane stabilized. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at each other. What kind of feudal superstition is this? Are you scared? What kind of monk can consecrate a plane? Chapter 1090 For no reason, why did it suddenly attack and injure people? More than 20 minutes passed. On an open space 2 kilometers away from the airport, hundreds of people looked up at the sky and saw a plane appear, heading for the airport. They cheered. Look, the plane! It's finally here. It looks very stable. It's about to land. Don't let anything happen. In the car, the leader spoke to the secretary beside him. Wait for the plane to land, and we'll rush to the scene as soon as possible. One after another, everyone on the open space got on the car, and their hearts were hanging, watching the plane slowly landing. They had to rush over immediately when the plane landed. Help those in trouble, show up when there is no trouble. Praise those who deserve praise, punish those who deserve punishment. In the plane, all the passengers put their hands together and looked out the window, looking at the airport on the ground. Their hearts were in their throats. A walk of 100 steps begins with a half. The closer it was to landing, the more nervous they became, and they dared not speak loudly. Under the influence of Chin Sun, they kept chanting in a low voice. Amitabha! 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 In the cabin, there was a sound of chanting. Chin Sun stood straight in the aisle, with his eyes closed, his hands clasped together, reciting in a voice that only he could hear. Captain Chin's breasts, the wind of Mondstadt. Captain Chin's hips, the soul of the nights. Captain Chin's legs, the water of Starfall Lake. Suddenly, he heard a curse. Fuck your mother! What the hell are you saying? Chin Sun was startled, thinking that someone had heard him, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that 5 or 6 meters away, Red Hair had unfastened his seat belt. He rushed over with a pair of fists as big as casseroles. Everyone was afraid that the red-haired man would affect the living Buddha's practice, and screamed, How dare you! Don't be disrespectful to the living Buddha. Are you looking for death? No! Chin Sun was not panicked at all. He sighed, made a seal with his hands, and said loudly, Why did you suddenly attack and hurt people without any reason? It is said that human nature is evil. Without proper discipline, and with great courage, I will kill you. He raised his hand, and was about to give the red-haired man a lesson, but suddenly he felt the plane shaking. The red-haired man, Ah! Screamed, and fell forward. In an instant, 7 or 8 long legs stretched out in the aisle, black silk stockings, white silk stockings, flesh silk stockings, hairy legs. Red Hair tripped all the way, fell in the aisle, rolled and rolled, slid all the way to Chin Sun's feet. Everyone exclaimed, Bumpy again? Are you going to die again? Ah, no! Suddenly, someone screamed in a shrill voice. The plane has landed. The plane has landed successfully. Mom, I'm not dead. Everyone looked out the window, only to see the plane taxiing on the runway, no different from usual. A cheer broke out in the cabin. Great. Alive. Alive, we are finally alive. I swear to Buddha, I will definitely stop masturbating in the future. Woo woo woo, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. The cheers were mixed with crying. Many people had red eyes, sniffled, looking at Chin Sun standing in the aisle. On the ground in the aisle, Red Hair turned over and looked up at Chin Sun. Seeing that he didn't make any aggressive moves, he breathed a sigh of relief, and reached out to touch his face. Fortunately, he didn't step on my face, so my handsome face was preserved. It hurts. I need a warm touch. At this moment, the old lady quickly went from behind Chin Sun to the front, sat on the red-haired man's face, and said angrily, Boy, I'll teach you how to disrespect the living Buddha. The red-haired man's face twisted. Chin Sun was stunned, and put his hands together. Amitabha, what a great deed. The plane stopped steadily. Under the arrangement of the crew, the passengers got off the plane in an orderly manner. In less than 10 minutes, everyone got off the plane, and many people looked up at the blue sky, feeling reborn. Around the plane, several groups of people sat on the ground and cried. A couple hugged each other and kissed each other for a while, confiding their feelings to each other. I love you. I love you too. Shall we get married tomorrow? Okay. The bride price is 38.8. I think we are still young, and need to settle down a little more. Several stewardesses cried particularly loudly. I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die today. It's okay to die, you are not like me, that stinky hooligan touched my chest, I can't die with a clear conscience. My innocent body. Whoa. In another place, Red Hair and several young men also cried together. Why didn't you die? Why didn't you die? Are we going to jail? Detained? No jail. But you touched her breasts. Bullshit, I thought it was a butt. Has anyone seen breasts that big? Chin Sun found Xia Ning and Su Luoluo in the crowd, handed the Buddhist beads to Xia Ning, and asked, Where's that witch? Xia Ning smiled bitterly, said, She just said she was going to settle accounts with you, and get her phone back. Chin Sun spread his hands. I kicked the seat off the plane. Let the flight attendants help me later. More than 10 meters away. Chin Fanshu squeezed through the dense crowd and found the old lady. She was sitting on the ground, looking down at a mobile phone, with an excited look on her face, whispering in a hoarse voice. You are mine, baby, mine. My baby? Chin Fanshu walked over quickly, reached out, and snatched the phone back. The old lady raised her head and screamed with her teeth bared. This is my treasure, it's mine. My treasure. This is my wooden fish. Chin Fanshu took a step back, avoiding the old lady's 9-inch white bone claw, looking at the old lady with a smile, said, No, this is my treasure. The old lady got up and begged, Little girl, sell me your phone. I'm in my 70s and 80s, I don't have any other thoughts now, I just want to live one more year. I need this wooden fish used by the living Buddha. Sell me your phone, I'll give you 20,000 yuan. Chin Fanshu pondered for a moment, and laughed. No. This phone is also very important to me. After saying that, she turned and left. The old lady's roar came from behind. You woman, you don't respect the elderly, be careful of being punished by God. 20,000 yuan is not enough, this phone is so important to you. Chin Fanshu turned around, raised the phone, and said softly, There are photos of me in it. Beside her, a big-bellied man was startled, looked Chin Fanshu up and down, showed a sly smile, and said, I'll give 30,000 yuan. Chin Fanshu turned her head and stared at him, smiled, put her phone in her pocket, and slapped him in the face with a crisp slap. Not for sale. After that, she ignored the man, squeezed through the crowd, came to Chin Sun, and stretched out her hand. Give me back my Buddhist beads. Chin Sun ignored Chin Fanshu. Xia Ning handed her the Buddhist beads. Chin Fanshu took them, picked up the suitcase beside her, and walked out of the crowd. Suddenly, she looked back at Chin Sun, and then at Xia Ning, and smiled. Goodbye. Will we meet again? Don't miss me too much. After that, she turned around and left, and was lost in the crowd. Chin Sun, ? Xia Ning, ? They looked at each other, and said in unison, No, she is sick? Chapter 1091 I use the Mahayana Buddhist AoE to consecrate you all. Chin Sun and Xia Ning were about to step aside. The old lady squeezed out of the crowd, staggered to 2 meters away from Chin Sun, and threw herself at his feet, crying and shouting, Living Buddha, please walk slowly. Walk slowly. Please consecrate me. I wish to worship you for generations. Chin Sun looked down and saw the old lady kneeling on the ground hugging her legs. Looking up at him, her face full of tears, his heart sank. Alas! Cults kill people. What kind of blessing? How can I bless an old lady? When the old lady saw Chin Sun was silent, she cried even louder, as if she had lost 18 husbands. Chin Sun wanted to get rid of the entanglement, so he could only do it with a gesture. He put his hands together and shouted, Amitabha. He stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the top of the old lady's head. The old lady closed her eyes, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Chin Sun's face was solemn, and he recited the mantra with full momentum. Darkness covers everything. I will be the last ray of light in the darkness. With thunder, smash the darkness. He withdrew his hand and said gently, "Good. Good." The old lady opened her eyes, put her hands together, and said with tears streaming down her face, "Thank you, living Buddha." After saying that, she felt refreshed for some reason. Her thoughts were clear, and she fell to the ground and rolled around, crying and laughing. Ha ha ha. I did it! I did it! Chin Sun was so scared that he stepped back again and again. Wow! She is crazy! Won't she blackmail me? The old lady's crazy behavior attracted the attention of nearby passengers. They looked at the old lady rolling on the ground with astonishment, listening to the madness in her voice, and their hearts couldn't help itching. Is it really useful to consecrate? After a while, a gray-haired man squeezed through the crowd, walked in front of Chin Sun, put his hands together, and said, "Amitabha, living Buddha, I have never believed in ghosts and gods in my life, but I am now suffering from a kind of cancer. I came to the magic city to get treatment. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became, and he lowered his head slightly. I hope the living Buddha will bless you." Chin Sun saw this, reached out, and grabbed his right hand to feel his pulse. The man didn't expect Chin Sun to feel his pulse, raised his head, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Living Buddha, Before he finished speaking, he saw Chin Sun reaching out and grabbing his chest, squeezing and kneading it. The man was stunned. "Lewd monk?" Chin Sun retracted his hand, put his hands together, and said in a very low voice, "Early breast cancer?" The man was startled, and his mouth opened wide. How did he figure it out? I had a puncture biopsy in the hospital to confirm it. He took my pulse, and confirmed it by pinching my chest? Does he have something real? Chin Sun didn't know what the man was thinking, but breast cancer can be detected in its early stages by mastering simple self-examination methods. The puncture biopsy in the hospital is actually the last step to confirm cancer. Chin Sun saw his expression, and continued to speak in a low voice. Early breast cancer is considered easy to treat among most cancers, and there is a great hope of cure after surgical treatment. This disease sounds like cancer, but in fact, you discovered it very early, so it's not that scary. Your disease can be cured in Haicheng. If you can preserve your breast, do it. If you can't, do it. Don't be reluctant. As he said that, Chin Sun stretched out his hand, and pressed the top of the man's head, said, "Amitabha, may the Buddha bless you." Hearing this, the man's eyes turned red. He had heard these words from doctors in Haicheng, but he was still uneasy, and had to come to a big city to see it again. Hearing Chin Sun say this, he felt relieved. The man put his hands together, and bowed to Chin Sun. "Thank you, living Buddha. Thank you, living Buddha." Dozens or hundreds of people around him only saw Chin Sun pinching someone's chest, and the man bowed to thank him. And they couldn't help but be stunned. Another one was consecrated. The method of consecrating by pinching the chest? After a while, some high school students, college-looking people walked out of the crowd and walked towards Chin Sun. Many students nowadays are people who enjoy fun, without the burden of idols, thinking that if it is true, they will win. Faith is something. Give it to whoever wants it. Newton spent half his life studying theology, so what if a student of mine asked a living Buddha to consecrate a statue? Soon, a group of old people squeezed out. People, the older you get, the more you believe in ghosts and gods. After a while, the crowd was like a hornet's nest that had exploded, with the mentality of believing it is better to believe it than not, and rushed towards Chin Sun. "Living Buddha, please consecrate me. Living Buddha, please bless me. Living Buddha, please ward off evil spirits for me. Living Buddha, please break my virginity. Living Buddha, please grant me a marriage." Chin Sun was so scared that he retreated again and again. While retreating, he shouted, "All of you stop, all sit cross-legged on the spot. I will use the Mahayana Buddhist AoE to consecrate you all." At the same time, on an open space 2 kilometers away from the airport, 60 or 70 cars started at the same time. Leaders' cars, police cars, ambulances, fire trucks, and reporters' cars, with the roar of their engines, quickly approached the airport. They had just received news that the flight attendant said there was a living Buddha on the plane. Did the Buddha appear? Soon. They arrived at the airport and headed straight for the runway. Under normal circumstances, cars are not allowed to drive onto the runway. But today, we may face an extremely urgent medical rescue situation, and special procedures will be initiated, and ambulances and other rescue vehicles will enter the runway directly. The airport also encountered such a situation for the first time, and forgot to stop the reporters, allowing them to follow in. After a while, 60 or 70 cars rushed to the airport runway and saw a large plane. The people in the cars saw the scene in front of them, and could not help but be stunned. On the runway next to the plane, more than 200 people were sitting cross-legged on the ground, forming a large circle, with only a few dozen people standing aside to watch the excitement. There was a person standing in the middle of the circle. The leader was surprised. What is going on? This is like the worship ceremony of that evil cult. Is there really a living Buddha appearing? Seeing this strange situation, the cars stopped one after another 50 to 60 meters away from the plane. The leaders, the police, the firefighters, the medical staff, and the reporters got off the cars and observed from a distance. They found that the man standing in the middle of the circle put his hands together and muttered something. The 200 people around him looked fine, but their brains seemed to be seriously damaged. They all bowed their heads with a pious look, as if waiting for baptism, and muttered something in their mouths. Amitabha. The voices gathered together, like a swarm of mosquitoes passing through, making the bystanders dizzy. The leader looked strange, and felt a little tangled. Just now I heard that there was a living Buddha on the plane who stabilized the mood of the masses and stopped a riot. It stands to reason that he should be praised. But now it seems, this is too evil. If the scale of praise is not well grasped, it will be regarded as an political official promoting feudal superstition. The leader hesitated and said in a low voice, "Let's go over and take a look." After the voice fell, more than 200 people walked over in a mighty manner. Qin Sun stood in the middle of the crowd, clasping his hands together, with a smile on his face. Seeing the hundreds of people rushing over from a distance, he felt helpless. Performing this kind of cult-like ritual in front of the city leaders and the police. Will I be arrested and sentenced later? Oh, forget it. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, let's do it first. These people also suffered an undeserved disaster because of me. Let's bless them with the remaining tens of millions of lazy points. Qin Sun opened his hands with his palms facing up, and said loudly the lines of the original god. If you are trapped in a windless place, I will play the song of the sky for you. There will always be creatures on earth who dare to face the power of thunder. In this world, demons and gods have risen up. Although I have no intention of competing, I know the suffering of the people. I only wish to cleanse the four directions and protect a corner of the world. 20 meters away, the leaders, police, medical staff, and reporters who came over stopped one after another. Some people were afraid and quietly stepped back a few steps, hiding in the crowd. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The reporters quickly dispersed to grab the best position, aimed at Qin Sun, and began to take pictures and record videos, accumulating materials for tonight's front page. Suddenly, they gradually found something wrong. Where did they seem to have seen this bewitching living Buddha? Is it Qin Sun? Chapter 1092. Will I be arrested for spreading feudal superstition? After the reporters recognized that the man was Qin Sun, they took more careful photos. Some reporters even lay on the ground to get a good angle. Through the lens, they saw the runway of the airport. More than 200 passengers sat cross-legged on the ground around Qin Sun. They put their hands together, lowered their heads, and whispered, Amitabha, listening to Qin Sun's profound Buddhist teachings. The sword light is like me, cutting off all the clutter. We will definitely take on the responsibility, and the dead tree will have new branches. When all the stars in the night sky go out, all the dreams, all the streams, can flow into the same sea, and then we will meet again. The reporters are very sensitive to news, and they knew that this scene would be a hot search for the next 3 days. A plane flying to the capital had an unexplained malfunction. Passengers in the cabin rioted, injured security personnel, and even attempted to insult flight attendants. This kind of thing is already very exciting. What's even more exciting is that a living Buddha suddenly appeared to stop the riot, preached Buddhism, and reassured the passengers. After getting off the plane, there was such a big and strange ceremony. The most surprising thing is that this living Buddha turned out to be Qin Sun, who was riding on the waves of traffic. With so many factors added up, it's hard not to think of this headline. In addition to the crowd who were devoutly feeling the baptism of the monk, there were a few scattered passengers. They looked at Qin Sun in the crowd with strange expressions. These people did not believe in gods and Buddhas. They just thought this scene was a little funny. Xia Ning and Su Luoluo watched all this in amazement. Suddenly, Su Luoluo said cautiously, Sister Xia Ning, I also want to go worship Buddha. Xia Ning was shocked. No. Su Luluo sighed deeply, feeling that he was wrong for several hundred million. Not far away, Qin Fengshu sat on the suitcase, shook his head and laughed. A bunch of idiots. After saying that, she took out her phone and unlocked it. The interface showed the Muyu app that was not closed. She knocked a few times, making a series of knock-knock sounds. And then she opened the camera and pointed it at Qin Sun. Qin Fengshu shouted, "Living Buddha. Look at me! Look over here." Smile. Seeing that Qin Sun ignored her, she cursed angrily. "Stupid. Look at me!" As soon as the words fell, except for Qin Sun, almost all the believers turned their heads to look at her. Everyone looked shocked, confused, angry, and seemed to want to rush over and beat her up. Qin Fengshu was startled, quickly pressed the shutter, and quickly sat on the suitcase and turned his back. "I was so scared," I shouted. "Look at me. You idiots. Why are you so anxious? If the police weren't there, would you want to arrest me and sacrifice me alive? What a terrifying demon monk." A few dozen meters away, city leaders, police leaders, fire department leaders, airport leaders, airline leaders, a total of dozens of people silently watched Qin Sun enjoying the worship. At this time, they all felt that I should be under the car, not in the car. As official personnel, they couldn't leave the cult alone, and should go forward to interrupt them. But these passengers had just survived the disaster. To offend them now, to deny their faith, may cause public outrage. In the middle of the leadership team stood a man in his 50s or 60s, the mayor of Jingcheng City. He looked at Qin Sun from a distance and asked, "Whose Buddhist verses did he recite?" As soon as the words fell, the people around him looked at each other in bewilderment. The secretary beside him immediately stepped forward and replied in a low voice, "Mayor Zhao, this is the first time we have heard such Buddhist words." The secretary carefully observed the mayor's expression and said tentatively, "However, it seems to me that they are all positive words that encourage people to be positive and optimistic, which is different from the traditional cult." Seeing that Mayor Zhao did not say anything, he continued, "And this master is actually very popular on the internet." He originally wanted to say celebrity, but suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. For netizens, Qin Sun usually appears as a celebrity, but in the eyes of Beijing leaders, the identity of a celebrity is really not up to par. The secretary said, "He is a poet and a writer, not only an entrepreneur, but also a philanthropist." Mayor Zhao nodded in a gentle voice. "I know him. His name is Qin Sun. He is indeed an outstanding young man. My granddaughter, who is not very good at doing things, bought his autograph photo for 5 yuan apiece online." He laughed twice. "It's probably fake." The secretary understood immediately. "I will ask Qin Sun for some autograph photos later, some real ones, some signed by him personally." 5 or 6 minutes later, Qin Sun put his hands together, collected his magical powers, and shouted, "Ahmed Ba! Dear donors, the ceremony is over. I wish you all the best in the future, and all your wishes come true." As soon as the voice fell, more than 200 people around shouted, "Ahmed Ba" in unison, and dozens of people kowtowed repeatedly, saying some words of thanks. Qin Sun walked out of the crowd with a stern face, and walked to Xia Ning's side. He looked at the leadership team a few dozen meters away, and saw them walking towards the passengers sitting there, seemingly to express their condolences. Reporters followed and took photos. Qin Sun asked quietly, "Ning, will I be arrested for promoting feudal superstition?" Xia Ning thought about it. "No." Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Ning said again, "However, your performance on the plane may cause you to be arrested for research." "Did you really do it on the plane? When you sing, the plane stopped shaking. It's really a bit weird." Qin Sun saw Xia Ning staring at him, and answered truthfully, "Yes, I did it." Xia Ning. She glared at Qin Sun and said, "Do you think I'm as sick as they are?" She pondered for a moment, as if trying to convince herself, and whispered, "It's just a coincidence." Qin Sun laughed. "Alas, I can't hide it from you." Next, Qin Sun and others stood aside, watching the leader's condolences. They comforted the passengers and pacified the crew. They took some injured passengers to the ambulance. Then, they arrested the gang of thugs including Red Hair. After that, the mayor and other leaders began to be interviewed by reporters. After answering a series of questions, Mayor Zhao stepped forward to give a short speech. First, he expressed his concern and condolences to the passengers, and then expressed his relief that the plane landed successfully. Then he thanked the airport emergency management department, the airline, and all the personnel involved in the rescue. He also promised to immediately launch a comprehensive investigation of the incident to find out the specific cause of the turbulence. Finally, he emphasized again that safety is their top priority. They will continue to strengthen the construction of the city's safety management system, improve the ability to respond to emergencies, and ensure the safety and comfort of every citizen and passenger. Qin Sun was stunned when he heard this, and whispered to Xia Ning. 6. As expected of a leader, you speak clearly and without any mistakes. Xia Ning whispered. What do you think? Don't think they can't make speeches just because they read scripts on TV. He is a ministerial-level cadre. What kind of scenes have he not seen? Qin Sun was stunned. Is the mayor of Jingcheng a ministerial-level official? Or an official one? Xia Ning, what else? Qin Sun, great, my brother. Xia Ning, be more serious, Mayor Zhao will definitely come to talk to you later. Qin Sun, ? It's over. You look like a charlatan when we first met, I'm sorry. Chapter 1093, Profiteers. They even dare to cheat the leaders. On the runway, the leaders were being interviewed. Qin Sun watched from a distance, waiting for the big boss to come and hit him. From time to time, some passengers came to take photos with Qin Sun, expressing their gratitude. The old lady was particularly difficult to deal with, even asking about his whereabouts, looking like she was willing to serve him for the rest of her life. Qin Sun persuaded her to leave with a mixture of coaxing and intimidation. As soon as the old lady left, a student-like person came over and bowed to apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you just now, I've always liked you. Qin Sun smiled. It's okay, young people should be clear about what they like and hate. The student left happily. A middle-aged man came over, after taking a photo, said, Living Buddha, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Qin Sun smiled. You still have a long life ahead, you will meet more fortunate things in the future. Xia Ning watched silently from the side, feeling that he was really patient today, and very loving. Perhaps because he felt guilty towards the passengers, he joined the Living Buddha's play and greeted everyone with a smile. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw a young and fashionable young woman approaching Qin Sun and frowned slightly. She recognized that this was the woman who poured water on Qin Sun's head in the first-class cabin, and said that if she didn't live to be 80, Qin Sun would pay with her life. The fashionable woman walked up to Qin Sun, looked up at him, with an embarrassed face. Qin Sun smiled and said softly, Do you have something to say? The fashionable woman said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have poured water on your head just now. Qin Sun realized that it was this woman who poured water on him. The smile on his face froze slightly, then returned to normal, and he put his hands together and said softly, Amitabha. Don't panic. Female donor. I am a humble monk. Let the world slander me, deceive me, insult me, laugh at me, look down on me, despise me, hate me, and cheat me. I tolerate her. Let her. Let her do what she wants. Avoid her. Tolerate her. Respect her. And ignore her. The woman felt even more guilty, smiled bitterly, and asked nervously, Master, can I really only live to 80? Not even one day more? Just now in the cabin. Qin Sun said casually that she would definitely live to 80. And she shouted that if she couldn't live to 80, Qin Sun would have to pay for every day less. But now that she has landed safely, she feels that 80 is not enough. The most terrifying thing is that once a person knows when he will die, he will clearly feel the passage of time every day. This is a process of waiting to die, which is very difficult to endure. Qin Sun put his hands together, a compassionate smile appeared on his face, and his appearance was solemn. Amitabha. The Buddha said, It cannot be said. The fashionable woman was stunned, her eyes slightly red, and bowed to Qin Sun. Thank you, Master. She turned and left, and a low cry was heard. Qin Sun put down his hands, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze falling on his face, turned his head, and saw Xia Ning looking at him with contempt, and said, What's the matter, are you dissatisfied? Xia Ning sighed. You are so narrow-minded. You are really a cheap monk. Qin Sun looked at the woman's back and sighed. The average life expectancy of people in Country C is only 78 years old, 80 is fine. After a few minutes, Qin Sun saw the leaders walking towards him under the flash of the reporters, and straightened his back slightly. Mayor Zhao turned around, and said something to the secretary. The secretary immediately called a few people to communicate with dozens of reporters. The reporters stopped, put down their cameras, and stood far away and dared not come forward. Mayor Zhao smiled and walked slowly towards Qin Sun with his leadership team. Qin Sun did not dare to neglect him. He walked over quickly and stood more than 1 meter away from the leaders, smiling and greeting them. "Hello, leaders. Hello, leaders." The leaders nodded with a smile. Mayor Zhao stepped forward, looked Qin Sun up and down, and said, "I have read your three-body problem. It is very well written. Your farewell to Beijing University is also very good, and it describes my alma mater very poetically." Qin Sun showed an expression of being flattered and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you for your love. It's my honor." Mayor Zhao laughed twice, and suddenly said, "I heard people say you are a living Buddha?" Qin Sun smiled awkwardly and explained. "The plane was bumpy just now, and it felt like something was going to happen. In a place where we were neither in the sky nor on the ground. Everyone put their hopes in the gods, and I happened to have some acting skills, so I pretended to be a monk to comfort them. I didn't expect it to be quite effective. The passengers were willing to sit and chant with me, and they didn't continue to make trouble." He emphasized his tone and said sincerely, "Leader, I definitely don't mean to promote feudal superstition." Mayor Zhao said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. Just now I stood aside and listened to you reading the scriptures, which are indeed different from the scriptures in the ordinary sense. But they are all positive sentences. Guiding people to be good is a good thing anyway. Your method is a bit strange, but being able to stabilize the riot on the plane is an honor worthy of bravery." Behind him, several people exchanged glances and kept this matter in mind. The honor promised by the leader himself, I dare not neglect it. This honor must not only be given, but also given beautifully. Qin Sun smiled brightly and thanked repeatedly. Mayor Zhao patted Qin Sun on the shoulder and said, "Although I am busy with official duties, I also learned about your deeds from my granddaughter. I know you are an outstanding young man, an idol of the whole nation. Your words and deeds will influence young people. Young people are the future of the motherland. I hope you can set a good example for young people." Qin Sun was stunned. "What does this mean? I want you to not lead his granddaughter astray. How old is his granddaughter?" Qin Sun looked at Mayor Zhao's gentle smile, stood straight, and said loudly, "Okay, leader. Thank you for your recognition. I promise to complete the task." Mayor Zhao was amused. "You kid." He smiled, and a group of people behind him laughed. The air was filled with laughter. Mayor Zhao smiled and said to Qin Sun, "Then keep going." After that, he turned and left, and the others followed Qin Sun after a brief greeting. Seeing this, the reporters who were anxiously waiting to interview Qin Sun picked up their cameras and wanted to rush over, but found that the secretary had not left, so they had to wait a little longer. The secretary seemed to suddenly remember something, walked up to Qin Sun, and said, "Mr. Qin, there is a granddaughter of a colleague in our unit. She bought your autograph photo online for 5 yuan. She was never sure whether it was real or fake. I want to ask you, have you ever sold autograph photos online?" Qin Sun was not stupid. He looked at the leaders, who were walking away, and said with great sorrow, "Hey, swindlers! They even dare to cheat the leaders." As he said that, he ran to Su Luolu's side and asked her to take out the autograph photos from the suitcase. Su Luoluo hurriedly opened the suitcase, took out a thick stack of autograph photos, and trembled as she handed them to Qin Sun, watching Qin Sun walk towards the mayor's secretary. The two practiced Tai Chi for a while, and the secretary took the stack of autograph photos and put them in her bag. The secretary smiled and said to Qin Sun, "Mayor Zhao is very optimistic about you. You must not let him down." Qin Sun showed a harmless smile and felt a little bitter in his heart. "When the game Original God is released and we make money, I will move the company to Shanghai. Beijing will lose billions of tax revenue every year. Will this make Mayor Zhao feel disappointed? Will he arrest me and take me to a small dark room for a heart-to-heart talk? But it is impossible to approve a piece of land in Beijing to build a company building." For a moment, he felt like a scumbag who killed his beloved before landing. The secretary said goodbye to Qin Sun and caught up with Mayor Zhao. Su Luoluo clearly saw Mayor Zhao turn his head and glance at the secretary, and the secretary gently patted her handbag. Suddenly, she turned pale. Could it be that the colleague he was talking about was Mayor Zhao? A ministerial-level cadre? But those autograph photos were all signed by me. Have I committed fraud to this level? I am finished. I am going to die. I am going to die. I am going to die. Chapter 1094 The Halo of a Charlatan, I Have It for Life? The big leaders left, leaving some small leaders to preside over the work. The reporters immediately turned their guns, rushed towards Chin Sun, surrounded him, and asked in a flurry. Chin Sun, what were you doing just now? According to the passengers, you were consecrating them just now. According to an insider, it is said that when the plane is shaking violently, you just need to start performing a ritual and the plane will stabilize. Is this true? Have you really practiced Buddhism? You have a huge fan base. Do you want to turn your fans into your believers? Chin Sun's head was buzzing with noise, and he raised his hand to signal. The reporters fell silent, and dozens of eyes stared at Chin Sun. Chin Sun smiled and said, "It is nonsense to say that the plane can be stabilized by this method. If we attribute our safety to God, it would be an insult to the staff of the municipal government, the Ministry of Public Security, the Ministry of Fire, and the Health Department. It was their scientific and active rescue that allowed us to land safely. We must believe in science." The reporters were a little disappointed when they heard this very official answer. An answer that was too serious could not catch the audience's attention. Suddenly, a reporter asked, "When people are in despair, they always pray to the gods for help. Mr. Chin, do you believe in Buddha or some other god?" Chin Sun thought for a moment, smiled and looked at the reporter's camera, and said, "Original God." The reporters were confused. Original God? What kind of God is original God? Chin Sun put his hands together and answered with a smile. Amitabha. The Buddha said, "It cannot be said." The reporters were confused. Still can't tell? It's so mysterious. Could it be the god who was in charge of the brothel in ancient times? Not far away, Xia Ning looked embarrassed. This guy still dares to advertise at this time. No matter what god the original god is, now that he said this, the original god will be the most popular god in the next few days. When the game comes out, whether it is fun or not, even if it is a pile of shit, netizens will go to taste it. Could it be that he wants to launch the original god immediately, so he is building momentum now? Chin Sun turned around and walked back. The reporters followed with microphones and cameras, asking, "Chin Sun, do you think you will die today? Who is the person you can't let go of the most before you die? Besides your family and your girlfriend, does Yilan have a place? What did Mayor Zhao say to you just now? I saw you handed a stack of things to your secretary at the end. Is it a signed photo? Is it a special customized version? Chin Sun? Chin Sun?" Chin Sun ignored them. It was not because he was playing big, but once he started answering their questions, he would keep answering. "Then I can't leave until dark today." Suddenly, he heard a sharp voice behind him shouting, "Chin Sun, it is said that your original liquid has been hyped up to 5 million per kilogram on the black market. What do you think about this?" Chin Sun was startled and stopped. He knew that there were vaccinations in this world, especially some fair-skinned and beautiful female stars in the entertainment industry. Sometimes they would be paid by big men to give birth to children for them, to improve the appearance of their offspring. But what does it mean that his original liquid was hyped up to 5 million per kilogram on the black market? In the middle of the night, a group of people suddenly rushed into his bedroom, kidnapped him to a suburban dairy farm, and was masturbated and milked all day long? Chin Sun turned around and looked at the reporters, unhappily. 5 million? 1 pound. How can you say that? The reporters tried to hold back their laughter. After a while, a weak voice came out from the crowd. 5 million is beautiful gold. Chin Sun, is it a matter of price? The reporters laughed. Someone said, "It is indeed unethical." Chin Sun lowered his head and shook it. That's not the reason. He raised his head and gritted his teeth. 1 pound. It will kill people. It's more dangerous to operate this kind of plane than a plane crash. The reporters were stunned and burst into laughter. No wonder Chin Sun is so popular with people. Isn't this guy a big shot? Not shy, not pretentious. He can still accurately estimate his physical ability at this time, not blinded by money. Chin Sun walked towards Xia Ning with laughter. They took Su Luoluo, who was still terrified by the fraud, and boarded a minibus-like shuttle bus to the terminal. 8 o'clock in the evening. It was dark. A 5-star hotel near Hamayu Company. Chin Sun and Xia Ning were lying on the bed. Chin Sun put his hands on the back of his head, closed his eyes, and called up the system panel to check his pitiful slacking value. Slacking value, 250. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. 250? Is this number the system mocking me? More than 800 million slacking points were used up in one afternoon. This charlatan's halo is really black-hearted. It seems that slacking still requires diligence and serious work, and no slacking at all. Starting tomorrow, I can no longer work so hard. Jin Sun was a little annoyed, and his eyes fell on the backpack in the upper right corner of the system panel. A backpack panel with 100 grids popped up immediately. He scanned them one by one, and found that the items he had drawn before were all here. Magic rock pad scissors. You can win by playing rock paper scissors, but you can only use it 10 times. I have no idea how to use it yet, it is a useless thing. Magic toilet seat. A solid enema worth 10 million yuan is also a useless thing. Unless you open a constipation toilet, and it costs 50 yuan per poop. Or sell it to those rich and constipated ladies. They should be more willing to sit on a cartoon toilet seat than to squeeze enema into their assholes. Feng Shui coffin. The thing I got with 100 million yuan of slacking off can ensure the prosperity of the family for 3 generations. In theory, I made a lot of money on this wave. After 3 generations of prosperity, a family will probably have people in the business and political circles. But I'd rather die just for the experience. I don't have any descendants yet. Jin Sun's eyes fell on a circular icon in the grid behind, and a line of words immediately popped up. Goddess Halo. Jin Sun was shocked. What the hell? This Goddess Halo is not a one-time thing. I can still trigger the halo to avoid danger when I pretend to be a goddess in the future? I have this supernatural ability for life? This wave is worth it. Big profit. Jin Sun opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling and laughed, and muttered something under his breath. I seem to have really become a living Buddha? When I get down and out, I can set up a stall to sell blessed underwear. After saying that, he felt a little strange. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ning would definitely respond, but now she was lying quietly on the side, browsing her phone. Jin Sun turned sideways, nudged her, and asked, Ning Ning, what are you watching? Is it so good? Xia Ning turned her head, handed the phone to Jin Sun, and said, Watch your news. Jin Sun, I'm not on the news every day, what's so good about it? Xia Ning smiled. CCTV News. Chapter 1095 What Original God? That's the God of Wealth. CCTV News? Jin Sun took the phone. Xia Ning smiled happily and said, Yes. And it's the prime time at 7 o'clock. Jin Sun felt incredible. Country C also has a news program similar to the previous Life's news broadcast. For half of the entertainment industry, it is much more difficult to appear on this CCTV News than on the Spring Festival Gala. Jin Sun guessed that the news content was about the plane crash, and said, You should be more accurate in your wording. It was our plane crash that was on CCTV News. Not me on CCTV News. Xia Ning smiled until her eyes became crescents, and said, No. It's you. You were on CCTV News. Jin Sun was embarrassed to say something. Don't joke. Dog meat can be served at a banquet? He picked up his phone and saw that it was the Douyin interface. The CCTV News account. It was a piece of news. A male host in a suit and tie said seriously, Dear audience friends. Hello. This afternoon, a thrilling incident occurred in my country's aviation field. A fully loaded passenger plane flying directly from Haicheng to Beijing suddenly encountered a series of violent turbulence of unknown cause during the flight. The passengers and crew on board were facing an unprecedented emergency, and the situation was once very critical. In the video, the picture cut to a plane flying slowly in the sky. The male host's voice continued. Faced with this emergency, the Beijing municipal government responded quickly, and the mayor of Beijing took charge personally, jointly with the Ministry of Public Security, the Ministry of Fire, the Health Department, and other key departments, and urgently established a cross-departmental rescue command team. Each department performed its duties, and worked closely together. Through efficient information communication and command and dispatch, we made comprehensive preparations for possible emergencies. The screen cut to Mayor Zhao and others hurriedly driving to the airport. After a period of intense efforts and close monitoring, fortunately, the flight finally overcame many difficulties and landed safely at Beijing International Airport. All passengers and crew members were evacuated and checked in time, ensuring the miracle of no casualties. The screen cut to the passengers shaking hands with the leaders and boarding the shuttle bus in an orderly manner. Jin Sun smiled. Sure enough, he didn't cut into the scene of himself performing a ritual to save all living beings otherwise. It would definitely cause an uproar. At this critical moment, Mayor Zhao of Beijing City delivered an important speech. Mayor Zhao first expressed his deep relief for the safety of all passengers and crew members, and expressed his high respect for the personnel of various departments involved in the rescue. The sound of the scene finally appeared in the screen, Mayor Zhao said to the reporters. In this incident, we saw the calmness and courage of all sectors of society in the face of crisis, which is a glorious embodiment of the Beijing spirit. The voice of the male host continued to sound. In addition, according to preliminary information, during the turbulence of the plane, there was a brief chaos in the cabin. 7 or 8 passengers rioted out of panic and injured some security personnel. However, at this critical moment, an outstanding young man named Qin stepped forward. He not only quickly and effectively stopped the riot, but also calmed the passengers' emotions with his calmness and wisdom, playing a vital role in the smooth resolution of the entire incident. Mr. Qin's behavior is undoubtedly the best interpretation of social responsibility and personal responsibility. While the anchor was speaking, the screen cut to a long shot. It was a scene where the girl who splashed water bowed to Qin Sun to express her gratitude. In the scene, Qin Sun smiled and said something to the girl, and the girl turned and left. Her eyes were red, and there were tears in them. From the scene, it looked like she was so moved that she burst into tears. Seeing this, Qin Sun was stunned. What the hell? I was given 5 or 6 seconds of screen time? Isn't that the same as Mayor Zhao? What level am I, to have the same amount of screen time as a ministerial level leader? Qin Sun's expression became serious, and he finished reading this piece of news. The screen returned to the studio, and the male host said, "Finally, we once again give a thumbs up to all those who showed professionalism and humanity in this incident. At the same time, we also remind the general public that when facing emergencies, it is the responsibility of every citizen to stay calm and abide by the rules." This is the only CCTV news that Qin Sun has watched in recent years. He suddenly felt that his whole body was baptized and his soul was sublimated. Full of positive energy, Qin Sun looked at the number of likes. And there were more than 100,000 likes and more than 3,000 comments. He clicked on the comment area. The first few comments were positive comments such as netizens wishing safety, grateful to the leaders, etc. The style of the picture changed later. Am I dazzled? This Mr. Qin he is Qin Sun? Qin Sun smiled. It can be seen that this netizen wanted to post. Fuck, but he didn't dare to do so in the comment area of CCTV news. He continued to read, and netizens expressed their opinions one after another. I stopped the riot and comforted the passengers on CCTV news? What do you mean? Mr. Qin and Mayor Zhao appeared in the same news. Mayor Zhao is getting better too, and he can be in the same frame with Qin Sun. This is outrageous. Outrageous, so fierce. Bring honor to the family, my brother. Although Qin Sun has not appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, he is already an artist who has been officially praised, unlike other voluptuous people. I want to know the details. How did he appease the stewardess? It seems that the fans behind him smelled the scent and came over, and the formation gradually became unified. Like for Qin Sun, learn from Qin Sun. Like for Qin Sun, learn from Qin Sun. Like for Qin Sun, learn from Qin Sun. Seeing that Qin Sun had finished watching, Xia Ning took back his phone, collected the video, and downloaded it. Seeing this, Qin Sun asked, "Is it necessary to download it? Do you want to keep it as a family heirloom?" Xia Ning said with a smile. "CCTV News, 7 o'clock, absolutely prime time. You know that businessmen like us usually can't be on it." "Okay." Qin Sun, "What about donating 100 million? Xia Ning thought for a moment and replied, "It's a mystery. If ordinary people drink a bowl of spicy soup, it may just happen that the news needs this material. They can be on camera. But if we donate 100 million yuan to appear on this news, it's likely that we won't be on the news. You are different. You are singled out for praise. From now on, you are no longer an ordinary person." Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's tone, felt that he was about to cut off his earthly ties and ascend to heaven, and asked, "Am I so awesome?" Xia Ning saw him so cocky, and said reluctantly, Qin Sun laughed even louder. "Then download it. Pass it down to your descendants." Xia Ning downloaded the video and said, "The official department should contact you to give you an award in the next 2 days. Don't make trouble these days. And don't let negative news appear on the hot search. You have to maintain your aura of a good person. There should be an award ceremony at that time. And you need to give a speech. Do you need me to write it for you?" Qin Sun slapped his thigh. They wanted to give me an award. But they didn't even leave my phone number. Xiao Ning looked at Qin Sun with a smile. Are you hard to find? Qin Sun thought about it. And smiled awkwardly. A fraud company can buy a number for 2 cents. So it's easy for the authorities to check a person's phone number. Right? Qin Sun lay on the bed and sighed. The country is the thickest thigh in the world. I have to hug it. From tomorrow on, I will be a kind person. Feed horses, chop wood, and travel around the world. Xiao Ning ignored him, clicked on Douyin's hot search, sighed, and said, My bad mouth, your negative news comes too fast. Qin Sun went over and saw the second trending search was. Qin Sun is a demon monk, he doesn't believe in Buddha but believes in Genshin Impact? Qin Sun's eyes lit up. Genshin Impact is on the trending search? Then I have to strike while the iron is hot, and quickly launch it to make money. What Genshin Impact? That's the god of wealth. Chapter 1096 Can I marry the old lady for her inheritance? Xiao Ning clicked on the hot search. The first video that popped up had 150,000 likes, which was higher than the number of likes on the previous CCTV video. She played the video. At the beginning of the video, more than 200 passengers sat cross-legged on the airport runway with their hands clasped together, and Qin Sun stood in the middle, mumbling something. 3 seconds later, the screen cut to Qin Sun being interviewed by reporters. The reporters asked questions at once. Ask him what he just said? Ask him if he was consecrating for the passengers? He also said that according to the passengers, once the plane was violently bumpy, Qin Sun's method could stabilize the plane. Ask him if it was true? Ask him if he had the ambition to turn his huge fan base into believers? In the video, Qin Sun faced the camera and said that the method was nonsense. The people who needed to be thanked for the safe landing of the plane were the staff of various departments. Let people believe in science. Then, a reporter's voice asked outside the screen. When people are in despair, they always pray to the gods for help. Mr. Qin, do you believe in Buddha or some other god? Qin Sun smiled and looked at the camera of the reporters and said, Original god. The video ended. Xiao Ning knew that Genshin Impact was a game. Seeing Qin Sun's serious expression in the video, she was embarrassed and got goosebumps. Isn't this a scam? And they are committing scams in front of the people of the whole country. Xiao Ning clicked on the comment area. She and Qin Sun's heads were close together, and she looked down at the comments of netizens. Original god? What god? I have never heard of it. I just checked in the dictionary, domestic and foreign websites, and even the website of the White Elephant Country, which has the most gods in the world, but I did not find the god called Original God. Qin Sun created his own god? Will this Original God be his nickname? No, his nickname is Big Show-Off. Fuck Original God, you are just trying to attract attention. Funny, Qin Sun just farted, and you guys discussed it for a long time. Are you bored? There are already enough gods in this world. There is no need for another Original God. These comments mocking Qin Sun and Original God have a lot of likes, but there are some opposing voices under each comment. The world is so big. There are all kinds of things. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. You can disbelieve them, but please respect them. I am a passenger on the plane. There are many things I can't explain to you. But I tell you, I am a person who has been blessed by the Original God. You should be careful when talking to me. Be polite. Young man, be careful of the punishment from the Original God. The voice of opposition was not loud, which attracted more ridicule, and began to attack the people who worship Qin Sun. What are those 200 passengers crazy about? Why are they so devoutly worshipping Qin Sun? A fake monk? He didn't even shave his hair. Why? Could it be that Qin Sun stopped the riot on the plane, and the passengers thanked him with this strange ceremony? What a lie! How did he convince more than 200 people to cooperate with him in performing this kind of memorial ceremony? Are Qin Sun's fans just like this? Braindead? It turns out to be braindead. Braindead fans brought by braindead idols. Fuck feudal superstition. Why believe in Genshin? Whoever believes is a fool. Almost every mocking comment, there is a netizen who follows up. Young man, be careful of the punishment from the Original God. This fanatical fan was ridiculed. Oh my god. Someone actually used Qin Sun's photo as his profile picture, and even put a halo on his head? Qin Sun took a closer look and found that the ID of this netizen was actually called Living Buddha Believer. He clicked on the homepage of the Living Buddha Believer and enlarged the profile picture. It was indeed his own photo, with a floating circular angel halo on the top of the head. Chin Sun sighed. It's really out of place. The Buddha's light is emitted from the back of the head, not on the top of the head. Uneducated. So terrible. Xia Ning smiled and clicked on the work of the living Buddha believer. As soon as he saw the cover of the work, he recognized it as the particularly pious old lady in the afternoon. She looked at Chin Sun and smiled. Little brother, it seems that you have completely conquered her heart. An old lady stays up all night to speak for you, and punishes people everywhere. Chin Sun smiled helplessly. Compared to the old woman harvester, he would rather be a young woman harvester. Xia Ning continued. This old lady can sit in first class. She should have some money. According to her own words, she has no children. As long as you ask, her inheritance will be yours. Chin Sun was stunned. You look down on me, don't you? Can I marry the old lady for her inheritance? She's already menopausal. Xia Ning. Why does he turn any topic into something obscene? Xia Ning ignored Chin Sun and continued to browse the comments section. She found that most of them were mocking the original god, mocking Chin Sun, and mocking more than 200 passengers. She thought it was boring. Little brother, they are all mocking you. Chin Sun didn't care. It's okay, it won't cost me a piece of meat. No matter how much he scolds me online, if he sees me in real life, he might come over to ask for an autograph and say he's my fan. A hypocritical troll. Xia Ning smiled lightly, put down her phone, and quietly lay on the bed looking at the ceiling. According to her past experience, every time Chin Sun did something big, he would always torture himself. This seemed to be Chin Sun's way of relieving stress, and she accepted her fate. Just torture herself. Half an hour later, Xia Ning noticed that Chin Sun was still playing with her phone, and there was no sign of her doing anything bad. There was no expression on her face, and she felt a sense of shame in her heart for waiting to be fucked. Xia Ning turned her back, picked up her phone, opened Douyin, watched 2 videos, and saw content about Chin Sun. The title is High Energy Editing. Chin Sun demonstrated the superior Buddhism in the cabin. From the angle of the video lens, it should be secretly recorded by a passenger in the economy class. The content is that Chin Sun slapped the red-haired youth to the ground with a few slaps. She clicked on the comment area. So the CCTV news said that Chin Sun stopped the riot. He stopped it like this, saying ba one sentence after another, and holding a big cunt in each hand. Does he have a broken palm? His hand strength is really strong. If you don't understand Mahayana Buddhism, then I know a little bit of boxing, which makes me laugh to death. Why does he talk so much nonsense? I want to know how strong Chin Sun's fighting power is. I dare not imagine how happy I would be when he slapped me on the butt. No wonder Chin Sun wants reporters to believe in science. How can he say that he is doing this kind of big cunt Buddhism on the plane? Were the 200 passengers forced by Chin Sun's force to worship him on the runway? How shameless. Cowardly passengers. I would never worship him even if I were beaten to death. Worship a fake monk with hair. But he said he believed in a non-existent original god? This kind of evil monk is not worth worshipping. Xia Ning looked at the comment area for a while, and found that there were mixed reviews. Chin Sun's reputation was much better. Although she had a lot of objections to this fake monk forcing people to worship him, she still gave great recognition to his fighting ability. Xia Ning put down her phone, and continued to look at the ceiling. Half an hour later, she turned her head and looked at the back of Chin Sun's head, and found that he was grinning foolishly, as if he was watching a good-looking dirty joke. Xia Ning was a little annoyed, and didn't want to see Chin Sun, so she turned her back to him, and picked up her phone to play Douyin. When she opened it, she was very annoyed, and it was Chin Sun's news again. Coincidence or magic? Which country's scripture did Chin Sun recite? Chapter 1097. Crying so sadly? Have I lost my moral integrity left in my hometown? Xia Ning clicked on it, and was shocked. This video has 200,000 likes and more than 70,000 comments. This is too many comments. The video is playing. It is a collection of several video clips. The first video. The plane is bumpy. Chin Sun sits in the aisle of the first-class cabin with a compassionate look and sings great compassion mantra. After a while, the plane is not bumpy anymore. The second video. The plane starts to bump again. The passengers look at Chin Sun. He walks from his seat to the aisle, and sits down to sing an electronic version of Rebirth Mantra. The plane is not bumpy anymore. The third video. After Chin Sun stopped the thugs in the economy class, the plane started to shake, and he stood in the aisle and sang the Rebirth Mantra. In less than half a minute, the plane returned to stability. After singing, he mumbled some messy scriptures. such as, "May the wind god bless you. At this moment, the time of extinction. Life is a moment, everything is abandoned." And so on. The lights in the cabin were dim, and only the outline of Chin Sun's face could be vaguely seen, which made him look mysterious in a dark way. The colorful light from the rosary in his hand shone on his face, which made him look even more evil. After the video was played, Xia Ning immediately opened the comment area. Netizens were shocked. Is this a coincidence? This is too much of a coincidence. No wonder the 200-plus passengers were willing to pay homage to Chin Sun. It turned out that he not only stopped the riot. Is it because of this magical coincidence? Once is a coincidence, twice is a coincidence. What about 3 times? Can it still be a coincidence? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Chin Sun must have something weird about him. Did Chin Sun really practice some immortal Taoism? Is he the son of the plane? Chin Sun looks so cool when he recites the sutra. It looks like that. Big Devil. Dark Buddha? Is the sutra Chin Sun recites the sutra given to him by the original god? Is this sutra useful? Who is the original god? In the comment area, many netizens spoke out. I am a passenger on the plane. This video shows less than 1% of the living Buddha's charm. I am sure that, at one moment, Buddha's light appeared on his head. I am also a passenger. I also saw the Buddha's light. At that time, I thought I was dazzled. I saw it too. I saw it too. I couldn't believe it. I didn't expect you to see it too. When the living Buddha was chanting, I felt inexplicably calm. I felt I was not afraid of death. Every time the plane was bumpy, the living Buddha performed a ritual, and the plane became stable in less than half a minute. I don't believe there is such a coincidence in the world. I saw many netizens saying that we were forced by the living Buddha to worship him. I was furious. It was clearly the consecration ceremony that we begged the living Buddha for. The living Buddha prayed for us today. Thank you. More and more passengers showed up to perform rituals and shared their magical feelings. Many people also posted their own worthwhile tickets in the comments section to prove that they were indeed passengers on the plane. People have been taught not to believe in ghosts and gods since childhood. But ask yourself, how many people really don't believe in ghosts and gods? Once upon a time, who didn't look at the vast night sky and feel an inexplicable sense of awe in their hearts? For a while, the wind direction in the comments section changed drastically. Is it true? Is Chin Sun really a living Buddha? He can consecrate more than 200 people at the same time. Regardless of whether you are male or young? Is this scripture really useful? I'll read it. May the wind god bless me. Thank you for the blessing of the original god. Xia Ning shook his head and smiled bitterly, and found that he was affected by this comment. The comments below are neatly arranged. All of them are excerpts of Chin Sun's scriptures in the video. And then ask for the blessing of the original god. Is it an assassin from his homeland, or someone who wants to invade the light water? Thank you for the blessing of the original god. My name is Fuxia, which means, life is just a moment, everything is abandoned. Thank you for the blessing of the original god. The past cannot be changed, the future cannot be predicted, so, I cherish the time in front of me. Thank you for the blessing of the original god. Xia Ning looked at these comments asking for the blessing of the original god, and felt a little sorry for them. In the neat formation of asking for the blessing of the original god, some discordant voices would appear from time to time. Calm down. Calm down. This is feudal superstition. This is just a coincidence. Can you wait until the plane accident investigation report comes out before going crazy? Oh, where are your brains? We were criticizing him just now. And now you are betraying him? I am so angry. Chin Sun has developed this divine track in the entertainment industry of Country C. This is too ridiculous. I can't accept it. The rationalists and Chin Sun's black fans shouted happily. But they still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of netizens to ask for blessings. An angry netizen mocked. Chin Sun is a fake monk with black hair, playing a string of glowing Buddhist beads, saying some scriptures that sound like game lines. Do you believe in Buddhism, or in Genshin Impact? This comment was highly liked. But it immediately attracted some netizens to make comments in unison. I don't believe in Buddhism, I believe in Genshin Impact. I don't believe in Buddhism, I believe in Genshin Impact. I don't believe in Buddhism, I believe in Genshin Impact. Xia Ning looked at these comments. I believe in Genshin Impact. And sighed. I dare not imagine how wonderful their expressions will be when they find out that Genshin Impact is a game. Xia Ning refreshed the comments. She found that many netizens shared pictures of Guanyin, God of Wealth, Jade Emperor, Buddha, Guangdong and other gods and Buddhas in the comment area, and wrote captions. Receive blessings, wealth and good luck. Below the pictures, netizens sent out receive, 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 receive. Xiaoning scrolled down the comment area, looking at the pictures one by one, feeling strange. Why did she feel like she had walked into a large cybernetic electronic dojo? Suddenly, she saw a picture. Her fingers stopped, and she zoomed in to take a closer look. This picture shows a god of wealth wearing an official robe and sitting on an altar. The netizen wrote, "I'm walking door to door. I can't walk anymore. Who will pick me up?" Below, the netizens rushed to pick me up. Catch! 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 Xiaoning laughed out loud. Talent. Qin Sun heard the laughter, turned over, his entire upper body pressed on Xiaoning's shoulders, and looked at her phone. What's so funny? Xiaoning handed the phone to him, and said with a smile, "Look at what they are accepting." Qin Sun took a look and said, "The god of wealth?" Xiaoning laughed. "This is the king of hell." Qin Sun, ? What a despicable human being. Accepting everything will only hurt you. The two laughed at the same time. At the same time, all over Beijing, dozens of employees of Hamiu Company, they were either sitting on the toilet, lying on the sofa, sleeping in the quilt, watching the news about Qin Sun. I found that netizens were asking the original god for blessings one by one. They thought that Genshin Impact was the two-dimensional mobile game they were urgently fixing bugs in. And they felt strange. Ah. This? Ask Genshin Impact for a blessing? I'm afraid he can't bless you. I can only give you a paper wife with big breasts, thin waist and long legs. Mr. Qin is really a fearless person. He actually plays with the feelings of netizens like this. He is worthy of being the most courageous man in the world. At about 10 o'clock the next morning, Qin Sun was awakened by a cell phone alarm. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from his mother. He answered it immediately. There was a cry on the phone. Whoa! Xuan. The things you left at home were stolen. Qin Sun heard the shrill cry and realized that the matter might be serious. Crying so sadly? Did my virginity left at home get stolen? Chapter 1098. This guy has really become a Buddha and has started to keep his chastity? Xiaoning was putting on makeup and was attracted by a phone call from Qin Sun, holding a lipstick. She turned her head and looked at him. Qin Sun looked excited. What? There is such a thing? Do they still have shame? They even steal such things? Mom, call the police. You must call the police. After a scolding, he comforted his mother and hung up the phone. Qin Sun threw the phone on the quilt, laid down on the bed, and scolded. You're really sick. Xiaoning walked forward, sat on the edge of the bed and asked, What happened? Qin Sun sighed and said, My mother just called me and said that she came home from the market today and found that my bedroom door was pried open. She went in and saw that the clothes I wore in junior high and high school were stolen. Even my old socks were stolen. Xiaoning opened her mouth wide. Ah! She thought that the rumor that Qin Sun had become a living Buddha must have spread to Shuren. And others thought his clothes were treasures and had bad intentions. However, it was only one night before they came to his hometown to steal clothes. This efficiency is too high. Xiaoning asked. I seemed to hear my aunt crying just now. Some of her old clothes were stolen. Why did she cry so sadly? Qin Sun said angrily. My mother carefully observed the footprints on the ground and found that the thief went directly to my room. It was obvious that he was an acquaintance. Xiaoning was surprised. Did the villagers in your village steal it? Qin Sun saw Xiaoning's incredible expression and said, You don't think that rural people are simple and kind, do you? In recent years, people's lives have become better, and there are fewer thefts. But more than 10 years ago, when did the village not have some bacon, sausages, chickens, and ducks stolen before the new year? Xiaoning smiled and shook her head. She didn't have a stereotype that rural people must be simple. She had read some articles by local writers, some of which described some chaotic stories in the countryside, and knew that large-scale armed fights could even occur in the countryside because of fighting for water for irrigation. However, she couldn't understand how the villagers who had grown up watching Qin Sun naked could believe that he was a living Buddha. Where in the world is there such a coquettish living Buddha? Xiaoning asked. Auntie, did you find out who stole your clothes? Qin Sun replied. My mother went to check the surveillance camera in the yard and found that it was a scoundrel at the east end of the village. This lousy bastard actually took a cell phone. took photos all the way in from the gate of our house, kicked open the door of my bedroom, and stole my clothes. Xia Ning? Taking photos all the way in with a cell phone? Anti-counterfeiting mark? Qin Sun continued. My mother went to their house to look for him. As a result, the man had long disappeared. My mother had a big quarrel with that rascal's mother, and was scolded again, saying something like, "Oh my God, your son has become successful. Even his clothes have been stolen, he has become rich, and he looks down on the people in the village and is good at wrongly accusing people. I'm afraid the ancestral graves will be moved away." My mother never quarreled, but she was angry and cried. Xia Ning was stunned, speechless. A grown-up was angry and cried because she had never quarreled before. I remember Qin Sun said that Andy was good at quarreling in the village. Maybe she lost a quarrel and hurt her self-esteem? She is really a strong Andy all her life. Qin Sun punched the quilt and cursed. Call the police. You must call the police. Xia Ning asked in confusion when she saw how excited he was. Do you really want to call the police to arrest the people in the village because of some old clothes? You can do so in terms of emotion and reason. But the people in the village are all related. If you really call the police, your aunt will definitely be pointed at in the village in the future, she suggested. Or you can find an old man in the village who has a say, and go to his house to ask for an explanation. Qin Sun thought about it, but still couldn't swallow this breath, and said, Ning Ning, think about it. He must have stolen my clothes to sell. Why didn't he steal my clothes to sell before, but now he steals my clothes to sell? It must be because of my status as a living Buddha, and most of the employers are old men and women. Xia Ning recalled that when she and Qin Sun went shopping in a small town in Shuren, there was a stall selling blessed underwear on the street, and some old people did patronize it. She still didn't understand, and asked. And then? Qin Sun saw her indifferent attitude, and knew that she didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and grabbed her arm tightly, and said, And then? The old man took my 3-year-old t-shirt and turned it into a tube top, and the old lady turned my 6-year-old bitter tea into a hat, and they wore them to ward off evil and bring good luck. Can you bear it? Xia Ning's mind immediately flashed with colorful clothes, wrapped on the old man's chicken-like skin, and he immediately got goosebumps, and said loudly, Call the police, must call the police. Qin Sun laughed. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning's lips were bright red, reached out to touch them, and rubbed the lipstick on his fingertips. It's really beautiful. Hearing this, Xia Ning turned her head and looked out the window, waiting for Qin Sun's next move. Qin Sun's voice came. Ning Ning, don't put on makeup. Xia Ning was a little nervous. Although she had many experiences, she still couldn't stand this kind of straightforward and naked teasing. Don't put on makeup means that it will be useless even if you put on. Will it be a fierce battle later? Xia Ning still looked out the window, without saying a word, but heard Qin Sun continue to speak. We won't go out these days, just stay in the hotel. Xia Ning's ears were a little hot. These days? All in the hotel? Are you going to die? Xia Ning turned her back to Qin Sun and said softly, Aren't we going to have you company to urge them to launch the game as soon as possible? Just stay in the hotel? Qin Sun said behind him. Some fates have to be believed. What if you fall off the elevator, get into a car accident, or die suddenly at work? Before Niu Xiaojun flies to Beijing to change the company's legal person, I won't let you leave the hotel room. Xia Ning was startled, turned around, and looked at Qin Sun lying on the bed with wide eyes. So, you don't let me out of the hotel because you're afraid I'll die? Qin Sun saw that her tone was a little hurried, and asked in confusion. Yes. What's the matter? Is there any problem? Xia Ning was silent for a moment, and smiled. No problem. After that, she punched Qin Sun in the chest. Restricting personal freedom. You are breaking the law. Qin Sun, ? Are you sick? You are so angry when you are not allowed to leave the hotel. Like a child. Are you so playful? Xia Ning heard the word playful, and felt so harsh and ashamed. She walked back to the dressing table with a blank expression, and began to remove her makeup. Something is wrong, very wrong. Has this guy really become a Buddha, and started to keep himself pure? Or does he have to sacrifice some abilities to do this? An hour later, the two ignored each other, didn't even eat breakfast, and lay on the bed playing with their phones. Qin Sun played games. Xia Ning browsed the online mall. Suddenly, she saw a product recommendation in the search bar, and couldn't help but be stunned. Original God Portrait? Chapter 1099. You ask us to believe in science. Do you want to eat alone? Xia Ning clicked in, and many stores popped up. She browsed. The pictures displayed in these stores were portraits of Chin Sun. These portraits were Photoshop photos of Chin Sun. Some of them were dignified, some of them were serious, some of them were compassionate and solemn. And the words, "Original God," were written next to the characters. Xia Ning looked at the store with the highest sales, which had sold more than 600 copies. Clicked in, and saw that there were more than 60 positive reviews of the pictures. In the buyer's show, some people hang it in the living room, some hang it on the head of the bed, some stick it on the door, and some even stick it in the hospital ward. Just hung it in the living room. I felt refreshed, peaceful, and I felt guided by the gods. The quality is very good. My grandma had a stroke, and after a week in the hospital, she suddenly started to speak. If you believe, it will work. If you don't believe, it won't work. If you are sincere, it will work. We young people should have our own gods of faith. Xia Ning laughed. These good reviews are too shameless. It was just on the news last night, and now the portraits of the original gods have been printed. And how could it be hung for a week as the buyer said? It's only been half a day. It's still easy to make money from fools. Xia Ning turned around and looked at Chin Sun. Seeing that he was playing games, I didn't want to pay attention to him, but I really thought this matter was a bit funny, and coughed lightly. Chin Sun didn't respond, and was killing everyone in the game. Xia Ning coughed again. Chin Sun still didn't respond. Xia Ning didn't care, and kicked him under the quilt. Chin Sun turned around and asked, "What's the matter? You interrupted a man while he was playing games. You'd better tell me something important." Xia Ning couldn't stand the threat. I'm fine." Xia Ning turned around, with his back to Chin Sun, thought about it, and still couldn't get angry, turned around again, snatched Chin Sun's phone, and gave him his own phone. "I'll help you practice," Chin Sun said angrily. "Really?" Seeing Xia Ning ignoring him, he curiously picked up Xia Ning's phone and looked at it, and immediately frowned. Chin Sun browsed these stores and cursed. "I know that small workshops use a lot of materials, but I didn't expect it to be so high. Celebrity peripheral stores, stationery stores, and God and Buddha supply stores sell my portraits. And even funeral supply stores sell them. Are you going to print my portrait on ghost money one day?" Chin Sun complained. And seeing Xia Ning ignoring him, he was playing games seriously, and felt that it was a bit boring without anyone to support him. He thought about it, and was worried that Genshin Impact was too popular, and too many people really regarded Genshin Impact as a god, and that the game would be hit hard after it was released. He immediately took Xia Ning's phone, and called Su Luoluo. "Su, please quickly post a statement on my Douyin account, telling netizens not to be superstitious about Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is just a witty remark I made casually. Genshin Impact is just a game I made. Tell netizens not to buy my Genshin Impact portraits online. And don't spend money recklessly. Emphasis. Believe in science." The next room. Su Luoluo had gotten up long ago, and was waiting to go to Hamyu Company. But she received a notice from Chin Sun saying that he and Xia Ning would stay in the hotel for the next 2 days, and asked her to go out and play by herself. As a life assistant, she dared not walk around, but just sighed. 2 days? Stay in the hotel all the time? Boss Chin, be healthy. Now receiving Chin Sun's instructions, Su Luoluo sat down at the table, opened her laptop to create a new document, wrote a manuscript, revised it several times, and sent it to Chin Sun for review. After a while, Chin Sun replied, "Yes." Su Luoluo posted it on Chin Sun's official Douyin account. Clarification statement about Original God. Dear netizens, recently, there have been more and more discussions and misunderstandings about Original God on the internet, which makes me feel that it is necessary to come out and clarify some things in person. First of all, Original God is just a witty remark I made casually, and has nothing to do with faith. Original God is a game developed by my game company, and has nothing to do with gods and Buddhas. Please treat it rationally, do not consume blindly, especially do not buy the so-called Original God portrait, and other peripheral products. Finally, we must believe in science and face life with a scientific attitude. Thank you for your attention and support. We hope to jointly create a healthy and rational online environment. This statement is hereby made. Please be informed. After issuing the statement, Su Luoluo sat cross-legged on the bed, facing Chin Sun's room through a wall, clasped her hands together, and muttered in a low voice, "Ahmed Ba, Mr. Chin, may my family be safe and sound. May you have a peaceful and happy life. After saying this, she felt that she had just issued a serious statement and then worshipped, as if she had stabbed Chin Sun in the back. She blushed with shame, crawled into bed, and covered her head. Feudal superstition kills people. This statement was pushed to many netizens on the popularity of the original god. Netizens did not buy it, but aroused their greater enthusiasm. Good fellow. You ask us to believe in science, but you are doing it on the plane. Do you want to eat alone? A person who combines all kinds of talents. I don't believe that he has no special abilities. What game? Let me play it quickly. Is it a game for praying to gods? Hurry up and release it. I want to recharge and pray. I won't fall for your trick. Take it. I take blessings, wealth, and good luck. Take it. Take it. This statement says that netizens are selling portraits of the original god? I'll go see what's going on. By 1NC. Chin Sun's room. Xia Ning was browsing the comments section of Chin Sun's Douyin account. She saw that netizens were flocking to her, but she didn't listen to her advice at all and kept commenting. She asked Chin Sun, "You have created such a huge feudal superstition craze, but you just issued a simple statement, and you still secretly made a soft advertisement for your game. Just let it go." Chin Sun explained. The supernatural incident on the plane. The authorities can't just ignore it. It won't be long before the video of me performing rituals on the plane will be removed from the entire network. Why should I be anxious? The government will take action. Xia Ning thought it made sense. And after a moment of silence, she said, "It's better if they don't believe you can do any magic. Otherwise some bigwigs in the business world, even in the political world, will invite you to perform a ritual." Chin Sun was very distressed. Although the country prohibits feudal superstition, there are witches in every city, county and town across the country. And temples and Taoist temples are very popular on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. In Hong Kong, people believe in feng shui very much, and it has been integrated into every aspect of their lives. Even many celebrities in the entertainment industry will go to Siam to pray to the gods and Buddhas, and raise little ghosts to change their fortunes. In the circle of rich people, masters seem to be very popular. If I become a charlatan, it might really cause some trouble. Chin Sun said. Is it okay not to go? Xia Ning answered with a smile on her face, and her tone revealed a sense of watching the fun without fear of the normal university. That depends on who invited you. You can't refuse some people. Chin Sun sighed. Forget it. If there is really a big shot, then I will fool him and hug his thighs. Pave a path for our son to enter politics. Xia Ning, ? This guy, how come he suddenly sounds so nice? For the next 2 days, Chin Sun and Xia Ning stayed in a hotel, living a respectful life, not including sex. During this time, everyone who knew Chin Sun called to express their condolences, including relatives, colleagues, and friends. But Yilan was missing. Chin Sun didn't care, and didn't even notice. Xia Ning noticed, but she didn't say anything. She had been secretly observing Chin Sun, and felt that he had been too chaste these 2 days, which was very abnormal. If she hadn't seen Chin Sun sleeping with an erection when she woke up in the morning, she would have dragged Chin Sun to the andrology hospital. However, this made Xia Ning feel even more strange. His body was obviously normal. Was it because he was tired of it? Or was it because of Qin Fengshu's parting words? Don't miss me too much. He was possessed by a demon? On the 3rd day, a plane landed in Beijing. Niu Xiaojun got off the plane with a cane, complaining to Wu Yu beside him. Damn it. I just recovered from my injury, and got hit by a train again. Chin Sun. This bastard has caused me so much trouble. I have to go find the original god to open the eyes. Chapter 1100. Who is talking to you about this and that? These days, Chin Sun and Xia Ning have not stepped out of the room. They live in a suite. Chin Sun sometimes lies on the bed to play games, sometimes squats on the toilet to play with his phone, sometimes goes to the sofa in the living room to play with his phone. Apart from playing with his phone, he doesn't play anything else. Chin Sun, a sex-hungry ghost, can't help but remain calm when she sits on her lap. This makes Xia Ning think that there is something wrong with him. At first, she thought that there was something wrong with Chin Sun's body, but in the morning, she could see that he was erect again. Later, she suspected that he had done some handicrafts. Xia Ning searched online for how to judge whether a boy had done some handicrafts. She secretly looked at the paper in the trash can, and the browser records of the mobile phone and computer, which were all very clean. All signs showed that Qin Sun had not done any handicrafts. Xia Ning became more suspicious, and then had some bad ideas. At this time, she sat at the computer desk, absent-mindedly looking at the legal person change contract of Hamiyu Company. More than an hour later, Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu would arrive at the hotel. After a short break, they will visit the company and change the legal representative. Suddenly, Xia Ning heard Qin Sun singing a cheerful song behind her. It seemed to be a new song. "Sir, please don't do that. You are getting closer and closer. Where are you looking?" Still pretending to be so calm. "Sir, please don't do that. It's all because I was born beautiful. You have such a passionate temperament." Xia Ning slowed down her typing speed and pricked up her ears to listen. "Objective? No. Where are you looking? This is a love story about a waiter and a customer who met because of a misunderstanding?" "Waiter?" Xia Ning suddenly had an idea and thought of Qin Fanshu, a part-time waiter at a guest house in Country J. Could it be her? She is beautiful. She has a passionate temperament. It seems like she is Qin Fanshu who wears new clothes every time they meet. Behind her, Qin Sun's singing is still ringing. "Where are you now? I miss you every day. I miss the air next to you. I miss your naughty eyes. Where are you now? I recall every day." Xia Ning was annoyed. "I am not dead yet. Who are you recalling here?" Xia Ning turned her head annoyedly, looking at Qin Sun, seeing Qin Sun standing upside down with his hands on the bed and his legs straight, a raised buttocks facing her. She couldn't help but be stunned. Such a soft bed, how can he control his balance? Xia Ning coughed and said, "Little brother, are you free?" Qin Sun moved his hands on the bed a few times, turned around, looked at Xia Ning, and said with a smile, "I'm free anyway, so I can practice my waist and core strength." Xia Ning turned back expressionlessly, and after a second, turned back and asked, "Qin Sun, do you like sweet girls now?" Qin Sun was startled. "Ah?" "Xia Ning, are you tired of me?" Qin Sun, "Ah?" He bent his arms, rolled on the bed, and sat up and stared at Xia Ning. "Why do you ask that?" Xia Ning was stared at by him with such puzzled eyes, and suddenly felt that she was a little hypocritical, turned her head away, and said, "I think you seem to be in love? I have a peach blossom madness." Qin Sun, ? The room was silent for half a minute, and no one spoke. Finally, Qin Sun broke the silence first. "Are you bored from staying in the hotel these days?" Xia Ning heard the words bored, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, and she said with a cold face, "No, I don't have any desire at all." Qin Sun, ? He slowly raised his finger and pointed at his head, said, "I mean that I've ruined my brain." Xia Ning. Instantly, her face turned red. You set me up?" Qin Sun snorted coldly. "That's your own heart." Xia Ning stopped talking, turned around, put her hand on the laptop, and made a crackling sound on the keyboard, pretending to work hard. Qin Sun looked at her back, was silent for a moment, and suddenly figured it out. "Oh, you did this today because I didn't do that with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xia Ning's back pause, his hand stopped, and the keyboard sound disappeared. The sunset covered Xia Ning's earlobes. Her slightly dry voice came. "Who told you this, that? I don't understand." Qin Sun laughed, laid down on the bed, rolled around and laughed, and stopped when he felt the murderous aura. He sat up, looked at Xia Ning's wooden back, and said, "Ning Ning, I haven't touched you these days. I'm also very tired. I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed that a black bear dug out my liver. It was so scary." Xia Ning thought about the fact that she secretly examined him last night, and he had a nightmare. She didn't dare to turn around. She asked with her back to Qin Sun, "What do you mean these days?" Behind him, Qin Sun was silent for a while, and suddenly answered loudly, "I was afraid of killing you." Xia Ning, ? She turned around suddenly, so fast, that she almost knocked over the chair. "What are you talking about?" After she finished speaking, she felt that she lacked momentum and reorganized her words. "Are you talking human language? How is it possible? Is there such a thing in the world?" Qin Sun explained seriously. "Why is it impossible? Every year, there are people who die because of excessive sexual activity, which causes the corpus luteum of the woman to rupture, excessive bleeding, and they cannot be sent to the doctor in time." Xia Ning was stunned. "Huh?" After a while, she squeezed out the cold words from between her teeth. "That can't be me. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning was angry. But he didn't panic. He said earnestly, "What if? Didn't I tell you before? Ever since the plane was bumpy, I've been worried about your safety. I'm worried that you'll get into a car accident, fall into a sewer, fall to death in the elevator, choke to death while eating, or choke to death while drinking water. Is it impossible that you'll die after our one dies? Destiny is a very weird thing." Xia Ning was speechless. "This is the first time I have been treated with such meticulous care. It's really disgusting." Xia Ning sneered. "Have you learned to be possessed by the fake monk? Why didn't I see that you were so futile and superstitious before? You used all 18 ways of death on me." Qin Sun sighed and fell silent. It's not futile superstition. But some metaphysics must be believed. A system was awakened for no reason. Who wouldn't be full of awe for unknown power? Xia Ning was dissatisfied with this silence. "Are you hiding something in your heart? Is it? Will you tell me?" Qin Sun couldn't answer. He put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. Amitabha. He closed his eyes and sang the sutra. The young monk went down the mountain to beg for food. The old monk has instructions. The woman down the mountain is a tiger. You must avoid her if you meet her. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning's cold voice. "Do you think I, the 7th children's taekwondo champion of Haicheng, am joking with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his hair being pulled. It hurt a little. Chapter 11:01 One sentence hurts 3 people? This is a master of swearing. Qin Sun opened his eyes and saw Xia Ning half kneeling in front of him, her chest almost hitting his face. He made up his mind and swore. "Damn! Do you really think I'm good-tempered? Playing dirty with me? Can you beat me?" He raised his hands and grabbed forward at the same time. Dragon Claw. Xia Ning. Slutty monk. The two had a fight on the bed, a real fight, the kind without any color. However, they were very measured in their actions, and did not really hurt each other. 5 minutes later, the two fought to a draw. One sat at the head of the bed, and the other sat at the foot of the bed, and they were speechless, and did not shed tears. Xia Ning looked at the quilt on the ground, Qin Sun's torn clothes, and the scratches on his body, and felt that she had gone too far. She felt a little embarrassed, and was about to speak to ease the atmosphere. Qin Sun sighed and spoke first. "Ning Ning, bear with it for a while." Xia Ning widened her eyes. "What do you mean I should be patient? You make me want it." She stared at Qin Sun with a pair of cold eyes, and said, "I just don't believe a word of your reason that you are afraid. Afraid of killing me like that. You actually fooled me like this." Qin Sun smiled evilly. "I am too lazy to tell you. Wait until the legal person contract of Hamiya Company is changed. You will die." Xia Ning was furious, and jumped from the head of the bed to Qin Sun at the foot of the bed. "You are so rude. I will fight you." Another battle of the century. On this day, Xia Ning's aura of a cold female CEO was shattered, and she had the aura of a female pirate king. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Xia Ning went to open the door. She saw Su Luluo holding a suitcase in one hand, leading Niu Xiaojun and Wei standing outside the door. She saw the crutch under Niu Xiaojun's right armpit at a glance, and the bandage wrapped around his right calf, and was about to ask what was wrong. Niu Xiaojun raised his right leg, and shouted first. "Surprise!" She raised her foot very high, and smiled happily, as if she was showing off her military medals. "Old nun, with your chicken-like body, you dare to be the legal representative of Qin Sun's company? Are you desperate? It has to be me. As the legal representative of Qin Sun's 2 companies, I was hit by a train and only injured my leg." As she said that, she laughed and looked at Qin Sun, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and shouted, "Qin Sun, do you think my life is strong enough?" Qin Sun had to hold back his hands after 2 fights today. He didn't dare to use too much force for fear of hurting Xia Ning. He felt very frustrated. During this time, he tore Xia Ning's clothes several times, exposing her to the elements, and he had to suppress his anger. The anger and lust made the flames burn fiercely. Qin Sun was so angry that he stood up and walked quickly to Niu Xiaojun and said loudly, "Let's go. Let's go to Hamiya Company to change the legal person right away." Niu Xiaojun was shocked and looked at Qin Sun like an idiot. "Why are you in such a hurry? I'm a wounded soldier now." Wu Yu squeezed into the room, stretched out his hand to pull the suitcase from Su Luolu's hand, and said unhappily, "You won't even let me drink a sip of water. You are a producer who gave up after filming Fatal Identity. When did you become so ambitious?" Qin Sun slowly turned his head and stared at Xia Ning. Xia Ning frowned slightly and had a bad feeling. Then he heard Qin Sun say, "It's not that I'm anxious. It's that some people can't hold it anymore." Xia Ning's pupils contracted violently. She felt extremely embarrassed to be exposed in public. She didn't dare to speak out, but quietly observed the expressions of others, hoping that they didn't understand. Wu Yu took off her sunglasses, rolled her eyes at Qin Sun, and said, "Some people?" She turned her head and looked at Su Luoluo. "Luolu, can't you hold it in? Are you so anxious to change the legal person in the company?" Su Luoluo shook her head hurriedly, with a pair of innocent eyes. "I can hold it in." Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning again and asked, "Is it you who can't hold it in?" Xia Ning, "I can hold it in." She pretended to be relaxed and said, "I'm fine." Wu Yu's eyes fell on Qin Sun's face and asked, "That's because there's another woman hiding under your bed, and she can't hold it anymore?" Qin Sun was speechless. He thought of Wu Yu as Xia Ning's sister, although she was a cousin, but she was still a sister. And Niu Xiaojun was Xia Ning's childhood friend. Aren't women called besties? Su Luoluo was a timid fence-sitter. Now he was alone against three, and he had no choice but to give in. Qin Sun sighed, made way, and said, "Then let's have some tea first." Several people entered the living room, put away their luggage, and sat around the coffee table drinking iced drinks, eating melon seeds, and eating fruit. The women started chatting. Xia Ning looked at Niu Shijun's leg carefully and asked, "Brother Niu, your leg doesn't look badly injured. Why is it wrapped so tightly with bandages?" Niu Xiaojun felt uneasy. Her leg injury was indeed not serious. No bones were injured, and she didn't need a crutch. However, in order to get more money from Qin Sun, she wrapped herself in bandages and bought a crutch before boarding the plane, wanting to create a scene where she almost died because of being the legal representative of Qin Sun's company. 36 Stratagems. The stratagem of brutal injury. Niu Xiaojun was weak in heart, but still said it well. "Isn't this injury serious? I was hit by a train. I flew 50 or 60 meters." Qin Sun was eating melon seeds, looking at Niu Xiaojun, seeing a bruise on her forehead, and then looked at her leg. The bandage was like a barefoot doctor in a small clinic. Not professional at all. When I was a kid, I put an iron nail on the rails and pressed it to get a flat flying knife. How can a living person be alive and kicking after being hit by a train for dozens of meters? If he was hit by a train, he would just become a blood mist. No matter how tough Niu Shijun's life is, it's impossible for him to be so tough. She's lying. Xia Ning looked at Niu Xiaojun, thought for a while, turned to ask Wu Yu, "Brother Niu, was she hit by a train?" Wu Yu had just scolded Qin Sun, but she was just angry that he didn't care about fatal identity at all. In her heart, she still regarded him as a mentor. She didn't want Qin Sun to be slaughtered, so she answered truthfully. What did she hit? She just rode a motorcycle across an abandoned railway track, and was thrown more than 20 meters away, hit her head, and sprained her leg. Su Luoluo was shocked. Fell more than 20 meters. That's all? Are they so confident in Niu Shijun's toughness? Niu Xiaojun glared at Wu Yu. You are boring. It's boring. Wu Yu was not flustered and continued. Her face was still covered with sheep dung. Niu Xiaojun slapped the coffee table heavily, making a bang sound. Hey, washboard. I have a big plan today. And you keep messing with me. What do you mean? Do you believe I bought 2 pairs of underwear worn by the original god from the internet? And I will use you to wash them tonight. Wu Yu, Xia Ning, Qin Sun, Su Luoluo once again experienced Niu Shijun's big woman style. Too presumptuous. One sentence hurt 3 people. Master. This is a master of swearing. Chapter 1102 Don't have to have you. In the living room of the hotel suite, Wu Yu and Niu Xiaojun glared at each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Xia Ning was afraid that the two of them would fight like they did in high school, and they hadn't spoken for a few months, so she quickly brought up other topics, and gave both sides a way out. She pulled Wu Yu's hand and asked, Director Wu, what is the box office of Fatal Identity now? Wu Yu moved his eyes from Niu Shijun's face to Xia Ning's face, and said sarcastically, As the general manager of Yuzi Film and Television Company, you don't know how much the movie box office is? You are too comfortable as a manager. Xia Ning. I shouldn't have helped her out. Xia Ning certainly knew the box office of Fatal Identity. Before she fought with Chin Sun, she checked online and found that it had already reached more than 2.67 billion. The movie has been released for nearly a month, and the growth rate has slowed down, but the total box office is expected to exceed 3 billion. After Wu Yu finished talking to Xiao Ning, he crossed his legs and said, "The movie Fatal Identity has long broken the box office record of domestic suspense movies, and it is constantly breaking new records, and is even about to create a box office record for genre films that almost no one can break." She took a sip from the can. This is the director's debut work, which is destined to go down in film history. I am a professional at filming. She took another sip of Coke. My dad told me a few days ago that he should say hello to others, so that Identity can win a few awards this year. For example, Best Screenwriter, Best Actor, and most importantly, Best Director. I told my dad, "I don't need you to say hello, I want to win the award based on my strength. I am also a professional at winning awards." Wu Yu said with a beaming face. Xia Ning smiled and nodded repeatedly. Su Luoluo also looked at her with admiration and flattered her several times. Wu Yu was even more proud. Suddenly, she saw Chin Sun eating melon seeds expressionlessly, and quietly watching her pretending to be cool, and said dissatisfiedly, "Chin Sun, you don't seem to care much?" Chin Sun said unintentionally, while eating melon seeds. Care. You are awesome." Wu Yu saw his perfunctory attitude and became even more dissatisfied. This movie is expected to have a final box office of 3 billion. We can get a share of about 1 billion, and if the subsequent video website purchases the copyright, we can get tens of millions more. The copyright fee of tens of millions can almost offset the cost of the movie. That is a net profit of 1 billion. She talked about the lines of the richest man in Shihong City. 1 billion. 1 billion. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. You're still eating melon seeds. With this attitude? Chin Sun cracked a bitter melon seed, spit it into the trash can, rinsed his mouth with iced cola, looked up at Wu Yu, and said, "What attitude? What attitude do I want? I worked hard for half a year to earn 1 billion, and I have to deduct various taxes, and I only get 300 to 400 million in my pocket, compared with the game Genshin Impact that I'm about to launch. This is like sending away beggars." Niu Xiaojun had been sulking next to them, and was originally prepared to not speak for a day to piss them off. But now after hearing Chin Sun's words, he couldn't help but mock them. "Stop it. That's enough." The toad yawns, "What a big mouth." Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning and said, "Old nun, I thought I just said I won an award, and said 3 billion box office, and said that having 1 billion is enough to show off. I didn't expect it." She bowed to Chin Sun. "The king of bullying is here." Xia Ning was embarrassed. She didn't know why Chin Sun was so confident about the game called Original God. He wanted to use it to buy a piece of land in Shanghai, to build a company building. And he looked down on his personal income of 300 to 400 million. 300 to 400 million. Pure cash. It would be very difficult for many large companies to take out this amount of money at once. And he didn't work too hard for a year. Made 2 movies. Released some songs. Did some marketing. Bought some pharmaceutical stocks. And his personal assets added up to nearly 1 billion. He didn't even look down on it? Niu Shijuan's anger came quickly. And he left even faster. He had already spoken just now. So he stopped pretending to be angry and asked Qin Xuandao, "Hey! Since you are so confident in your game, I will be the legal representative of your game company this time. In addition to the basic salary of 10 million yuan a year, I will give you 3% dividends." Chin Sun was anxious when he heard this. He threw the melon seeds in his hand on the coffee table and said loudly, "How much did you say? 3%? Toad yawns, "What a damn big mouth. That's enough." "Stop it." Niu Xiaojun was stunned, realizing that what he said just now was so annoying. Before, she only received 3% of dry shares as the legal representative of Chin Sun's company. And if it was less than 10 million, it would be counted as 10 million. Now she asked for a base salary of 10 million. And an additional 3% of dividends, which seemed a bit shameless. However, everything can be negotiated. Niu Xiaojun asked tentatively, "Then you have to give me some dividends. How much do you say?" Chin Sun slowly extended his middle finger, and then raised his index finger, and made it 2. Niu Xiaojun stared at the 2 fingers. His heart was full of joy, but his fat face was wrinkled like a bun. And he said with embarrassment, "Just 2%, and add 0.5 points. Chin Sun, 0.2%. Niu Shijuan's face fell. Say it again? Qin Sun said firmly. 0.2%. Niu Xiaojun threw away her crutches and stepped on the coffee table with her bloated body and knocked over the snacks and fruits and suddenly jumped onto Qin Sun's sofa. She picked up the pillow on the sofa and covered Qin Sun's face with it. I'm going to fight you. 0.2%? I'm just sending beggars. Qin Sun frowned, clenched her fist, and wanted to hit her, but heard Xia Ning shouting urgently. No! She's a wounded soldier. He just put down his fist. Niu Xiaojun didn't follow martial ethics. She took the opportunity to cover Qin Sun's face with a pillow and pushed him down on the sofa. Fortunately, she knew that men and women should not touch each other, so she didn't sit on Qin Sun. Niu Xiaojun said angrily. Before, the dividends for you, as the legal representative of the company, were several percent, but now it's a few thousands. Are you going to die? Your fate is a bit weird. Except for someone as tough as me, who can stand your trick. Who is not afraid of death like me. You have to pay more. She pressed the pillow with both hands to press Qin Sun's face, and said viciously. Say it again. What percentage is it? Qin Sun's mouth and nose were covered by the pillow. How could he speak? He stretched out his leg and gently kicked Niu Xiaojun, indicating her to take the pillow away. Unexpectedly, Niu Xiaojun became even angrier and cursed. You are unethical, and you kicked my injured leg? You want to make me a disabled person. She looked at Wu Yu and screamed at the top of her voice. Washboard, take off your pants and pee on his head. Yellow urine, don't let him get away with it. Wu Yu, ? I won't take it off. Niu Xiaojun shifted his gaze and looked at Xia Ning. Old nun. Take it off. Xia Ning, are you sick? Niu Xiaojun sneered. You are an old married couple. What is there to be embarrassed about? Xia Ning was angry. Is this a question of whether you are embarrassed or not? She stood up and walked around the coffee table, pushed Niu Xiaojun away, and rescued Qin Sun from under the pillow. Qin Sun sat up, picked up a few melon seeds from the coffee table without changing his expression and started eating. He did not look at Niu Xiaojun, and said in a deep voice, Niu Xiaojun, do you want to be the legal person? He paused for a few seconds, did not hear the answer, and continued, if you don't want to be the boss, I'll find someone else. No matter how evil my fate is, no matter how evil I am, there are always people in the world who are not afraid of death. I can find a lot of legal persons in the oncology department of a hospital with a salary of 200,000 yuan a month. They will kneel down and kowtow to me and call me a great benefactor. He turned his head, looked coldly at Niu Xiaojun, and emphasized his tone. I don't have to have you. Chapter 1103. Even if you destroy all the sows in your village, I can still keep you alive. As soon as the words fell, the room fell silent. Xia Ning knew that Niu Xiaojun's rudeness had angered Qin Sun, but she didn't expect Qin Sun to be so angry. Are they going to fall out? She was caught between the two of them, and it was difficult to speak for either of them. Su Luoluo pursed her lips tightly, not daring to speak, and her heart was hanging. Wu Yu picked up 2 cans of iced cola, one for Qin Sun and one for Niu Xiaojun. Niu Xiaojun got angry, threw the Coke, raised his middle finger to Qin Sun, and cursed. Is this about money? Is it about money now? Before, you let me be the legal representative and gave me 3% of the shares. If it was less than 10 million, it would be counted as 10 million. Now you only give me 0.2%. 0.2%. She gestured to 2 with her fingers. I never thought about how much money the game company you bought could make. Is there a big difference between 0.2% and 2%? How many tens of thousands of yuan is the difference? She reached out and patted her cheek. This is a matter of face. Face. I feel like you're treating beggars badly. I feel like you don't respect me. I feel like you're insulting me. Qin Sun stared at Niu Xiaojun's face, which had turned red due to anger, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What if I tell you that this 2/1000 is more than the previous 3%? Niu Xiaojun realized that something was wrong, half closed his eyes, and asked, what do you mean by this? Qin Sun recalled the information in the original God gift pack given by the system. I remembered that this game has been on the market for less than 4 years, and has achieved revenue of more than 60 billion. Even if the profit is split in half, it is at least 30 billion. Hamiyu Company has paid more than 3.3 billion in taxes to Shanghai for 3 consecutive years. And Blue Star is a parallel world of Earth. What makes money on Earth can also make money on Blue Star. What's more terrible is that his game is ready-made. He only needs to buy a game company to fix the bugs and give the origin of Genshin Impact a legitimate name. After that, he only needs to continue to promote and market. Compared with the revenue amount, these expenses are negligible, Shin-sun said with a smile. Once the game Genshin Impact is released, it will be a big hit. In less than 4 years, it will make at least 20 billion. He was rarely modest, and said a number that was definitely achievable. At least 5 billion in profit per year on average. 2 out of 1,000 is 1 million. Are you still not satisfied? After saying that, the room became quiet again. Shin-sun noticed that the others looked at him as if he was a fool, and took a sip of Coke, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't believe me? 1 month at most. Wait for me to slap you in the face." Xia Ning and the others looked at each other. Niu Xiaojun snorted coldly. "Silly, Shin-sun, you miscalculated. 2/1000 of 5 billion is 10 million. Shin-sun was slightly startled, made an annoyed expression, patted his forehead, smiled bitterly. "Shit, I still gave you a high price." Niu Xiaojun saw Shin-sun's pretentious look, and thought that he had never failed. Whether it is making Songing famous, pushing Yilan to the position of a queen, creating the top star by Hung, or using their labor for free to shoot movies, it is almost a profitable business. Games? Of course games are very profitable. Take some virtual weapons and treasures in exchange for players' real money. But profitable games refer to successful games. Shin-sun, is he that capable? Niu Xiaojun hesitated and asked, "Are you serious? In addition to the basic salary of 10 million yuan a year, I will also get 10 million yuan in dividends." As she said, she hurriedly added, At least 10 million. Shin-sun said with a smile. "A gentleman's word is as good as his bond." Niu Xiaojun said to Shin-sun with a sly gleam in his eyes. "Then sign a gambling agreement?" Shin-sun asked. "What's the bet?" Niu Xiaojun didn't expect Shin-sun to agree, and his eyes lit up. "If you can't make 20 million for me in a year, you make up." Before she finished speaking, she heard Xia Ning cough lightly, and hurriedly looked up at her, and saw Xia Ning glaring at her lightly. Niu Xiaojun felt a little guilty, feeling that she was really blinded by lard, and even treated her best friend's husband like a pig. She had no choice but to change her words. "You can't make me 20 million a year, and you call me dad every time you see me." Shin-sun sneered. "Fuck you. How can I accept such a bet?" Niu Xiaojun said contemptuously. "Then why were you so arrogant just now? You don't even dare to bet? Fuck." Shin-sun cracked a melon seed, ate it carefully, and said, "Hamiya Company can't give you 20 million a year, I'll make it up for you." Niu Xiaojun was overjoyed, looking at Xia Ning, who was surprised, said loudly, "Old nun, that's what he said." "It's none of my business." Xia Ning sighed. Forget it. I saved him some money, and delayed his pretense. It's me who was ignorant." Niu Xiaojun picked up the coke that he had just dropped on the ground, pulled the pull ring, and the coke spurted out and sprayed her face. She didn't get angry, and wiped her face with a smile. Niu Xiaojun sat next to Shin-sun, holding a coke, and said, "Come on, Mr. Qin. Let's have a drink." Shin-sun smiled and clinked his coke with hers, and took a sip. Niu Xiaojun was very honest, and he raised his head and drank tons of it. After a while, he felt a breath of air in his throat, and couldn't help vomiting a few times. The coffee table was a mess. Xia Ning, Wu Yu, and Su Luoluo immediately jumped up, and stood not far away. Niu Xiaojun wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said with a smile, "Shin-sun, I have seen you clearly today. Of course, it's not about money. I don't care whether my friends have money or not." She patted Shin-sun's shoulder hard, and said loudly, "Shin-sun, I promise you, as long as you don't kill anyone in the future, even if you destroy all the sows in your village, I can protect you from death." Shin-sun, ? He pushed Niu Xiaojun and said unhappily, "What are you talking about?" Niu Xiaojun was a little embarrassed, and was organizing a more elegant wording. Shin-sun said, "Do you understand the law? Even if I destroyed all the sows in the village, I can't be sentenced to death. I want you to protect me." Niu Xiaojun, ? Xia Ning frowned. That's not right. Isn't the point of the matter whether it is death penalty or not? Isn't the point of the matter Sao?" Niu Xiaojun chuckled. She didn't dare to promise too much, for fear that Qin Sun would really remember it in his heart, and rely on her as a big supporter to cause a disaster. Niu Xiaojun looked at Su Luoluo, snorted coldly with a smile, and joked. Mr. Su, as Qin Sun's assistant, how can you let others cover his face with a pillow in front of you? Is his face just his face? You are also your fart, your face. You are too derelict in your duty. Su Luoluo knew that Niu Xiaojun was deliberately dragging her down in order to flatter Qin Sun, but she was also scared to tears. Aye. Then what do you think I should do? Niu Xiaojun pointed to the fruit knife on the corner of the coffee table. You can stab me to death with the knife. Su Luoluo, ? She hesitated, made up her mind, and said loudly. Okay. Niu Xiaojun. She agreed too quickly. Niu Xiaojun was in a good mood, stood up and stretched, forgot that one of her legs was bandaged. She looked at Qin Sun and greeted him warmly. Qin Sun, let's go! I want to see what kind of company, what kind of game, can make you so confident. Qin Sun stood up, bowing and smiled. Then I'll show you my ugliness. After that, he walked around the coffee table, took Xia Ning's hand and walked out. Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore. Change the legal person of the company quickly. Xia Ning, ? Chapter 1104. There really is no mortal who calls himself Grandpa Niu. Hearing the words I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Xia Ning's heart tightened. She had accompanied Qin Sun to classes at Jingcheng University for a few days before. But later she felt it was too embarrassing and could not bear the pressure. So she ran away alone back to Haicheng to work. However, she listened to Su Luoluo's reports every day and knew that Qin Sun had been tinkering at Hamu Company for 10 days. It was said that he was making a game. Then, they said the game was done. Afterwards, Qin Sun asked her to cooperate in deceiving the employees of Hamu Company, saying that this game was secretly made by their family's big company with an investment of 500 million yuan. It only required the employees of Hamu Company to fix the bugs. Qin Sun said it with great confidence at that time, and his words were very inspiring. Xia Ning believed it a little, but only a little. Now seeing Qin Sun happily inviting Niu Xiaojun to visit the company, Xia Ning felt a little embarrassed, and she really felt like she was about to make a fool of herself. Niu Xiaojun was shouting happily, and Qin Sun was also anxious. The two of them were talking to each other. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Please! Oh! Please first! Wu was unhappy, picked up the suitcase and walked out, stepping on Niu Xiaojun's bandaged foot. Why are you in a hurry? Let's at least put down our luggage and wash our faces. Right? Xia Ning booked a suite for them, which was next to the next room. Niu Xiaojun pouted, took the suitcase and followed, and turned to Xia Ning and said, Old nun, I found that since Washboard became a director, her breasts have not grown at all, but her temper has become worse than the sky. She turns her face to me at least 3 times a day. Fuck. Xia Ning smiled and said nothing. Niu Xiaojun left. Qin Sun heard the sound of a door closing in the corridor, and knew that the two of them had entered the room. He closed the door and asked Xia Ning in a serious voice. Just now, Niu Xiaojun said that I had ruined all the sows in the village, and she could still protect me from death. She was so arrogant. What is her family background? Before, he heard Xia Ning say that if he got into trouble, when the Xia family and the Lu family could not be saved, Niu Xiaojun might have a way. At that time, he realized that Niu Xiaojun had an unusual background, but he did not take it too seriously. Today, he heard Niu Xiaojun speak so loudly again, and his curiosity was aroused. Hearing Qin Sun's question, Xia Ning subconsciously looked at Su Luoluo, who was standing next to the sofa. Su Luoluo. Then I will leave. Xia Ning smiled when she saw Su Luoluo's embarrassed expression. That's not necessary. Qin Sun heard the hesitation in her tone and said, If it's inconvenient to say without Fatty Niu's permission, you don't have to say it so clearly. He lowered his voice. Just reveal a little bit. Who's older? Niu Xiaojun's father or Mayor Zhao? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's expectant expression, felt helpless, and smiled bitterly. Mayor Zhao. Qin Sun sighed. Oh, that's just average. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun with wide eyes. Average? Mayor Zhao is a ministerial-level cadre. This guy wouldn't think that Mayor Zhao's status is just average, just because he patted his shoulder, said a few words to him, and asked for a few autograph photos from him? How many people in the country have a higher status than Mayor Zhao? That's a small group of people who stand at the top of the country, or even the entire Blue Star. Xiaoning said in a mysterious tone. Niu Shijun's grandfather is still alive. When Qin Sun heard this, his heart trembled, and he asked in a low voice, who is older, his grandfather or Mayor Zhao? Xiaoning thought about it, and it was hard to judge, so he said, not sure, but I saw Niu Shijun's grandfather standing on the city tower when I watched the military parade once. It was not in the middle of the city tower, but I did see him. Qin Sun was stunned for several seconds, and suddenly stood at attention with his feet together, and saluted. Hello, Grandpa Niu. You are worthy of being called Grandpa Niu. No one who calls him Grandpa Niu is a nobody. He is really our good grandpa. Xiaoning, you are really quick to recognize your relatives. Qin Sun put his arm around Xiaoning's shoulders, slightly tilted his head and squinted. I have to find a way to become sworn brothers with Fatty Niu. Xiaoning, ? He is really aware of the situation. Suddenly Qin Sun saw Su Luoluo, who was sitting on the sofa, lose his strength and fall on the sofa, his hands covering his mouth, his body trembling slightly. Qin Sun asked, Student Su, are you scared by this? Su Luoluo let go of his hand, with a look of fear in his eyes. Boss Qin, I have scolded Boss Niu before. Qin Sun was surprised. Su Luoluo was not the kind of person who would scold others. Did you scold him in front of him? Su Luoluo shook his head. I scolded him in my heart. Qin Sun, ? My mother won't let me play with idiots. Su Luoluo looked embarrassed. Qin Sun looked at Xiaoning and whispered, Niu Xiaojun plays with the children of you businessmen, and you don't respect her at all. Plus, she is still thinking about the annual salary of 300 to 400 million yuan from several of my companies. For money, she even gave up her life. She is so miserable. She doesn't have the dignity of a high-ranking official's child at all. He lowered his voice. Is Niu Xiaojun also an illegitimate child? Xiaoning frowned, and hit Qin Sun's ribs with her elbow, making him scream in pain. She turned around and faced Qin Sun, and said with a serious face, First, you and I did not disrespect her. It was you who often beat and scolded her. Qin Sun, ? Xiaoning continued. Second, you don't have to do anything, and you can get at least 30 million yuan a year for free, which is very tempting for anyone. Don't treat 30 million yuan as money. Don't be so pretentious. Besides, for Brother Niu, earning money by yourself and asking for money from the family have different meanings. Qin Sun. Niu Xiaojun plays outside all day long, and looks like a disappointing child, and it would probably be difficult for him to ask for money from his family. It is understandable to bend over for 50,000 dough of rice. Xiaoning said again. Third, we don't know much about her family's affairs. However, we can be sure that she is definitely not an illegitimate daughter. Don't think that everyone is an illegitimate daughter just because Yilan is an illegitimate daughter. Qin Sun suddenly felt strange when he heard Xiaoning mention Yilan. It seems that there has been no news about this sister for a long time. After returning from Country J, she did not call him, and also quit the WeChat group, and there was no news about her participating in the show on the internet. It's like she's missing. Qin Sun thought about it carefully, and felt that he was overthinking. It's only been 10 days since he came back from Country J. A top actress also needs to rest, so how can she be on the internet all day long? Seeing that Qin Sun was distracted, Xiaoning pushed him and said, You really have to be more polite to Niu Xiaojun in the future, understand? Qin Sun saluted. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the group set off. The hotel is less than 2 kilometers away from the office building of Hamu Company, but they still took a car. It was the business car and driver that Xiaoning asked Lu Shaoquan for. Before getting in the car, Su Luoluo gave Niu Xiaojun a flattering smile, and rushed to sit in the front passenger seat. Before, she never sat in the front passenger seat, but now she felt that this position was the safest. It was the throne. Niu Xiaojun and Wu sat in the middle row, Qin Sun and Xiaoning sat in the last row. In the car, except Su Luoluo, everyone else was in a good mood. Especially Niu Xiaojun and Qin Sun. One was happy that he had picked up at least 10 million for free, and the other was happy that he had a big leg. They talked about everything. The atmosphere in the car was very good. After a while, they talked more and more happily. Niu Xiaojun turned his head and talked face to face with Qin Sun. The two began to brag about business, leaving no room for others to interrupt. Chapter 1105. Damn, I really made a fool of myself. Nyo Xiaojun turned her head, looked at Qin Sun, and said with a smile. Qin Sun, I used to think you were unreliable, but now I think you are so reliable. Qin Sun cupped his hands and smiled. Oh! Boss Nyo, what do you mean? Nyo Xiaojun heard Qin Sun call her Boss Nyo for the first time, and felt the respect he had never had for her, and said loudly, Just look at the company you run. She pointed at Xiaoning and said, In the past, the old nun was busy all day long when she opened a coffee shop. And she spent high salaries everywhere to recruit outstanding talents in the industry. Everything was done in a very good manner. What was the result? It went bankrupt. Xiaoning looked embarrassed, laid back, closed her eyes, and was too lazy to pay attention to them. Nyo Xiaojun looked at Qin Sun again and praised him. And you? Qin Sun. Mr. Qin. Since you joined Oak Marketing Company, you founded Yuzi Film and Television Company. The atmosphere in these two companies is so good now. I see that many employees, especially Chungwan, have become much younger. Others come to work to be slaves, but they are really struggling and enjoying themselves. Qin Sun bowed and thanked him. Thank you. Thank you. Nyo Xiaojun laughed, addicted to flattery, and continued. I saw employees of the company growing flowers and plants on their desks before. Just like at home. The whole company is clean and tidy everywhere. They really treat the company as their home. Qin Sun bowed again to thank him. Thank you. Thank you. Boss Nyo really has a keen eye. He had seen a passage before, saying that you can tell whether a company is good or not by looking at the desks of its employees. If most employees have green ivy and succulent plants, dolls, ornaments, etc. on their desks, it means that the company has a good atmosphere and good benefits. Employees are willing to stay in the company for a long time. If most employees have nothing on their desks except office supplies, it means that they are ready to run away at any time. This is a garbage company. Nyo Xiaojun was praised by Qin Sun again. And he was even happier. He continued. When I was in Haichung, I carefully observed the employees of Oak Company and found that they didn't touch the fish at work. So they were efficient. Work 4 days a week. Never work overtime after get off work. And can complete the work with quality and quantity. In this way, employees can make money and take care of their lives. Not bad. Not bad. From this point of view, you can indeed be called an excellent entrepreneur. Xiaoning felt a little harsh when she heard it. At first, she rushed to open 6 coffee shops at the same time, and urged the decoration company to work overtime. Although she paid enough overtime pay, even higher than the general market price, the decoration master still complained a lot during the final inspection. He said that his waist was almost broken. Now I think about it. Am I so black-hearted? Qin Sun has worked before, and Nyo Xiaojun's call touched his heart. He said, I have worked before. In fact, most office work can be completed within 4 or 5 hours a day, and the rest of the time is just slacking off. When slacking off, you have to worry about being caught. And you are so nervous. As he said, he laughed. Work when you work. Play when you play. Work and rest. This sentence touched Nyo Xiaojun's heart again, and she clapped and laughed. Work and rest. That's the truth. That's the truth. When I was in school, I paid attention to work and rest every day. Xiaoning, who was lying on the backrest with her eyes closed, heard this and smiled. It's right. Brother Nyo paid attention to work and rest when he was in school. Watch anime to relax when he was tired. Listen to music to relax when he was tired of watching anime. And work and rest all day long. In the car, Qin Sun and Nyo Xiaojun's laughter rang out. Boss Nyo, I didn't expect that you look careless, but you are actually a woman who is as meticulous as a hare, and you can see so many shining points in my company. Nyo Xiaojun was praised for the first time as a woman who is as meticulous as a hare. She stared at Qin Sun with wide eyes, and saw that his smile was sincere, and confirmed that he was not mocking her. She laughed heartily. Hey, it's not a big deal. I just took a look before. I will go to Hamiu Company to observe carefully later, and then summarize and conclude. Qin Sun was in a good mood and laughed. Then I'll have to trouble you. Mr. Nyo. I'm not bragging. Hamiu Company has the best employees among my 3 companies. Their education and work experience are far ahead of the other 2 companies. Many of the employees are top students from Beijing University. You will definitely find more shining points. Niu Xiaojun laughed. Then I have to keep my eyes open. After all, it will be my company in the future. Qin Sun bowed again and laughed. Then I'll make a fool of myself. Hearing the words make a fool of myself again, Xia Ning's temples jumped, opened his eyes, and looked out the window at the tall office building on the roadside. Why do I feel something is not good? After a while, the car drove into the parking lot of the office building. The group got off the car, got on the elevator, and walked out of the elevator to the door of Hamia Company. Through the glass door of the company, Qin Sun saw the girl at the front desk holding a small spray bottle and spraying a potted plant on the counter. He reached out and pressed the fingerprint lock on the wall. The door opened. The girl at the front desk looked up and saw Qin Sun and his group. She was stunned for a moment, and then an excited smile appeared on her face, and she ran out of the counter. She rushed to Qin Sun and the others, bowed slightly, and her voice was very excited. Boss Qin, Boss Xia, you are finally here? Everyone in the company has been waiting for you until the flowers have wilted. Qin Sun nodded slightly and hummed twice. He was a little embarrassed, because he forgot what the girl at the front desk was called. I think her name was Xiaohua. Niu Xiaojun looked at the girl at the front desk with the mentality of a general manager inspecting, and nodded slightly. Well, not bad. This girl is pretty, has a good figure, has a nice voice, and makes her smile feel good. You can tell a lot from a small part of the story. This company is not bad. The receptionist chuckled. Boss, this is all because of our boss Qin's good leadership. I'm just a receptionist. The company's core employees are all working hard inside. Niu Xiaojun put his hands behind his back and nodded in a dignified manner. It's full of vitality, and has the prototype of a unicorn company. Qin Sun gave a look, signaling the receptionist to lead the way. Come, take Mr. Niu to see the spirit of Hamia Company. The girl at the front desk smiled, made a gesture of invitation, let Qin Sun and others go in front, and she followed closely behind. The group walked towards the company's public office area with smiles on their faces. As they walked forward, the sound of keyboards clacking and work discussions became clearer and clearer. Stepping into the entrance of the office area, Qin Sun took a look and his face fell. Fuck. What a shame. Where did all these tuberculosis patients come from? And they are so fat. Chapter 1106, he has no work to do. And he worked himself to the point of hospitalization? Qin Sun stood at the entrance of the office area, frowning. He saw dozens of employees in the office area sitting at their workstations, typing away at their keyboards, with a hint of fanaticism on their faces. They all looked very tired, with dark circles under their eyes. And compared to more than a month ago, they were much plumper. It was understandable that they were plumper. After all, they had hired a restaurant as a canteen, and it was natural that they were fatter with such good food. But how come these high-achieving students, who were full of energy, looked like dying tuberculosis patients after a month? Seeing this, Niu Xiaojun felt that he had gone too far in his business boasting with Qin Sun just now. This boomerang came so fast like a tornado. How can this be a vibrant startup? This is a patient pulled from the hospital's severe kidney deficiency area. The girl at the front desk is so pretty, the employees looked like they were about to die at their workstations. If you don't know, you would think they were squeezed dry by her. After a while, the employees of the company near the entrance noticed the movement, looked up, and shouted in surprise. Boss Qin. Fuck. Boss Qin is here. Brothers and sisters, Boss Qin is here. Fuck. Fuck. Listening to this welcome phrase, with a strong mother's content, Niu Xiaojun was even more embarrassed, and he felt sorry for saying that he would examine Qin Sun's company. How can you bear to watch this? Is Jingcheng University good at cultivating graduates with good words? Niu Xiaojun secretly made up his mind, decided to say less dirty words in the future. It was too damn ugly. Niu Xiaojun glanced at Qin Sun, quietly stepped back. She didn't want Qin Sun to feel that she was laughing at him, and put too much pressure on him, lest this game company go bankrupt. No matter what, get the 10 million base salary contract first. As for the 0.02% dividend, let it go. In the office area, dozens of employees were attracted by their colleagues shouting, and they all raised their heads. Seeing Qin Sun and others standing at the entrance, immediately stood up and shouted, Boss Qin. Hello. Boss Qin. Boss Xia. Hello. Boss Xia. You are finally here. I thought you had forgotten us. Qin Sun nodded lightly with a blank expression, walked into the office area, continued to scan the office area, and found that it was very different from a month ago. There was a cup of coffee on each employee's desk. Some people even had finjujing, kingli coffee, and other refreshing items on their desks. Most people had a folding bed under their desks. There were some banners hanging from the ceiling of the office area, with some inspirational words such as, "To succeed, you must go crazy first," and "To reach the top, you must be brave." Jin-sun walked around in silence. The employees found something wrong, and gradually became silent, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. They were confused, and didn't know why Jin-sun was unhappy to see them working so hard. Jin-sun looked at the nervous people and asked, "Why do you look so tired?" The office was silent for a second, and everyone started talking at once, as if to take credit. "Boss Jin, we've been working overtime these days. For a month, we've been working until 2 or 3 in the morning every night. My commute is more than 3 hours. So, I just use a folding bed to rest in the company after work. We work normal hours on Saturdays and Sundays. So you look a little tired. We started working before 8 in the morning. And we don't get much sleep. It's okay, we're young and can handle it." Jin-sun was stunned. Working overtime every day until 2 or 3 in the morning for a month, getting off work at the same time as the technicians at the bath center, and bringing your own folding bed to rest at the company? Does he really think the company is his home? You are still young enough to handle it. He looks 10 years older. Jin-sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning behind him. Xia Ning shook her head, indicating that it was not her intention. However, she still felt a little guilty, because the employees of Hamu Company worked as hard as workers on the assembly line for a month, and she didn't notice it at all. As the legal representative of the company, she was indeed too negligent, because in her mind, there were only 2 outcomes for Hamu Company: either bankruptcy within 3 months, or bankruptcy within 6 months. Her energy was dispersed by the other 3 companies. Jin-sun turned around and looked at everyone. "No one wants you to work overtime. Why do you work overtime?" "Overtime pay. My company has never had this thing." As soon as the voice fell, the employees patted their chests to show their loyalty. "No overtime pay. We are voluntary. Although we are physically exhausted, we are very excited mentally. We don't need overtime pay. Going to work makes me happy. And overtime makes me happy." Jin-sun was overwhelmed by what he heard. Where do so many top-notch horses come from? Can you be happy working overtime? Jin-sun waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, pointing to the flag hanging on the ceiling, and asked, "Whose masterpiece is this?" Everyone heard his indifference, looked at each other, daring not to speak casually. After a while, a young man in a manager position answered, "Boss Jin, this is Manager Song's idea. He wants to motivate us to work hard." Jin-sun sighed, slightly shook his head. "Why? Except for the blackboard newspapers in the 3rd year of high school, and some low-level companies that make empty promises, I really haven't seen this kind of wolf culture anywhere else." He raised his head and read the words above. "To succeed, you must first go crazy and rush forward with a simple mind." Really? Why not just write that to get rich? You must first build roads, have more children, and plant more trees? Everyone in the office was silent. No matter how tired or slow they were, they noticed Jin-sun's strong dissatisfaction. Recently, they have been working day and night, and they are very tired physically. But they are always in an excited state mentally, and they feel like their blood is boiling. Now Jin-sun poured a basin of cold water on their heads, and their hearts suddenly turned cold. "We are almost dying, but still can't satisfy Jin-sun? He is more cruel than a vampire? But the salary and benefits we gave him before were really good." He finally changed his mind, and became more and more like a capitalist. Jin-sun noticed the unhappiness in everyone's eyes, and didn't want to say anything more, so he asked, "Where is Manager Song? Why don't I see him?" Manager Song was a person Jin-sun had a deep impression of. He was lively and enthusiastic, and every time he came to Hamu Company before, he always talked the most. Jin-sun was going to take Manager Song into the small dark room to have a heart-to-heart talk, and ask him how this unhealthy trend in the company came about. After a while, a voice rang out in the crowd. Manager Song was hospitalized because of overwork. Jin-sun was startled, and opened his mouth wide. "Ah? I remember Manager Song was in the marketing department. Right? The original game hasn't even been released yet, and he basically has no work to do, but he could still work himself to the point of being hospitalized?" Chapter 1107 3-Minute Heat? I'm obviously a model worker. When everyone heard this, they thought of Manager Song's various behaviors recently, and they also felt it was a bit funny. They answered, "Boss Chin, Manager Song is actually as busy as a top every day. He will compile each of our weekly meal lists, collect them and communicate with the canteen. He drives to buy coffee for us every day, and it's still a bit tiring to bring back dozens of cups at once. Some colleagues are so tired that they collapse, and he will act as a psychologist to cheer them up. In short, he will do all kinds of messy things." Chin Sun probably understood. Manager Song felt that he had nothing to do, so he created an image of hard work without any credit. The company did not have an administrative department for the time being, so he took on all the work. Even as a manager, he did not order his subordinates around, but insisted on doing it himself, which was obviously a way to get the upper hand. What a self-torture trick! Chin Sun's eyes swept across the slightly round faces, sighed, and said, "Did I give you a specific time node before I left? Am I that anxious?" Seeing that they were silent, and still looked aggrieved, Chin Sun spread his hands and said loudly, "Why are you doing this? I treat you as human beings, but you treat yourselves as non-human beings?" Everyone was silent. You look at me, I look at you. They didn't expect that their sneaking around as scabs would disappoint the company's boss, or even make him angry. Now Chin Sun's attitude of not caring about the progress of the game made them feel even more chilled. Some people felt wronged, some people were not convinced, and some people felt disgusted. After a while, a slightly solemn voice said, "Boss Chin, excuse me. Although you are very good, you are not so proficient in games, and we are professionals. You may not know how good the game you found is." Hearing this, Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's back and pricked up her ears. She had never seen this game. Even if she had seen it, she, who did not like to play games and only downloaded the game on her mobile phone because of Chin Sun, probably would not be able to tell whether it was good or bad. But the people in this office are all talented in the gaming industry. This person said that Chin Sun didn't know how amazing this game was? How amazing! How amazing! What kind of amazing game needs such wording? When Yo Xiaojun heard this, he felt that his 0.02% dividend was in the bag, quietly stepped forward, almost side by side with Chin Sun. Chin Sun looked at the man and smiled. "Oh, I don't know how amazing this game is." "Then you tell me." As soon as the voice fell, everyone rushed to speak. "After you handed over Genshin Impact to us, the more we studied it, the more we were amazed. This is a revolutionary mobile game. The first open-world mobile game in China. Beautiful graphics, beautiful music, lively game characters, rich plot. Using card drawing to make money is as addictive as buying lottery tickets. The money-making ability is terrifying, although there are many bugs in the game now. Once those bugs are fixed, it will definitely be a huge success in the market. With Mr. Chin's marketing ability, we think it will make at least 2 billion yuan a year." Hearing this, Xia Ning, Wu Yu, and Su Luolu were all shocked, and a little bit unbelievable. They used to be just watching the fun when Chin Sun was going to make this game, and they treated Chin Sun as a naughty kid. And if they couldn't control him, they would just let him be. Now that they heard that people in the industry were collectively optimistic about this game, they knew that they should re-examine this game and this company. Maybe Chin Sun was not bragging? Don't say that he can really make 5 billion a year, as Chin Sun said. A game company with an annual profit of more than 5 billion must have a valuation of more than 100 billion. Doesn't that mean Chin Sun wants to directly compete with Xia Group and Lu Group with a game? This is too scary. Xia Ning and Su Luoluo looked at each other, and they both saw through each other's thoughts. In this world, except Chin Sun, they are the only ones who know. This game was written by Chin Sun alone. It took less than a month. This is too scary. Not a human. Not a human at all. Yo Xiaojun found that something was wrong, and he stood up straight, trying to be strong enough to be worthy of the company's legal person status. She quietly stepped forward and stood side by side with Chin Sun, secretly showing her status. Chin Sun saw that they were getting more and more excited, raised his hand to signal them to quiet down, and said, "Stop. Stop. Stop. What does this game have to do with your voluntary overtime work? Even working overtime in the hospital?" He hesitated for a moment and said calmly, "I'm not in such a hurry. It's true that the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is." Yo Xiaojun suddenly turned his head to look at Chin Sun, squinting slightly, and cursed in his heart. Not in a hurry? The game can only be realized after it is made and launched on the market. You are not in a hurry, I am in a hurry. When everyone heard Chin Sun's question, their faces became awkward, and they felt a little uneasy, like a day laborer who was eyeing the fat meat of the landlord. They were silent for a while, and a man wearing glasses answered. That? Mr. Chin, I am more worthy of what I say, please don't mind. We think you are only enthusiastic for a short time. You are so good at writing songs, but you don't hold a concert. You are also good at making movies, but when Fatal Identity was in theaters, you were not busy with promotion, but went to travel to J country. As for writing poems, I only wrote one. He paused, with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, and said, We think you're just playing around with everything you do. So after we discovered the potential of this game, we wanted to fix the bugs and launch a public beta before your enthusiasm faded. If you lose interest in this game before the public beta, we'll miss an opportunity that can change our lives. That's why we're racing against time. Chin Sun felt a little dissatisfied when he heard him say that he was only interested for a short time. In less than a year, he shot 2 films, wrote dozens of songs, did 7 or 8 marketing cases, and found time to write a poem. He also pretended to be a monk and performed a ritual. He also secretly killed 3 people. If this is not a model worker, what is it? How can it be said that it is a 3-minute enthusiasm? Seeing Chin Sun silent, everyone thought he was convinced. And another person took advantage of the situation and spoke. The girl said a little embarrassedly, Mr. Chin is always generous. We work so hard for selfish reasons. We want to become employees of Hamayu Company, so that we can give more rewards when the game makes a lot of money. She paused and said with courage, Even if we leave the company in the future, having participated in the production of a game like Genshin Impact will be the most shining experience on our resumes. It's no problem to triple or quintuple our personal salary. Chin Sun looked at the girl and smiled softly. It's not new for profitable game companies to give employees high bonuses. When he was on Earth, he heard that employees of Honor of Kings received a year-end bonus of 100 months' salary at the end of the year. At least 1 million per person. League of Legends paid 68 months' salary. On my OG paid 60 months of salary. Money can move people's hearts. It's the same in any world. The girl saw Chin Sun smile. She breathed a sigh of relief, said, Boss Chin. We have fixed a lot of bugs in Genshin Impact, and have now started internal testing. Although there are still many minor issues, it can already run smoothly. Would you like to try it out? Chin Sun didn't say anything yet. Nyo Xiaojun yelled, Play. Play the Fu ***. Chapter 1108 Choose a male character? Are you guys perverted? Hamayu Company, General Manager's Office. Xian Ning, Nyo Xiaojun, Wu Yu, Su Luoluo each had a company test phone, and started to play Genshin Impact. According to company employees, most of the bugs in the Mondstadt map have been fixed, enough to experience the features of this game. Chin Sun didn't play, he was too lazy to play. At first, he played League of Legends and King of Glory, but later he played Genshin Impact and immersed himself in the gentleness of soft and cute girls, and felt that other games were boring. He started to work on the quest all night long. Half a year passed like this, and suddenly one day, he got tired of it. He felt that Genshin Impact was no longer interesting. Looking back, he, who had never bought a skin in a MOBA game before, actually spent 180 to buy a 6-month monthly card, and bought a 648 draw game character. Degenerate. Really degenerate. Xian Ning and his group sat in a row on the sofa, playing the game with their heads down, and chatting from time to time. This opening animation is quite beautiful. The music is not bad either. The villain is called the Heavenly Justice Maintainer. Right. Why are her attacks like building blocks? After a while, Nyo Xiaojun asked, Hey, do you choose a male character or a female character? Xian Ning was very surprised. Of course, it's a female character. This name is also very nice. Nyo Xiaojun said. I choose a male character. Wu Yu, me too. Su Luoluo, and me. Xian Ning turned her head and looked at them with a puzzled look, but she didn't wait for an explanation. She looked up at Chin Sun and asked, If you want to play, choose a male or a female character. Chin Sun took it for granted. Female. Xian Ning was even more surprised. Why? Are you all perverts? As soon as the words fell, she noticed that everyone turned their heads in unison, staring at her with wide eyes, shock, displeasure, sympathy in their eyes. Xian Ning asked, What happened? Chin Sun smiled. Playing role-playing games, basically you treat the characters as your husband or wife. Why did you choose a woman? It would be less fun if you chose a woman. Xia Ning was startled, smiled softly, and lowered her head to operate. Oh, then I choose a man. Chin Sun, ? Did I just cheat on myself? The four women started playing. Su Luluo met Pai Meng in the game, and recognized that this was the character Chin Sun drew when he was in class at Jingcheng University. She looked up at Chin Sun, who was standing behind his desk with his legs on the table, and exclaimed, Boss, this Pai Meng is much cuter than your original manuscript. Chin Sun leaned back in the chair, holding the back of his head with both hands, and smiled. Are you scolding me? Su Luluo was anxious. No. I didn't. I just wanted to praise you. I didn't expect you were really playing games during class at Jingcheng University. At that time, everyone thought you were a troublemaker in class. Chin Sun sighed. I am obviously a smart, brave and strong person, but everyone treats me as a playboy. My heart hurt so much. Su Luluo saw Chin Sun's look of betrayal, and knew that as an excellent life assistant, she should go up and comfort him. But she was tongue-tied, and didn't know how to comfort him. She was even more afraid that Chin Sun would climb up the ladder, and the more she comforted him, the more excited he would be. Su Luluo lowered her head, and continued to play games. I'm not a particularly good assistant. So what's wrong with being lazy? Seeing this, Chin Sun half closed his eyes. When Ningning chose her life assistant, did she choose the dumbest one among a group of people? Flattery is only half-hearted, which doesn't make people happy. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Chin Sun saw that they were having fun, put down his phone, and quietly walked over to see what they were playing. Wu was seen swimming in the free wine lake outside Mon City, but she was exhausted and drowned in the lake. After resurrection, she went straight to the free wine lake again and drowned again. Chin Sun reminded her. There is a bridge to the left. You can cross it. Wu ignored her and said, Don't make a noise. I'll replan the route. This moat is wide in some places and narrow in others. I can always get through. Swimming? I'm a professional. Chin Sun cursed inwardly. Idiot. 5 seconds later, Wu drowned at the bottom of the lake again, feeling a little irritated, raising his head and complaining to Chin Sun. There are too many bugs in your game. Chin Sun nodded. Yes. 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 There are a lot of bugs, but drowning in the lake due to exhaustion is a setting, not a bug. Look for your own reasons. Wu glared at Chin Sun, lowered his head and ran along the lake, looking for a new route. I don't believe in evil. Chin Sun smiled, walked to Su Luluo and looked down. I found this girl collecting all kinds of plants with shining spots in the mountains, dandelions, mushrooms, sunset fruits, lotus. When she encountered weak monsters like hill people, she turned around and ran away, and continued to collect flowers and plants in another place. Chin Sun. What a rag king. Su Luluo looked up. Boss Chin, how can this be rags? These are all treasures. This game is really interesting. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to play, but unfortunately she accidentally walked into a dangerous area, and was beaten to death by a group of hill people holding wooden sticks. Chin Sun looked disgusted. Killed by the weakest monster. The stick hillman? What a talent! Chin Sun walked up to Xia Ning, looked down, and was stunned. Xia Ning followed the novice guide Amber to Mondstadt, and every monster she met on the road did not escape her clutches. In addition to the monsters on the main road, Xia Ning would look to the left and right, looking for monsters to kill in a larger area. Chin Sun asked, You have a violent tendency? The hillmen are pitiful, they don't provoke you. Why do you take the initiative to find them, and beat them to death? Xia Ning raised her head, and rolled her eyes at Chin Sun. Women's kindness. Chin Sun, ? He sighed and said, Ningning, I can see it. Dating someone with your personality. In the passionate love period, it's poetry and distant places, but once you break up, it's corpses and the police. Xia Ning raised a faint smile. Why don't you be honest? Chin Sun. Xia Ning ignored Chin Sun, and lowered her head to continue to drill into the woods in the game to find monsters to fight, trying to nip all safety hazards in the bud. Chin Sun took a look and sneered. Keep on wandering. Keep on wandering without following the game's instructions. A weak player with a low level, bad weapons, and no holy relics. We'll meet some tough guys later. Not to mention the Hillock thugs. Even an abyss mage can kill you in seconds, and make you want to quit the game. Jin Sun walked in front of Niu Xiaojun and saw that she looked a little wretched. He looked at her phone and said in his heart, "Ouch. He is worthy of being President Niu." He found the essence of this game right away. He enjoyed the advanced fun. Chapter 1109. You have to take back what we lost for us. In the game, Niu Xiaojun switched her character to Amber, the bunny girl in red. She controlled Amber to lie on a stone, adjusting the angle of view to see the character's round and perky butt. She laughed. Suddenly, she noticed someone in front of her. She looked up and saw Jin Sun looking at her with a smile. Niu Xiaojun's face turned red and said, "I'm watching it critically. I found out after playing for only a few minutes that your game is a flattering game. Look at what Amber is wearing. A burgundy dress, which makes her waist look so slim. Her legs are white, long and thin, and she is wearing white silk and high heels. The headband on her head is tied into the shape of rabbit ears," she said excitedly, pointing at Amber lying on the stone in the phone. "You spend so much time trying to please men. You are really worthy of death." Jin Sun smiled and did not deny it. There are indeed elements of flattery in the game Genshin Impact. But it is not only flattering to men, but also to women. On Earth, many players like to find various magical spots, let their two-dimensional wives climb up, and adjust the perspective to peek under the skirt. Later, Genshin Impact in China was rectified, and female characters wearing short skirts all changed their briefs to boxer briefs. In addition to men, many women also like to watch the super popular character Zhongli climb the cliff and appreciate his moving figure. Jin Sun snapped his fingers, attracting the attention of several people, and when they looked over, said, "The characters you have now are too weak. Want to become stronger?" Xia Ning was the first to answer. Yes. She had to kill monsters in the game, and urgently needed to become stronger. Jin Sun said, "Look, there is a wish system in the upper right corner of the game interface, which can draw game characters and weapons. You can click into draw." After saying that, the four girls immediately lowered their heads and clicked in, and took a look at the Wish interface, which had a character card pool and a weapon card pool. The characters include Xiangling Reis, 2 4-star characters, and a 5-star character, Venti. The weapons include Peak Chopping Blade, Mortal Chain. After several people understood the interface, they started to draw 5-star characters and weapons. Because it was a test, there was no need to spend money to buy raw stones. They acted very quickly and ruthlessly. They drew 10 times in a row. As they became more proficient in the operation, they drew faster and faster. They also complained, "Why don't you get 5-star characters? Is it so difficult to draw? You are not a scammer. Can I get one?" After a while, Niu Xiaojun shouted, "I drew a 5-star character." "Wendy!" Jin Sun reminded. Each character has 6 constellations. Drawing one repeatedly can unlock a constellation and become stronger. The same is true for weapons. Each weapon of the same type can be refined once and become stronger. You can refine it 5 times in total. Niu Xiaojun was stunned. Doesn't it take 7 draws to get the character full of constellations and the weapon to be drawn? Jin Sun exclaimed. You are indeed a math expert. Niu Xiaojun felt teased, snorted coldly, and lowered his head to continue rushing to draw. 6 or 7 minutes later, good news came one after another. My Venti has reached full life. Me too. I'll draw another weapon, and I can refine it 5 times if I draw 3 more. Oh, I got 2 Venti at once, I'm so lucky. After a while, Xia Ning and the others had drawn their characters, clicked on their constellations, and refined their weapons according to the instructions, and equipped them on their characters. Jin Sun asked, "How do you feel? Is this game going to work?" Xia Ning and the others looked at each other, and saw the excitement in each other's faces, which was the satisfaction of drawing their own full-life characters and fully refined weapons. Xia Ning was stunned. She looked at her phone, and suddenly felt scared. She immediately opened the card draw record and saw the dense records. She was even more shocked. She found that she had drawn 441 times to get a 5-star character with 6 lives. And she had drawn 963 times to get 2 weapons with full refinement. Xia Ning asked, "How much do you plan to sell it for?" Jin Sun, 16 yuan. Xia Ning calculated silently in her mind and was shocked. In order to get a character with full lives and 2 weapons with full refinement, I drew about 1,400 times in total. That would cost more than 22,000 yuan. As soon as the voice fell, the other 3 girls realized it later, and were all shocked. They looked down to check their own card draw records. They found that they had spent more than 1,400 draws. Su Luoluo even spent more than 1,600 draws. Qin Sun smiled. You are really good at math. Xia Ning frowned. This is too black-hearted. Hearing this, Qin Sun was unhappy and said, Do you think everyone is as rich as you? You could also play zero-life characters and use zero-refined weapons. There are also some free 4-star characters. You have to learn to play elemental reactions. Or move in a super coquettish way. And you can still kill people. Niu Xiaojun threw his phone on the sofa. You are really evil. Isn't this just cheating elementary school students out of their coffin money? Wu Yu smiled. Qin Sun, if everyone draws cards like us, then you really deserve the reputation of a human-shaped self-propelled money-printing machine. Su Luoluo looked nervous. If my mother knew that I would spend 20,000 yuan to draw cards in the game, she would definitely break my hand. And my father wouldn't stop me. Xia Ning didn't speak, she was silent. She lowered her head, thinking about the state of her card drawing just now. I always feel that the next 10 consecutive draws will produce a 5-star character. And I always have a strong premonition. This is a gambler's mentality. There is no child who cries every day. And there is no gambler who loses every day. This card draw makes her feel like playing the gas-upon machine when she traveled to Japan. She knows what she wants is in the machine. But she doesn't know when it will come out. Maybe it will be this time. Or maybe it will be the next time. As she invests 1 coin at a time, the sunk cost continues to increase. And she will gradually lose her mind. Spend more money than budgeted. Xia Ning looked up at Qin Sun and said with a serious face, If you directly marked that a full-life character would cost about 7,000 yuan, I would definitely not start. But once you start, it's hard to stop. You are very scheming to use the card drawing method instead of clearly marking the price. Qin Sun spread his hands. You make it sound like I'm a profiteer. Xia Ning laughed. Isn't it? Qin Sun, I said that you can play with 0 lives. Xia Ning, 0 lives will cost about 1,000 yuan. Qin Sun, we can give out some original stones in the event, give some more for completing tasks, and give some more for opening treasure chests, so as to give some benefits to the players. Xia Ning, are you giving out a lot? Qin Sun, no. Not much. Xia Ning laughed. That's it. Xia Ning stood up, looked at the sky through the French window, and suddenly felt her chest open up, and a great passion surged out. She looked at Qin Sun and said with a smile, I'm sorry. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, I feel that this game has a future. And a lot of future. From today on, I will no longer ignore Hamiyu Company like before. I will take over this company in its entirety. She put her hand on Qin Sun's shoulder and said, A few years ago, our family spent 500 million in the game market and lost it. You have to get it back for us. Qin Sun was puzzled and asked, Your games have never gained anything in the game market. What do you want me to get back? Xia Ning looked embarrassed. Face. Qin Sun held back his laughter and saluted. Yes. Miss President. Chapter 1110 I am cold-blooded, I hope you are too. Public office area. More than 40 employees are still working, but their fingers on the keyboard are much lighter, making the whole space quieter, convenient to eavesdrop on the office. However, this office was carefully decorated by the previous boss in order to restore the plot of the J Country movie, and the sound insulation effect is very good. No one heard any sound, and their hearts were in turmoil. They began to exchange glances, raised eyebrows, pursed lips, and made various secret codes. Gradually, they got bolder and started to discuss quietly. Do you think it has a chance? I don't know. It must be fun to play it after so long. Who knows? What if he hasn't started playing it yet? This is the game that Mr. Qin found himself. He won't give up so easily. Right? Who can say for sure? He's not a greedy person. It's not impossible for him to give up a game. Huh? This is the first time I've heard you say that. How can he not be greedy? Think about it. Mr. Qin doesn't talk about cheating on his fans. He's surrounded by so many young and beautiful girls. And he hasn't had any scandals. How can such a chaste person be called greedy? I'm worried that he won't be willing to continue investing. And let this game run aground again. The atmosphere became much more depressing. After a moment of silence, someone said in a slightly louder voice, There is a scandal. Isn't there a scandal between Yilan and him? Boss Qin is still greedy. This statement immediately attracted some dissenting voices. That's all old news. Now everyone knows that Yilan is Qin Sun's liquor. Hey, speaking of Elon, my bestie told me a piece of gossip, saying that Elon seemed to have offended a big capitalist and was assassinated and fled the country. Huh? Really? How can celebrity gossip be authentic? Just listen to it for fun. Why kill Elon when she is so beautiful? Suddenly, someone slapped the table impatiently. Off topic. Off topic. At this moment, the door of the general manager's office opened. Instantly, everyone fell silent. One group of people immediately started typing away on their keyboards, and a mechanical keyboard was typing with the momentum of a Gatling gun. Another group of people stretched their necks out like geese, staring intently at the faces of Chin Sun and his group, hoping to infer something from their expressions. Chin Sun walked to the center of the corridor in the office area, looking at everyone with a smile on his face, and his back was straight. He waited for a while. The keyboard noise became much quieter, but some people still lowered their heads to work, whether they were immersed in it or pretending. Seeing this, Xia Ning gently kicked Su Luoluo. Su Luoluo lowered her head and looked carefully at her shoes, and found that her high heels were shiny and not dirty at all. She thought about it and made a judgment. Sister Xia Ning kicked me accidentally. Forgive her. Seeing that Su Luoluo did not react, Xia Ning sighed in her heart and decided to send her to Zhao Xiaohan for training another day. I don't want to be a perfect assistant, but at least I want to be above the standard. The boss held a meeting. How could he personally tell everyone to line up? Xia Ning raised his hands and was about to clap to attract everyone's attention. But Niu Xiaojun shouted at the top of his voice. Look here. Everyone look here. Listen to Chin Sun. Su Luoluo immediately realized that something was wrong, and opened his mouth. But his throat was tight, and he couldn't say anything. The office became quiet, and everyone turned around and looked at Chin Sun. Some of the smart ones had already stood up. The others followed suit and stood up. Soon, more than 40 employees had walked out of their workstations, standing in the aisle nearby, looking at Chin Sun in unison. Chin Sun stepped forward and said with a smile, Just now, a few of us tried the game. Although there are still some minor bugs in the Mondstadt map, it is indeed very playable. We all think this game does have market prospects. So, please don't worry, we will unswervingly launch the original God on the market, and strive to earn everyone a generous year-end bonus before the end of the year. He originally wanted to say 100-month salary, but changed his mind and felt that it was not appropriate. Game companies on Earth pay salaries for dozens of months or even 100 months, because the game was indeed made by the staff, who almost exhausted themselves. That was the money to buy their lives. And now this game, Genshin Impact, is given by the system, and some bugs were written into it, and the employees are just fixing the bugs. They are now exhausted because they forced themselves to work overtime. 45 people's salary for 100 months, based on an average salary of 30,000, more than 130 million will be lost in one go. This is too much money. People can be generous, but they can't be wronged. Chin Sun said, If the original God is successful enough, I will give you a year-end bonus of 10 times your salary at the end of the year. The office was suddenly full of joy. Less than half a year before the end of the year, everyone was dancing and shouting. Good. Great. We're rich, we're rich. The original God will definitely sell well. Year-end bonus. Year-end bonus, you can't spend it all in your lifetime. Boss Chin, we will definitely work harder. I'll stay up all night tonight. Chin Sun raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. He looked at the round, dark, tired but cheerful faces and said, Now I have a few announcements. First, coffee is prohibited in the office from now on. Take a rest when you are tired. And don't rely on caffeine to keep going. Everyone was stunned. Of course, they knew that long-term coffee drinking was bad for the body, affecting the nervous system, making people irritable, angry, and having memory loss. But isn't this something that can be helped? A cup of coffee has an immediate effect on refreshing, and one can only sacrifice some of their health for efficient work. Now the company boss says that drinking coffee is prohibited? Take a break when you are tired? This is too illogical, a bit like fishing enforcement. Everyone looked at Chin Sun quietly with a tense face, without showing any happy emotions. Chin Sun pointed to the folding bed under their desk and said, Second, take the folding bed away. Voluntary overtime, all-night overtime, and no overtime pay. Don't say this kind of thing in the future. I am allergic to this kind of mindless dedication. Only incompetent companies will let employees treat the company as their home. You will not leave if you can make money in the company. I owe you 3 months of salary. You can of course go dig up my family's ancestral graves. Of course, if I can't get value from you, I will definitely fire you. I am very cold-blooded, I hope you are too. This is very hard and naked. It's like a big drum exploding, making everyone's head buzz and look confused. What does this mean? Calling us brainless again. He wants us to dig up his family's ancestral graves again. He wants us to be fired too? That doesn't sound good. Are they preparing to abandon us after crossing the river and demolishing the bridge? Chapter 11:11. We only have 5.5 days of vacation. If you are caught soliciting prostitution, you will be imprisoned for 15 days. Everyone looked at Chin Sun with their eyes wide open, hoping to awaken the conscience of the capitalists. Chin Sun didn't care, and continued. Third, starting from this afternoon, you will have 3.5 days of vacation, including the weekend. It's a total of 5.5 days, which is a short vacation. You should have a good rest at home. As soon as the voice fell, the office exploded. Just now Chin Sun said that he would go all out to promote the listing of the original god, and in the blink of an eye, he said that he would give a short vacation. Does this look like an attitude of going all out to work seriously? They looked excited and shouted at once. Boss Chin, please calm down. We don't need to rest. Now is the critical moment. How can we relax? You gave us a short holiday for no reason, which is half a day longer than Labor Day. When we return to the company, we will definitely suffer from holiday syndrome, and it will take several days to recover. Boss Chin, please don't act on impulse. If you are dissatisfied with us, just tell us directly. Don't do this, I'm scared. The office was noisy. Xiao Ning and others also stared at Chin Sun, not knowing what he was up to. Chin Sun raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He swept his eyes over the tired faces with dark circles under their eyes, snorted coldly, and said, Are you going to rebel? Fuck. You all want money but not your life? You don't want your life. But I still want my money. If you die at your workstation, each of you will have to pay more than 1 million yuan. And I have too much money to burn? He raised his hand and pointed at the people in front of him rudely. Look at your current state. If you don't stop quickly, people will fall ill in less than half a month. As he spoke, he fixed his eyes on the face of a slightly fat man and said, Have you not felt a dull pain in your heart recently? It will be better after a while. But the frequency of heartache is getting higher and higher. Do you think you can handle it because you are young? Let me tell you, most of the sudden deaths are young people. The fat man was surprised. Chin Sun saw his expression, and knew that his judgment was correct, and said, You must go to the hospital for a physical examination this afternoon, and you can come back to work with a risk-free certificate issued by the doctor. Otherwise, I won't hurt you. The fat man stammered a few times, and nodded gently. Okay, Mr. Chin. There was a hint of hidden emotion in his expression. Chin Sun looked at everyone again, and saw that they were not so excited, and his voice was much softer. Although I don't want to say it, you have worked hard this month. The bugs of the Mondstadt map of the 2 current maps of Genshin Impact have been almost fixed, and you can put the remaining Liyue map aside for now. I will go to modify it when you are on vacation. Immediately, someone shouted loudly, Boss Chin, how can you do such a large project alone? Don't tire yourself out. The train runs fast only because of the locomotive. You can't fall ill. Chin Sun waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to say more. I'll do as much as I can. I've never been a workaholic. I won't tire myself out. Hearing this, Xiao Ning nodded gently. This is probably the most sincere thing this guy has ever said in his life. However, why do I feel that he can be as efficient as a company alone? Yes, the bug in this game was written by him personally. Chin Sun looked at everyone and continued. I won't pay you for your overtime work last month. After all, I didn't ask you to work overtime. You are the ones who are being servile. Hearing this, Xiao Ning frowned, observed the expressions of the employees, and found that some dissatisfaction flashed in their eyes. They worked overtime until 2 or 3 in the morning every day, almost 2 days a day, and worked overtime for more than 30 days. Not paying overtime is fine. He also called others servile. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a couple of bucks? They are a group of top students, who not only gain wealth in the company, but also pursue spiritual goals. The most basic respect must be given. Xiao Ning made up her mind. If Chin Sun continues to act like a fool, she will definitely jump out and seize power in public, letting the employees know that she is also the boss of this company. Chin Sun ignored the dissatisfied eyes of the employees and said, During these 5.5 days of vacation, I will approve a 5,000 yuan happiness fund for each of you. Those who like to travel can travel. Those who like to hang out can go clubbing and drinking. Those who like to stay at home can play games, check in, order a Playmate, or even go to an esports hotel to order a Playmate offline. Take the invoice and reimburse the finance department when you return to the company on Monday. After a good rest, we will attack the next game map. He looked at the stunned people, clapped his hands, and said softly, "Dismissed." Qin Sun turned and left, leaving behind no cloud. He walked out of the public office area with a dashing pace, crossed the corridor, and arrived at the glass door of the company. Xia Ning and others followed. As soon as the glass door opened, Qin Sun heard a burst of cheers, exclamations, and curses from inside. Qin Sun's ears were more sensitive than ordinary people, and he could hear clearly. Fuck. 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 5,000 yuan. Fucking 5,000 yuan. Boss Qin said that he didn't have too much money to burn. But I think he was just panicking. I said that following Boss Qin wouldn't be a loss. Living Buddha. Living Buddha. Hurry up and inform Manager Song not to come to the company in the afternoon. It's a long vacation. It's too unreal. The company is so casual. I'm panicking. Is this a game company or a welfare home? Who cares? Let's drink and enjoy life today. As long as we are sure that Mr. Qin is really serious about opening a game company and will not go bankrupt easily. That's enough. I don't even dare to think how high this year's year-end bonus will be. Just now Mr. Qin asked us to go to the esports hotel to order offline companionship. Does he mean to find a prostitute? Can we issue an invoice for this? Hey, don't talk nonsense. We only have 5.5 days of vacation. If you are caught soliciting prostitution, you will be imprisoned for 15 days. Qin Sun smiled and walked out of the company. In the elevator, Niu Xiaojun stared at Qin Sun and said, "Fuck you." Qin Sun, ? Why did you suddenly scold me? Niu Xiaojun was so angry that his cheeks bulged. You were so busy pretending to be awesome that you forgot to introduce me as the legal representative of the company. Did you just sign the contract in vain? Ah? You don't respect me at all. Qin Sun thought of her mysterious background, smiled and said, "How could that be? The people I respect the most in my life are people with the surname Niu." Niu Xiaojun narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Qin Sun, because it's awesome. Niu Xiaojun pouted and spat. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning with a puzzled look on his face. Xia Ning smiled. Your level of flattery is comparable to Su Luoluo's, so awkward. In the corner, Su Luoluo pouted and was almost crying. Sister Xia Ning must have deliberately pointed at me because I didn't understand her hint just now. Several people got on the business car, driving out of the underground garage and onto the main road. Qin Sun and the others chatted. Niu Xiaojun sat in a particularly unrestrained posture, lying on the backrest with his back and his legs high on the seats in the front row. 3 minutes later, the car turned around at the intersection. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard a bang and felt the car was hit suddenly. The car shook violently and spun rapidly. His body was thrown around. He heard a sharp sound of tire friction. Several women in the car twisted their bodies and screamed. Amid the noisy sound, Qin Sun heard a crackling sound of joints. Then, Niu Xiaojun shouted, "Oh shit! My leg is broken, really broken." Chapter 11:12 I think there is something wrong with this female driver. The car was spinning. The car was in chaos. Su Luoluo was thrown around in the passenger seat. She felt a shaking in front of her eyes. She was afraid that the airbag would pop out and flatten her nose. She was also worried that if the airbag didn't pop out, she would go to see the king of hell. She was so scared that she kept screaming. Wu sat in the middle row without a seat belt. She was so light that she bumped around in the car and finally fell under the seat. She curled up into a ball, held her head with both hands, and tried her best to protect the vital parts of her body. Niu Xiaojun was sitting in a wild manner, with her legs high on the front seat. When the car was hit, her body was suddenly pressed forward. There was a crackling sound from her leg joints. She grimaced in pain. Oh! Damn! My leg is broken. Really broken. Fortunately, her belly was big enough to cushion the damage. Otherwise, her legs would be broken. Qin Sun was not panicked at all. After the initial swaying from side to side, he immediately sat up straight. He quickly hugged Xia Ning with his left hand, raised his right hand high and supported it on the roof of the car, stabilizing his body. Xia Ning snuggled tightly in his arms, looking up at Qin Sun. Her eyes calm. She was not afraid at all, and felt very safe. Suddenly, the car made a thump and hit the curb. The car shook left and right a few times and stopped. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The angle at which the car was hit just now seemed very special. The car should have rolled over, but the driver was very skilled and managed to stabilize it. The driver held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, stopped the car, turned off the engine, turned his head and looked behind him, his eyes unconsciously falling on Qin Sun's face. I noticed that the car that hit us started from the roadside after we left the parking lot. He might have done it on purpose. Qin Sun's face darkened, and he nodded. I see. The driver took out a dagger from the storage box and put it in his pocket, opened the door, got out of the car, took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, Qin Sun and Xia Ning got out of the car. Su Luluo got out of the car with his red and swollen forehead covered, turned his head to look at the back of the car, and found that it was already dented. She was even more scared. Is someone trying to kill us? Thinking, she slowly walked towards Qin Sun and Xia Ning, who were whispering, not caring about being a light bulb. At this moment, she felt safer standing next to the man with the strongest force on Blue Star. Wu Yu helped Niu Xiaojun get out of the car. Niu Xiaojun hung half of his body on Wu Yu's thin shoulders, limping towards Qin Sun, grinning and complaining. Hey you kid. It's really fucking weird. I just signed the contract and became the legal person and I got hit. My right leg is useless. Qin Sun looked down at her right leg standing straight on the ground. Niu Xiaojun realized something was wrong. Slip of the tongue. It's the left leg. Qin Sun clasped his hands together. Auv, you've worked hard. Niu Xiaojun. Mocking me? This is too unkind. The two were looking at each other when they heard a car door slam not far away. Qin Sun looked over and saw a middle-aged woman in high heels stumbling down from an SUV with a large dent on the front. She was wearing a red dress, a pair of red high heels, and delicate makeup on her face, not at all like a killer. The female driver looked at the rear of Qin Sun and his car in dismay, then looked at the front of her own car, squatted on the ground, buried her head in her knees and cried loudly. Qin Sun and his companion stared at the woman. Do you think she is a killer? Long skirt, high heels, exquisite makeup, I don't think so. I don't think so either. A killer squatting on the ground crying, where can there be such a fragile killer? What if she didn't kill us, she couldn't get the employer's commission, so she cried so sadly. It seems to make sense. Niu Xiaojun was impatient, let go of Wu Yu, walked to the female driver in 2 steps, and kicked her. Hey! Did you hit us on purpose? The female driver raised her head, her face was covered with tears. No, I didn't. I was just texting my boyfriend, and I don't know why, but I stepped on the accelerator. I was scared to death. She was afraid that Niu Xiaojun would not believe her, so she took out her phone and handed it to him, and at the same time she subconsciously glanced at Qin Sun. Niu Xiaojun picked up her phone and saw that the bitch was chatting with a person with the name of Beijing's #1 pile driver. In addition to some words like love, kiss, and pick, there are also some long voice messages. Niu Xiaojun is not very educated and does not respect other people's privacy. He clicked on the latest voice message sent by the female driver. A soft and sticky voice came out immediately. People like me usually have a lot of academic qualifications. You have to check it out. Little brother. Dong. Ah. Niu Xiaojun got goosebumps when he heard it, and stuffed the phone back to the female driver, as if throwing away a piece of menstrual fluid that someone else had used. It's so disgusting. You should drive less slutty next time. Don't drive slutty. Don't drive if you're slutty. The female driver sniffed. I get it. After saying that, she buried her legs in her knees and cried again. Niu Xiaojun put his hands behind his back, walking back triumphantly, as if he had accomplished something great. I've examined her. She's fine. She's just a slut. When she said the word slut, her eyes were fixed on Xia Ning. Xia Ning, ? Is it true that after I had physical contact with Qin Sun, is there really more charm in me? I just went through the gates of hell, and she still wants to play tricks on me. Xia Ning coughed and said, I think there is something wrong with her. Niu Xiaojun looked back. The woman was wearing a bright red dress and high heels, her body was as soft as a water snake, and her temperament was as weak as a crying girl. If such a person becomes a killer, won't she be gang raped? Niu Xiaojun turned his head and insisted on his own judgment. I don't believe it. I noticed her chat history with her sex partner, which started half a month ago. They wouldn't have planned it so early. Right? Xia Ning hesitated for a moment and said, I just find it strange. She is a woman holding the steering wheel with one hand and sending voice messages with the other hand. How did she hold the phone tightly in my hand when the car suddenly crashed? She showed it to you directly, like a certificate of exoneration prepared in advance. Niu Xiaojun looked at Xia Ning, and then at Qin Sun, and snorted coldly. Look at Xia Ning. She has been suffering from paranoia after being with you for less than a year. Qin Sun looked at the crying female driver squatting on the ground, and spoke slowly. I think she has a problem. Chapter 11:13. When people get old, their life is not that long. Qin Sun's face was calm, his voice was calm, and he exuded a sense of confidence. This attracted the attention of others. Niu Xiaojun asked, Tell me about it. Qin Sun began to talk. I am an actor, and I can keenly capture other people's micro-expressions. When the female driver handed you the phone just now, she subconsciously glanced at me, for about 0.1 second. She saw me, and there was no surprise in her eyes. It seems that she knew that a big star like me was in the car. Niu Xiaojun frowned, and said sarcastically, Big star? Do you think everyone knows you? Why do you have to let people's eyes show the fanaticism of a stalker seeing an idol? Qin Sun didn't care, and his voice remained calm. If a Beijing citizen doesn't know the big star Qin Sun, how can he not know the living Buddha Qin Sun? Niu Xiaojun stopped talking. An out-of-control plane landed in Beijing, and Qin Sun's brave act was reported on CCTV News. These 2 days, living Buddha, original God, is at the center of the storm. And such a fashionable woman, who is looking for sex everywhere, should not have heard of this news. It's impossible that she didn't know Qin Sun. She was not surprised to see Qin Sun, which was indeed a bit strange. Qin Sun said again. Besides, why did she look at me for 0.1 seconds instead of 1 second? If she was looking, she should have looked openly. After looking, she immediately looked away. What is she feeling guilty about? He took a deep breath. If she is a killer, she would kill me. Niu Xiaojun patted his chest and smiled. Then I'm relieved. As long as she doesn't kill me. Xia Ning felt it was harsh and whispered, Brother Niu, what did you say? Niu Xiaojun said seriously with a frown on his face. That's not what I meant. I mean, anyone who dares to kill me in Beijing must be a big shot. And anyone who dares to kill Qin Sun is just a bunch of nobody. I can find a way to beat them up and make them look for shit on the ground. Qin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. I was so upset. I was so awesome. But she could still pretend to be so fresh and refined in front of me. Niu Xiaojun took out his cell phone, walked to the side, and made a call. After she came back, she said, I just told my family that I was assassinated. Xia Ning, ? You? Niu Xiaojun laughed, put his arm around Xia Ning's shoulders, and said, I used to play your husband when we played house, but now you have a husband, I can't let you be a widow. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun. Really? Would I play such a childish game? Niu Xiaojun, no. Xia Ning, really? No. Really? They repeated it several times like a repeater, and looked at Wu Yu at the same time. Wu Yu rolled her eyes, and said in a shrill voice, We don't know. Several people laughed. The female driver looked up at that place, and had a bad feeling. After a while, the traffic police arrived. The insurance salesman arrived. The matter was clear, and the responsibility was determined quickly. The female driver was fully responsible. Then, 6 police cars arrived and some policemen got off. A group of people went directly to communicate with the female driver, and dragged her into the car. The female driver kept shouting, I didn't do it on purpose. Isn't this a traffic accident? Why are there policemen? You can't do this. Fortunately, there were not many pedestrians nearby, and it was not convenient for the vehicles coming and going to stop and eat. This scene was not recorded by anyone. Another group of policemen walked up to Qin Sun and his group. The leading policeman received a message from his superior, saying that a powerful person said that a deliberate murder might have occurred here, and asked him to lead the team to investigate. His eyes swept over the faces of Qin Sun and the others, and finally locked onto the big star Qin Sun, and stretched out his hand and held it tightly. Young man, don't worry. The safety of people's lives is above all else. We will definitely investigate it thoroughly. We will notify you immediately when we have the results. Qin Sun looked embarrassed, sneered at Niu Xiaojun, held his hand tightly, and said, "Thank you, police uncle." The policeman was an old hand in handling cases, and he immediately noticed Qin Sun's gaze, and secretly said, "Oh no, I've worshipped the wrong Buddha." He smiled and let go of Qin Sun's hand, looking at Niu Xiaojun suspicious. "Who is this?" "I don't know her at all." The policeman smiled and shook hands with Niu Xiaojun. "Young man, don't worry. The safety of people's lives is above all else. We will definitely investigate it thoroughly." The smile on Niu Xiaojun's face froze. "I am a woman." The policeman was startled, looking blankly at her chubby body, short hair, big black framed glasses, and a broken voice. "This is a woman?" He looked embarrassed, let go of her hand, nodded solemnly, but said nothing. The police turned and led the team away. Niu Xiaojun looked at the police car going away and frowned. "Will this fool confess under torture? Why don't you drive us?" After a while, a business car stopped by the roadside, and a driver got out, saying that he was sent by Lu Xiaoquan, and invited everyone to get in the car. The car drove towards the hotel. Suddenly, the new driver's tone was a little embarrassed. "Boss Qin, Boss Lu asked me to ask if you are very busy recently? Grandma is very worried about you and Miss Ning, and has already picked the fattest hen to make soup for you. When can you go over?" Qin Sun and Xia Ning looked at each other, and they were very embarrassed. The driver was silent for a moment. His voice became much quieter, and it became even more difficult. Boss Lu also said. He also said, "People don't live that long when they get old." Xia Ning's face flushed. Wu clasped his hands on his head and scratched his hair, with a bitter smile on his face. "I am a granddaughter." So redundant. Qin Sun grabbed Xia Ning's hand and said, "Or now?" While speaking, the driver smiled and turned the steering wheel to drive towards the suburbs. Suddenly, Qin Sun seemed to realize something was wrong and said loudly, "Go back to Hamiyu Company now." The driver was startled, and lightly stepped on the brake to slow down. Xia Ning asked, "What's wrong with you?" Qin Sun explained, "Are you still the legal representative of the restaurant we bought for Hamiyu Company employees to use as a canteen?" Xia Ning was startled. "It's me." Hearing this, Niu Xiaojun's face bloomed with a morning glory smile, turned his head to look at Qin Sun and Xia Ning, and laughed. "How much is the basic salary this time?" Xia Ning was helpless. "This is an unprofitable restaurant, a vassal of Hamiyu Company, and it may not have an impact." "Don't be too greedy." Niu Xiaojun looked at Qin Sun. "How much?" Qin Sun thought for a moment, put his hands together, and chanted a Buddhist name. "Amitabha. I'll give you a blessing?" Niu Xiaojun pondered for a while, and said, "That's fine. But you can't give me a fake one. You have to give me a real one." Qin Sun, ? "Do you really believe it?" Niu Xiaojun, "What else? I have been following my grandparents to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures since I was a child. And I have a pure religious belief." Qin Sun looked at her chubby face, and didn't quite believe it.